Thank you for listening to Red Tide Retired, a wacky, weird, Florida quirky mystery. Don't forget to hit the subscribe button above so you don't miss a single upload. Chapter 1. Daniel, Gumbo Malone felt the air conditioning vent above his head wheezing like an emphysemic manatee, adding a layer of stale, refrigerated despair to the already soul-crushing atmosphere of the Suncoast Insurance Human Resources Department. Across the particle board desk sat Brenda, whose name tag proudly declared her Employee Relations Specialist, a title Gumbo suspected was corporate code for executioner of dreams. Brenda beamed a smile that could curdle milk, her perfectly coiffed blonde helmet of hair unmoving, her eyes radiating the vacant empathy of a department store mannequin. "So, Daniel," she began, somehow managing to mispronounce his name despite it being plastered on every soul-sucking memo he'd received for the past 2 decades. "As we discussed, Suncoast is undergoing a strategic realignment to better leverage market synergies and optimize operational efficiencies." Gumbo stared blankly. 20 years. 20 years he'd given to Suncoast Insurance, where coverage never sets. The relentlessly cheerful slogan blared from posters featuring suspiciously tanned families frolicking under a sun that clearly had set on Gumbo's career. 20 years of navigating the beige labyrinth of middle management, mastering the arcane art of the passive-aggressive email, surviving endless PowerPoint presentations that redefined the very concept of boredom, and somehow keeping his division's loss ratios just below the threshold that triggered executive apoplexy. All for this strategic realignment, market synergies, operational efficiencies. It sounded like Brenda was reading from the back of a cereal box designed by sociopaths. "What that means, Daniel," Brenda continued, leaning forward conspiratorially as if sharing a juicy piece of office gossip instead of delivering a career death sentence, "is that your position has been reevaluated." Gumbo watched, numb, as another HR drone, a nervous young man named Kevin who looked like he'd lose a fight with a strong breeze, approached the desk holding Gumbo's company-issued laptop. With funereal solemnity, Kevin slipped the laptop into a large Ziploc bag, the kind usually reserved for confiscated narcotics or particularly gruesome crime scene evidence. The symbolism wasn't lost on Gumbo. His digital life, his spreadsheets, his carefully curated collection of Dilbert cartoons saved to the desktop, all sealed away, treated like contraband. "We really appreciate your contributions over the years, Daniel," Brenda chirped, sliding a folder across the desk. It probably contained pamphlets on Cobra and navigating the unemployment website, illustrated with clip art of ethnically diverse stick figures kayaking into a glorious jobless future. "And we wish you the very best in pursuing exciting new opportunities." Exciting new opportunities. Right. For a man rapidly approaching 50, whose hairline was staging a strategic retreat rivaling Napoleon's from Moscow, and whose waistline seemed determined to annex neighboring territories previously occupied by his belt buckle, the landscape of exciting new opportunities looked remarkably like a barren wasteland populated by tumbleweeds and the ghosts of failed startups. He thought of the cake. Oh God, the cake. Earlier, during the mandatory fun of his retirement party, attended by precisely 4 people, 2 of whom were from accounting and seemed to be there only for the free snacks, Brenda had presented him with a confectionery horror show. It was a sheet cake slathered in a frosting the color of nuclear waste, a blinding radioactive green, upon which was scrawled in angry red letters, "Happy Retirement, Daniel." Not Daniel. Daniel. 20 years, and they still couldn't spell his goddamn name right. The cake now sat, likely attracting flies in the break room, a half-eaten monument to corporate indifference and poor spelling. A fitting final insult, really. A large man, whose security badge identified him simply as Gus, materialized beside Gumbo's chair. Gus possessed the cheerful demeanor of a Doberman guarding a junkyard. Time to go, Mr. Malone, Gus rumbled, his voice like gravel tumbling down a chute. Clutching a cardboard box filled with the detritus of a 2-decade career, a chipped coffee mug that said "World's Okayest Manager," a stress ball shaped like Florida that had long ago lost its structural integrity, a framed certificate of excellence printed on cheap cardstock and signed by a vice president he'd never actually met, and a stapler that inexplicably played La Cucaracha when used, Gumbo allowed himself to be escorted out. They navigated the lobby, a space trying desperately to evoke tropical serenity with its forest of dusty artificial palm trees and a water feature that gurgled erratically, like it was perpetually on the verge of needing corporate plumbing CPR. As they passed the reception desk, the perky receptionist offered a pitying smile. Gumbo tried to return it, but his face felt stiff, unresponsive. It was then he felt a sudden, alarming draft. A quick glance down confirmed his worst fears. The relentless strain of his expanding midriff, combined perhaps with the sheer existential weight of the moment, had proven too much for his trusty khakis. A tear, starting somewhere south of his wallet pocket, had raced with terrifying speed straight down the seam, exposing a startling expanse of his Florida Gators-themed boxer shorts. Brilliant. Just brilliant. Getting fired wasn't humiliating enough. Now he had to add public pants explosion to his list of achievements for the day. Gus, thankfully, seemed either oblivious or professionally discreet, his gaze fixed firmly ahead. He deposited Gumbo onto the sidewalk just as the heavens opened. Florida, Gumbo reflected, didn't do rain, it did biblical deluges. Fat, warm drops hammered the pavement, turning the parking lot into a shimmering lake within seconds. The downpour plastered his thinning hair to his scalp and soaked through his shirt instantly, revealing the faded glory of the Suncoast Insurance logo embroidered over his heart. He stood there, a sodden, middle-aged castaway on the asphalt island of his own redundancy. In one hand he clutched his car keys, in the other the severance package Brenda had bestowed upon him, the 30 pieces of silver for his corporate betrayal. The ripped khakis flapped damply against his leg. Rain streamed down his face, mingling with what might have been sweat, or maybe tears. He wasn't sure anymore. Brenda's chipper voice echoed in his mind. Pursue exciting new opportunities. Gumbo looked up at the churning gray sky, the rain stinging his eyes. Exciting new opportunities. Like what? Competitive shuffleboard. Early bird dinner specials. Maybe he could become one of those guys who waved signs for cash for gold places while wearing an ill-fitting Uncle Sam costume. The possibilities felt less exciting and more terrifyingly bleak. He was Daniel Malone. No, damn it, Daniel Malone. Late 40s, recently downsized, architecturally compromised in the trouser department, and standing in a parking lot monsoon with a box of useless memories and a future as clear as mud season in the Everglades. He fumbled for his keys, the rain making them slippery. Dropping them onto the flooded pavement, he sighed. Bending over to retrieve them, the rip in his khakis widened with an audible RRRRRIP, announcing his final indignity to the indifferent storm drains. Paradise, Florida style. Gumbo Malone had arrived. Sort of. Chapter 2. Gumbo Malone, nursing the psychic wounds of corporate expulsion and the literal wounds inflicted by his traitorous khakis, found himself adrift. Not metaphorically, though that was certainly true, but literally adrift in the sea of aimless post-employment possibilities. The severance check from Suncoast Insurance, a sum that felt both insultingly small for 20 years of servitude and dangerously large for a man suddenly untethered from responsibility, sat in his bank account like a ticking time bomb of poor decisions. His midlife crisis, previously simmering on a low boil beneath layers of spreadsheets and performance reviews, roared to life, demanding immediate, drastic, and preferably idiotic action. Instead of doing something sensible, like updating his LinkedIn profile or maybe buying pants that actually fit, Gumbo drove west. He drove until the strip malls and gated communities reluctantly gave way to salt marsh and glimpses of the Gulf of Mexico. He drove until he hit Cedar Key, a place clinging stubbornly to Florida's Big Bend coast like a barnacle on the backside of progress. Cedar Key felt less like a town and more like a collective sigh exhaled sometime around 1957, a place where the primary industries seemed to be fishing, forgetting, and frying things. It was here, amidst the slightly listing docks, the circling pelicans perpetually auditioning for a Fish Guts commercial, and the pervasive aroma of low tide mixed with diesel fumes that Gumbo saw her. She wasn't much to look at, frankly. A 38-foot cabin cruiser, named Second Wind, a name dripping with the kind of desperate optimism usually reserved for lottery tickets and hair regrowth formulas. Her fiberglass hull showed the scars of intimate encounters with unseen oyster bars. Her teak trim was bleached gray by decades of unforgiving sun, and a faint greenish fuzz hinted at a burgeoning ecosystem below the waterline. A faded "For Sale by Owner" sign, listing a phone number scrawled in Sharpie, was taped crookedly to a window. Something snapped in Gumbo's recently downsized brain. Maybe it was the lingering trauma of Brenda's synergistic buzzwords. Maybe it was the sheer absurdity of his pants situation. Or maybe it was just the Florida heat finally cooking his common sense. He saw the boat, not as the floating money pit it undoubtedly was, but as freedom. Escape. A nautical middle finger to Suncoast Insurance and the entire soul-crushing corporate world. Within 48 hours, fueled by a potent cocktail of severance pay and existential panic, Gumbo Malone was the proud, bewildered owner of Second Wind. The transaction involved a handshake, a cashier's check handed over in a bait shop smelling strongly of shrimp, and a previous owner named Earl whose most coherent piece of advice was, "Don't trust the gas gauge, and she takes on a little water, especially when it rains." Or when she's in the water. Gumbo immediately discovered the boat possessed a unique, clinging perfume. A complex blend of ancient fish bait, diesel exhaust, damp cushions that hinted at generations of mildew, and the faint spectral aroma of desperation. It was the smell of freedom, apparently. Or possibly just mold. To celebrate his magnificent leap into the maritime abyss, Gumbo repaired to the nearest tiki bar, a gloriously ramshackle establishment perched precariously at the end of a dock. The Salty Pelican, it was called, although the sign was missing several letters, proclaiming it more accurately as T.E. Salty Pelion. Its thatched roof looked suspiciously like it had been harvested from discarded hula skirts. The bar stools wobbled threateningly, and the cocktail menu featured drinks with names like Category 5 Calamity and Manatee Meltdown. The prevailing decor theme was shipwreck chic meets garage sale. Gumbo ordered a rum punch, which arrived in a hollowed-out pineapple garnished with not one, not two, but 3 brightly colored paper umbrellas. It tasted vaguely of fruit, strongly of cheap rum, and hinted at the potential for truly spectacular future regrets. He took a long pull, the potent concoction hitting his bloodstream like a defibrillator paddle to the chest. "First time." A voice rasped beside him. Gumbo turned to see a man who looked like he'd been carved from driftwood and left out in the sun too long. His skin was the color and texture of a well-worn baseball glove, crisscrossed with a roadmap of wrinkles earned through questionable life choices and excessive UV exposure. He wore a faded Hawaiian shirt patterned with leaping marlins, shorts that might have once been white, and flip-flops held together with duct tape. His eyes, however, were sharp and unsettlingly amused, peering out from under the brim of a captain's hat stained with what Gumbo hoped was fish oil. "Sort of," Gumbo admitted, swirling the potent punch in its pineapple chalice. "Just bought a boat." The man chuckled, a sound like rocks tumbling in a tin can. "Did ya now?" "Which one?" "Second Wind. Over on Sea Dock." The man squinted, then nodded slowly. "Ah, Earl's Folly. Takes on a bit o' water, don't she?" "So I hear." "Name's Flip," the man said, sticking out a calloused hand. Flip Wiggins. Daniel Malone. Folks call me Gumbo. Gumbo, huh? Cajun. Nah. Long story. Involves a childhood incident with seafood stew and questionable judgment. Flip flagged down the bartender, a woman with magenta hair and a tattoo of a kraken wrestling a flamingo on her forearm. Another pineapple monstrosity for my friend Gumbo here. And a swamp water for me. As the potent drinks arrived, Gumbo's second pineapple looking even more precarious than the first, Flip's swamp water the color of murky pond scum, Flip leaned closer. So Gumbo, what brings a fella like you to Cedar Key, buyin' leaky boats? Runnin' from the law. Runnin' from a woman. Runnin' from yourself. Running from operational efficiencies, Gumbo muttered, taking another deep draught of rum punch number 2. He found, to his surprise, that the potent booze was loosening his tongue. He spilled the whole sorry tale, the 20 years, the beige cubicles, Brenda the HR harbinger, the synergistic realignment, the misspelled cake, the catastrophic khaki failure. Flip listened intently, nodding occasionally, his expression unreadable. When Gumbo finally ran out of steam, Flip drained his swamp water and slapped the bar top. Insurance, huh? Middle management? Hell, son, you're practically overqualified. Overqualified for what? Becoming a professional crab trap? Nah. Private investigator. Flip declared, his eyes gleaming. Think about it. You spent 20 years navigating corporate bullpucky, reading between the lines, dealing with shady characters trying to pull a fast one on the company, right? That's 90% of the job right there. Gumbo blinked. Private investigator? Sure. Cedar Key's crawlin' with, well, maybe not crawlin' with intrigue, but there's stuff. Lost dogs, spouses playin' hide the salami, folks skippin' out on boat payments. It's just spreadsheets, but with binoculars. Flip grinned, revealing a constellation of mismatched teeth. Trackin' assets, gatherin' intel, fillin' out reports. It's basically middle management with more sunshine and less soul-crushing despair. Plus, he added, gesturing to his own faded marlin shirt, you get to wear Hawaiian shirts every single day. It's practically mandatory. Gumbo stared into the depths of his third rum punch. He dimly recalled ordering a third. Flip's logic, filtered through the haze of high-octane rum and pineapple juice, started to sound plausible. Almost sensible. He'd always been good at noticing details, at piecing together fragmented information, usually to figure out who stole his yogurt from the office fridge. Maybe Flip was right. Maybe his finely honed skills in deciphering incoherent emails from the regional VP were transferable. Easy money. Flip pressed on, sensing Gumbo's weakening resolve. Low overhead, be your own boss. Set your own hours. Work from the boat. By the time Gumbo stumbled out of the salty Pelican, the sun was painting the Gulf sky in lurid shades of orange and purple, and the tide had gone out, leaving the mudflats smelling ripe. His head was spinning, not just from the 4 rum punches, or was it 5, but from the dizzying prospect of his new career. In his pocket, nestled next to his wallet, was a flimsy business card, hastily printed at the marina's dusty business center computer, while Flip offered design advice. Needs more palm trees. Maybe a silhouette of a sexy lady looking through binoculars? The card declared, in a font called Lobster, Malone Investigations, Discreet Inquiries, Reasonable Rates. Below that, Flip had insisted on adding the tagline, getting to the bottom of it, one leaky boat at a time. Also weighing down his pocket was a cheap, plastic night vision monocular Gumbo had inexplicably purchased from Flip for $200 cash. Flip had assured him it was genuine surplus spy gear and absolutely essential for nocturnal surveillance operations, though Gumbo suspected its actual military application was limited to finding the latrine after lights out. He peered through it now, bathing the docks in an eerie, flickering green glow. He couldn't see a damn thing except for green blobs, but he felt professional. Sort of. Daniel Gumbo Malone, formerly of Suncoast Insurance, now Malone Investigations, leaned against a piling, the scent of mildew and rum filling his nostrils. He had a boat that leaked, a head full of pineapple-fueled ambition, and a piece of questionable technology he had no idea how to operate. Exciting new opportunities, indeed. What could possibly go wrong? Chapter 3. The ink on Gumbo's absurdly named business cards had barely dried when his first official case arrived, not with a bang, nor even a whimper, but with the insistent rhythmic thwack 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 of a sturdy orthopedic shoe against the fiberglass hull of the second wind. Gumbo, who had been attempting to decipher the cryptic hieroglyphics that passed for an owner's manual for his recently acquired night vision monocular, and simultaneously trying to ignore the ominous drip, drip, drip that seemed to emanate from somewhere beneath the galley's sink, surfaced from the slightly mildewed cabin like a startled manatee. Blinking in the relentless Cedar Key sunshine stood a woman who looked like she could arm wrestle a concrete block and win. She was compact, wiry, with a head of tightly permed silver hair that resembled Brillo pads soaked in lavender rinse. Her floral print dress strained slightly across surprisingly formidable shoulders, and her eyes, magnified behind thick bifocals, pinned Gumbo with an expression of unwavering determination mixed with profound offense. "Are you Malone Investigations?" she demanded, her voice carrying the unmistakable authority of someone who had spent decades successfully intimidating bingo callers and condo association presidents. Gumbo blinked, momentarily forgetting his new, improbable identity. Yes, Daniel Malone. But please," he added, remembering Flip's rum-fueled advice about branding, "call me Gumbo." The woman sniffed, clearly unimpressed by the nickname. "Gladys Hempshaw," she announced, extending a surprisingly strong age-spotted hand. "And I have been wronged." Intrigued despite himself, Gumbo invited Mrs. Hempshaw aboard, hastily clearing a stack of old fishing magazines off a slightly damp cushion in the cockpit. He offered her a lukewarm Diet Coke he'd found lurking in the back of the mini-fridge, which she accepted with a curt nod. "Mr. Malone." "Gumbo," she began, taking a delicate sip before setting the can down decisively. "My Mr. Pinky has been abducted." Gumbo frowned. "Your husband?" Mrs. Hempshaw bristled. "Heavens, no. Eugene passed 10 years ago. Bless his heart, the man couldn't find his way out of a paper bag, let alone orchestrate an escape. No, Mr. Pinky is my lawn flamingo." Gumbo tried very hard to maintain a professional, investigative expression, the kind he imagined Humphrey Bogart might employ if confronted with kidnapped garden statuary. Inside, however, his fledgling detective dreams deflated slightly. He'd envisioned tracking down jewel thieves or exposing corrupt politicians, not liberating abducted lawn ornaments. Still, a case was a case, and Mrs. Hempshaw looked like she meant business. "He was flamingo napped?" Gumbo ventured. "Precisely." Mrs. Hempshaw slammed her fist onto the fiberglass table, making the Diet Coke can jump. "Taken. Right from my front yard on Oleander Lane. And I know exactly who did it." "You have a suspect?" Gumbo asked, pulling out a small notebook and a pen that refused to write until he licked the tip, a habit left over from his Suncoast days. "Marvin Schlump," she spat the name like it was rancid bait. "My neighbor. Sneaky little man. Always peering over the fence. Jealous, that's what he is. Jealous of Mr. Pinky's effortless elegance and superior posture." Gumbo dutifully wrote down Marvin Schlump, jealous peeping, flamingo envy. "Mr. Pinky wasn't just any flamingo," Mrs. Hempshaw continued, her voice softening slightly, a tear threatening to escape the corner of her magnified eye. "He was vintage. Hand-painted resin composite, 1978 model. They don't make them like that anymore. He had character." Gumbo nodded sympathetically. He'd seen Mr. Pinky. Everyone in Cedar Key had. The flamingo stood sentinel in Mrs. Hempshaw's meticulously manicured yard, a defiant splash of pink against the ubiquitous Florida green. It did, admittedly, possess a certain stoic charm. The mission, as outlined by Mrs. Hempshaw, and fueled by a crisp $50 bill pressed firmly into Gumbo's palm as a retainer, was simple: stake out Marvin Schlump's house, catch him red-handed or perhaps pink-feathered, and recover the pilfered poultry. And so, later that afternoon, Gumbo found himself parked down the street from Marvin Schlump's bungalow, attempting his first professional surveillance operation. He'd swapped the leaky second wind for his equally unreliable 10-year-old sedan, the air conditioning of which worked only intermittently, cycling between Arctic blast and suffocating sauna seemingly at random. He'd donned what he considered his most inconspicuous attire, a different, slightly less offensive Hawaiian shirt, sunglasses, and a Tampa Bay Rays baseball cap pulled low. He felt less like Magnum P.I. and more like a middle-aged man trying desperately not to look like he was casing the neighborhood. Marvin Schlump's house was a modest affair, distinguished primarily by an alarming collection of garden gnomes, engaged in activities ranging from fishing to mooning passers-by. There was no sign of Mr. Pinky. Gumbo settled in for the long haul, armed with lukewarm coffee in a thermos, a bag of stale gas station pretzels, and the night vision monocular he still hadn't quite figured out. The Florida afternoon sun beat down mercilessly. The inside of the car quickly achieved the temperature and humidity of a terrarium. Gumbo lowered the windows, letting in a blast of air thick enough to chew, scented with salt and somebody's backyard barbecue. He watched Schlump's house. Nothing happened. A cat ambled across the lawn. A sprinkler turned on, then off. Gumbo ate some pretzels. More nothing. The sheer, mind-numbing boredom reminded him strongly of Suncoast budget meetings. His eyelids grew heavy. The rhythmic drone of a distant lawnmower became a hypnotic lullaby. Just for a minute, he thought. Just rest the eyes. He awoke with a jolt, unsure how long he'd been out. The sun had dipped lower, painting the sky orange. And something was happening at Schlump's house. A battered white van, the kind favored by plumbers or kidnappers, was backing into the driveway. Two men emerged. They were burly, dressed in dark clothes despite the heat, and moved with a furtive urgency that immediately set Gumbo's fledgling detective senses tingling. This seemed excessive for flamingo theft. They opened the back doors of the van. Working quickly, they hauled out a long, bulky object wrapped entirely in thick, opaque plastic sheeting, secured with duct tape. It was lumpy and roughly human-sized. Gumbo's heart hammered against his ribs. Okay, this definitely wasn't about Mr. Pinky. Unless Mr. Pinky had put on a lot of weight and developed a penchant for industrial-grade wrapping materials. This looked suspiciously like a body. Panic warred with a sudden surge of adrenaline. Do something, his brain screamed. Get evidence. He fumbled for his phone, his hands slick with sweat. He activated the camera, trying to hold it steady. Through the screen, he watched the two men maneuver the plastic-wrapped bundle toward Schlump's side door. Click. Click. He snapped a couple of shots, praying they weren't just blurry images of his own trembling fingers. Needing a better angle, he quietly eased himself out of the car, crouching low. He crept along the sidewalk, ducking behind a meticulously trimmed hibiscus hedge bordering Schlump's property. Perfect. Clear view of the side door. He raised his phone again, zooming in. It was then he felt the first sting. Sharp. Fiery. On his ankle. He glanced down. Ants. Not just any ants. Fire ants. Hundreds of them. Swarming. He realized with dawning horror that he was crouching directly in the middle of a large, extremely pissed-off fire ant mound. The stings erupted simultaneously, 1,000 tiny needles injecting pure agony into his flesh. Ankles, calves, shins, they were everywhere. Gumbo yelped, leaping up as if electrocuted, slapping frantically at his legs. His carefully planned surveillance dissolved into a panicked, hopping, swatting dance of pure misery. He stumbled backward, desperate to escape the fiery onslaught, tripped over his own feet, and crashed inelegantly onto the sidewalk. As he scrambled away from the hedge, hopping on one foot while trying to beat the ants off the other, something slipped from his back pocket. His wallet, containing his driver's license, his meager cash, and, oh God, a handful of his brand-new Malone Investigations business cards. He didn't stop. Adrenaline and agony propelled him toward his car. He flung himself inside, slammed the door, and peeled away from the curb, leaving behind Marvin Schlump, the suspicious van, the plastic-wrapped mystery, a furiously buzzing fire ant colony, and his entire identity scattered on the sidewalk. His ankles were on fire. His dignity was in shreds. His first official case had somehow escalated from petty lawn ornament theft to potential homicide and ended with him fleeing the scene like a cartoon character attacked by bees, leaving his calling card for whoever those guys in the van were. Gumbo Malone, private investigator. He was getting to the bottom of it, all right. The bottom of a fire ant mound, apparently. This detective gig was going to be harder than he thought. Chapter 4. Gumbo Malone limped back to the Cedar Key Marina under the cloak of twilight, a defeated general retreating from a battlefield defended by six-legged shock troops armed with venom. His ankles throbbed with the incandescent fury of approximately 53 fire ant bites. He'd tried counting, but the sheer density of the welts made accurate accounting impossible. Each step sent jolts of agony shooting up his legs, reminding him of his spectacularly failed first stakeout. He felt less like a private investigator and more like a walking, breathing science experiment designed to test the limits of human tolerance for insect-inflicted misery. He practically crawled aboard the second wind, the boat's gentle rocking doing nothing to soothe his inflamed extremities. The cabin felt like a sauna that had recently hosted a fish-gutting convention. Stripping off his socks revealed ankles swollen to the size and approximate color of overripe tomatoes. With a groan, Gumbo raided the boat's pitifully stocked first aid kit, emerging victorious with a near-empty bottle of calamine lotion. He proceeded to slather the thick pink goo liberally over his bites, transforming his lower legs into Pepto-Bismol-coated appendages. Finding no bandages large enough, he resorted to pulling a pair of clean tube socks over the mess, creating a truly grotesque visual, part unfortunate medical patient, part disastrous fashion statement. Thus attired, Gumbo collapsed onto the lumpy settee, the vinyl cushion sticking unpleasantly to his back in the humid air. He stared blankly at the peeling veneer of the opposite bulkhead, contemplating the spectacular nosedive his life had taken in the past 72 hours. Fired, pants exploded, bought a leaky boat, became a pie specializing in flamingo abduction, witnessed a potential body disposal, got mauled by ants, and lost his wallet at what might be a crime scene. It wasn't exactly the glamorous, Hawaiian shirt-fueled existence Flip Wiggins had pitched over rum punches. This felt more like a blooper reel, directed by Murphy's Law. Sleep offered little escape, populated as it was by feverish nightmares featuring giant, marching fire ants wearing tiny detective hats, and Brenda from HR critiquing his surveillance techniques using complex pie charts. He awoke sometime before dawn, drenched in sweat, his ankles itching with demonic persistence beneath their calamine and cotton casing. The boat's interior was stifling, the air thick and still. With a sigh, Gumbo hauled himself upright, intending to make coffee, only to discover the cheap percolator he'd bought at a thrift store was stubbornly refusing to perk. Another victory for Team Entropy. It was as he fiddled uselessly with the coffee maker, considering chucking it overboard, that he noticed it. A plain manila envelope, slipped silently under the main cabin door sometime during the night. It hadn't been there when he'd stumbled back aboard, ravaged and defeated. His heart gave an unpleasant lurch. Mail delivery at the marina usually consisted of the dockmaster leaving soggy flyers advertising discount shrimp boils tucked under windshield wipers. Unannounced pre-dawn envelope delivery felt ominous, especially given the previous day's events. With trembling hands, Gumbo picked up the envelope. It was thick, heavier than it looked. No return address. Just his name, Gumbo Malone, written in neat blocky letters. Someone knew his nickname. Someone knew where he lived, or floated, as the case may be. He ripped it open, spilling the contents onto the small galley table. First out was his wallet. Intact. He checked frantically. Driver's license, expired Suncoast ID, $3 in crumpled bills, the emergency 20 tucked behind a photo of his bewildered-looking cat, Chairman Meow, and yes, the stack of Malone Investigations cards. All present and accounted for. Relief washed over him, quickly followed by a fresh wave of anxiety. Whoever had found his wallet now knew exactly who he was, or at least who he was pretending to be. Next came a folded newspaper clipping. Yellowed, slightly ragged around the edges. Gumbo unfolded it carefully. The headline screamed, "Confessor claims palm frond victims. Teddy Williams says, I did it all." Below it was a grainy photo of a man with wild eyes and an unnerving grin being led away in handcuffs. Gumbo vaguely remembered the case. The palm frond murders had dominated the Florida news cycle a year or so back. A series of bizarre killings where the victims were found posed with intricately arranged palm fronds. Teddy the Confessor Williams, a local eccentric with a history of petty crime and delusions of grandeur, had walked into a police station and claimed responsibility, providing details only the killer could know. Case closed. Or so everyone thought. Beneath the clipping lay a single dried palm frond, surprisingly stiff and sharp along the edges, tied neatly with a piece of bright red string. It looked deliberate. Artistic, almost. A shiver traced its way down Gumbo's spine. Then he saw the note. A single sheet of plain white paper, the same blocky handwriting as the envelope. I didn't do it, but he didn't either. Prove it. Simple. Direct. Utterly terrifying. Gumbo stared at the words, his mind struggling to process the implications. Someone, presumably the person who'd returned his wallet, possibly one of the men from the van, was claiming that Teddy the Confessor, the man convicted of the palm frond murders, was innocent. And they wanted him, Gumbo Malone, novice pie fresh off a disastrous flamingo fire ant fiasco, to prove it. As if that wasn't enough, to send his already frayed nerves into complete meltdown, there was one more item in the envelope. Tucked beneath the note were 5 crisp $100 bills. Benjamin Franklin stared up at him with benign judgment. $500. More than 10 times Mrs. Hempshaw's retainer for the flamingo case. Gumbo sank back onto the settee, the calamine on his ankles cracking slightly. He looked at the wallet, the clipping, the creepy palm frond, the cryptic note, the cash. This was insane. Utterly, certifiably insane. Investigating a confessed serial killer. Proving his innocence? This wasn't lost dogs or cheating spouses. This was deep-end, shark-infested water stuff. This was way, way above the pay grade of a man whose primary investigative tool was currently a pair of calamine-soaked tube socks. His brief, rum-fueled fantasy of being a suave, competent private eye evaporated, replaced by the cold, clammy certainty that he was completely, terrifyingly out of his depth. He should go to the police. Dump the envelope on their desk. Tell them about the van, the plastic-wrapped bundle, everything. Let the professionals handle it. He stood up, resolved. He'd find detective, whoever handled homicides in Cedar Key. This was madness. And then, The air conditioning unit sputtered, coughed, and died. Not a temporary pause, like its usual irritating cycle. This was a final, definitive death rattle. The already stifling cabin immediately began to accumulate heat and humidity at an alarming rate. Sweat beaded on Gumbo's forehead. The mildewy scent intensified. He could practically feel spores multiplying in the thick air. He remembered the estimate the marina mechanic had given him just yesterday for fixing the ancient, wheezing unit, an estimate that had made his eyes water. Gumbo looked down at the $500 sitting on the table. 5 crisp Benjamins. Enough to fix the AC. Enough to restore breathable air to his floating sauna. Enough to potentially ward off the looming threat of black mold colonization. He looked at the palm frond. He looked at the note. He looked at the cash. His resolve wavered, melted, puddled around his ridiculous, sock-encased feet. Maybe he could just make a few inquiries. Ask a few questions. Discreetly, of course. He wouldn't get involved, not really. Just gather a little preliminary information. For $500. And breathable air. Gumbo Malone sighed, the sound swallowed by the oppressive heat. He picked up the cash. Screw professionalism. Screw common sense. Survival, and the avoidance of heatstroke-induced hallucinations came first. Malone Investigations had a new case. And possibly a new air conditioner. Chapter 5. Armed with $500 in potential air conditioning funds and a mandate from an anonymous, possibly dangerous benefactor, Gumbo Malone faced a stark reality. He had absolutely no idea how to investigate a serial killer. His 20 years at Sun Coast Insurance had prepared him for navigating mind-numbing bureaucracy, deciphering incomprehensible corporate jargon, and surviving potlucks featuring suspiciously beige casseroles. None of these skills seemed particularly relevant to proving the innocence of a confessed murderer known for his elaborate palm frond arrangements. His primary source of investigative knowledge, Gumbo reluctantly admitted to himself, came from binge-watching crime procedurals on Netflix during lonely evenings fueled by microwave dinners and low-level despair. He vaguely recalled detectives having intuitive leaps, engaging in high-speed chases, unlikely in his 10-year-old sedan with the capricious AC, and utilizing vast databases filled with instantly accessible forensic information. Gumbo had none of these things. He had a leaky boat, inflamed ankles, and dial-up speed internet access via a temperamental marina Wi-Fi signal that seemed to be powered by geriatric hamsters on rusty wheels. Still, a detective needed to detect. He fired up his old Sun Coast laptop, the one he'd conveniently forgotten to return in the chaos of his departure, not the bagged-up evidence one, waited patiently for the Wi-Fi hamsters to wake up, and opened a web browser. He stared at the blank search bar, momentarily stumped. What did detectives actually do first? He typed, "How to detective good." The search results were unhelpful. A mix of WikiHow articles on dressing like Sherlock Holmes, ads for mail-order private investigator courses promising certification in 6 weeks, guaranteed, and forums where people debated the best fictional detectives. Not quite the procedural deep dive he was hoping for. He tried again. Palm frond killer definitely for sure info. This yielded slightly better results, mostly links to breathless news articles from a year ago, recounting Teddy the Confessor Williams's arrest and confession. Lots of speculation about motive, grainy photos of the crime scenes discreetly blurred, much to Gumbo's frustration, and quotes from bewildered neighbors describing Teddy as quiet and a bit odd but harmless. Harmless except for, the alleged serial murdering. Nothing suggested Teddy didn't do it. Nothing supported the cryptic note currently weighing down his Hawaiian shirt pocket like a lead sinker. He tried refining his search, Was Teddy Williams innocent, maybe? The internet responded with condescending corrections. Did you mean Teddy Williams guilty? And links to Teddy's fan club pages. Apparently, even serial killers have fan clubs these days, and conspiracy theory websites suggesting the palm frond murders were actually committed by escaped circus chimps trained by rogue CIA agents. Gumbo sighed, closing the laptop lid. Clearly, Googling his way to the truth wasn't going to cut it. His Netflix-derived knowledge base seemed equally useless. None of the square-jawed TV detectives ever had to deal with spotty Wi-Fi or the existential dread induced by fire ant venom. He needed a new approach. He needed a murder board. He'd seen them on TV. Big corkboards covered in photos, newspaper clippings, maps, and pieces of yarn connecting suspects and victims in a visually dramatic web of intrigue. It looked professional. It looked like something a real detective would do. The problem was, he didn't have a corkboard, or much wall space that wasn't already occupied by mildew stains or questionable nautical decor. He did, however, have the boat's old navigation maps, large, detailed charts of the Florida coastline, mostly obsolete thanks to GPS, that the previous owner had left rolled up under a berth. Perfect. He unrolled one, a chart depicting the intricate network of channels and oyster bars around Cedar Key, and taped it precariously to the bulkhead using aging masking tape he found in a drawer. He printed out the grainy news photo of Teddy Williams and taped it in the center. He added the newspaper clipping. He carefully placed the actual palm frond nearby, securing it with another piece of tape that immediately failed, sending the frond fluttering to the floor. He retrieved it, tried again with more tape. It held barely. He stepped back to admire his handiwork. It looked pathetic. Less like a sophisticated investigative tool, and more like a kindergartner's art project gone tragically wrong. He needed more photos, more clippings, more yarn. Definitely more yarn. Where did detectives even get all that red yarn? Contemplating a career change to cartography, Gumbo? Or just finally lost your bearings completely? Gumbo jumped, startled. Standing in the companionway, silhouetted against the bright marina sunshine, was his boat neighbor. Margot Stingley was a woman who defied easy categorization. She was technically retired, but possessed more energy than most people half her age. Her hair, a vibrant shade of purple that seemed to change intensity depending on her mood, was piled loosely on her head. She favored brightly colored caftans and Birkenstock sandals, and perched regally on her shoulder, like a scaly emerald epaulette, was Kafka. Kafka was Margot's pet iguana. He was a sizable beast, nearly 3 feet long from snout to tail tip, with intelligent, unblinking eyes that seemed to regard the world with cynical amusement. Gumbo often suspected Kafka understood more English than he let on, judging by the way his head tilted during particularly stupid conversations Gumbo had with Flip Wiggins. Right now, Kafka's gaze seemed fixed on Gumbo's pathetic excuse for a murder board, his expression conveying what Gumbo interpreted as deep reptilian skepticism. Margot. Kafka. No, just thinking, Gumbo stammered, gesturing vaguely at his wall display. Margot stepped fully into the cabin, Kafka adjusting his position on her shoulder with a barely perceptible ripple of muscle. She surveyed the scene, the taped-up map, the forlorn photos, the drooping palm frond, Gumbo himself looking flustered and slightly pink from the still-broken AC. Thinking about the palm frond murders, I see, Margot observed, her voice calm and matter-of-fact. Teddy Williams. Gumbo's jaw dropped slightly. How did you? Margot smiled, a knowing glint in her eyes. Small marina, Gumbo. And your Wi-Fi search history isn't exactly encrypted, Fort Knox. Besides, she added, nodding towards the newspaper clipping, it's not hard to connect the dots. Especially when the dots include palm fronds. She reached out and gently touched the frond Gumbo had taped up. Interesting specimen. Looks like sable palmetto. You know about palm trees? Gumbo asked, bewildered. Spent 40 years as a research librarian for the University Botanical Gardens, Margot replied casually. You pick things up, like how to properly archive sensitive materials, access historical records, and tell a Phoenix canariensis from a Washingtonia robusta at 50 paces. She peered closer at Gumbo's laptop, still open to the conspiracy theory website. And I know that relying on Google searches like "How to Detective Good" is a recipe for misinformation and madness. Gumbo flushed. Okay, fine. I'm in over my head. He quickly explained about the wallet, the note, the cash, his reluctant acceptance of the case, conveniently omitting the part about the fire ants and the potential body disposal. No need to alarm Margot. Or Kafka. Margot listened patiently, stroking Kafka's scaly head. When Gumbo finished, she simply nodded. Teddy Williams. Always seemed unlikely to me. Too flamboyant. Too eager. The details he confessed always felt rehearsed. You think he's innocent? Gumbo asked, surprised. I think, Margot said carefully, that the official story has more holes in it than Flip Wiggins's fishing nets. If you're serious about looking into this, Gumbo, you need better resources than random internet garbage and bad TV tropes. Before Gumbo could respond, Margot was already taking charge. First that, she said, gesturing disdainfully at his map and tape creation. Needs structure. Real evidence, not just clutter. She rummaged in the large woven bag she always carried, the one Gumbo secretly suspected contained a pocket dimension, and produced several neat stacks of index cards, colored pens, pushpins, and improbably several balls of yarn in various colors. Actual murder board yarn. Second, she continued, pulling out a small, sleek tablet computer, you need archives. Real newspaper archives, police report summaries available through public records requests, things that require navigating actual databases, not just typing nonsense into a search bar. She tapped expertly on her screen. I still have access to quite a few academic and library networks. Consider me your cue, Gumbo. Minus the exploding pens. Probably. Over the next hour, Margot, with occasional silent input from Kafka, who seemed particularly interested in photos of the crime scenes, transformed Gumbo's chaotic corner into something resembling an actual investigation hub. She showed him how to organize facts on index cards, color-code potential leads, and use the yarn, red for confirmed connections, blue for speculative, yellow for unanswered questions, to link items on the map. She expertly navigated online archives, pulling up articles and reports Gumbo hadn't even known existed, printing key documents on a tiny portable printer she produced, seemingly from nowhere. As the makeshift murder board began to take shape, looking slightly less pathetic and slightly more purposeful, Gumbo felt a flicker of something he hadn't experienced since Suncoast offered early retirement buyouts: hope. Maybe, just maybe, with a purple-haired, iguana-toting ex-librarian archivist on his side, he might actually figure this thing out. Or at least, figure out how badly he was going to screw it up next. Kafka blinked slowly from Margot's shoulder, his gaze unreadable. Gumbo decided to interpret it as encouragement. Chapter 6. Armed with Margot Stingley's meticulously organized index cards, a burgeoning murder board that now looked vaguely professional, if slightly tilted due to the boat's list, and a profound sense of impending doom, Gumbo Malone knew his next step. If he was going to prove Teddy, the confessor Williams, didn't commit the palm frond murders, he probably needed to talk to the man himself. This presented a slight logistical challenge, given that Teddy currently resided in a maximum security state correctional facility several hours inland, a place not generally known for its welcoming atmosphere or walk-in visiting hours for unlicensed, boat-dwelling PIs. Margot, ever the pragmatist, had pointed out the flaw in simply showing up and asking to chat with a convicted serial killer. They tend to frown on that, Gumbo. Security protocols, tedious background checks. You'll be lucky if they let you pass the gift shop, assuming they even have one. So, how do I get in? Gumbo had asked, picturing impenetrable walls and guards with mirrored sunglasses and zero sense of humor. Margot tapped thoughtfully on her chin, Kafka adjusting his position on her shoulder like a living brooch. Journalist, she declared. They always let journalists in. They're desperate for publicity, even the bad kind. Makes them feel important. But I'm not a journalist, Gumbo protested. I'm an unemployed insurance manager living on a leaky boat, currently masquerading as a private investigator specializing in flamingo recovery and possibly wrongful conviction cases involving palm fronds. Details, Margot waved a dismissive hand. We'll make you one. And so began Operation Fake Journalist. Margot, utilizing the surprising resources available at the Cedar Key Marina's dusty, dial-up equipped business center, home of the occasionally working fax machine, had worked her magic. With Gumbo providing a suitably awkward photo booth picture, taken against a backdrop of faded plastic flamingos, ironically enough, Margot designed and printed a press badge that looked remarkably official, if slightly pixelated upon close inspection. It declared him Daniel Gumbo Malone, staff writer for a publication she'd invented on the spot, Florida Mystery Monthly. The magazine's fictional tagline, displayed proudly beneath his name, read, "Uncovering the Sunshine State's shadiest secrets." Think you can pull it off? Margot asked, handing him the laminated badge attached to a slightly too bright lanyard. Gumbo looked at the badge, then at his reflection in the business center's grimy window. He saw a middle-aged man whose face radiated mild panic, wearing a Hawaiian shirt that screamed tourist rather than hard-hitting investigative reporter. Honestly, he said, probably not. But I have $500 riding on this, and my air conditioning is still busted. 2 days later, after a nerve-wracking drive inland through miles of phosphate mines and billboards advertising cheap citrus and questionable reptile parks, Gumbo found himself standing in the sterile, echoing lobby of the Hendry County Correctional Institution. The air hummed with fluorescent lights and smelled faintly of disinfectant and despair. He clutched his fake press badge, trying to project an aura of journalistic confidence he absolutely did not feel. His palms were sweating. His ankles, thankfully less inflamed, but still sporting faint pinkish blotches from the fire ant attack, felt weak beneath him. He approached the bulletproof glass window, behind which sat a corrections officer who looked like he ate gravel for breakfast and journalists for lunch. The officer's name tag identified him as C.O. Dobson. His expression suggested extreme boredom bordering on menace. Name and purpose? Dobson grunted, not bothering to look up from the crossword puzzle he was attacking with vicious intensity. Malone. Daniel Malone, Gumbo stammered, fumbling with the lanyard. Staff writer for, Florida Mystery Monthly. He held up the badge, hoping Dobson wouldn't notice the slight blurriness of the font. Here to interview inmate Theodore Williams. Dobson finally looked up, his eyes scanning the badge with unnerving slowness. He grunted again, a sound that could have meant anything from okay to prepare for cavity search. He picked up a phone, mumbled into it, then slammed it down. Wait over there, he ordered, jerking a thumb towards a row of hard plastic chairs bolted to the floor. Gumbo waited. And waited. He watched visitors shuffle through metal detectors, listened to the clang of distant steel doors, and tried desperately not to look like a fraud impersonating a journalist to interview a serial killer he secretly suspected was innocent, based on an anonymous note and a bribe accepted out of desperation for air conditioning. His stomach churned. This was possibly the stupidest thing he had ever done, surpassing even the purchase of the second wind. Finally, another guard appeared, and led Gumbo through a series of clanging gates and sterile corridors that all looked depressingly identical. The air grew heavier, thick with the institutional tension of caged humanity. Eventually, they reached a small, bare room divided by thick plexiglass. On the other side, slouched in an orange jumpsuit that did nothing for his complexion, sat Teddy the Confessor Williams. Teddy looked smaller, less menacing than his newspaper photo. His wild eyes still darted around, but now they seemed less crazed and more bird-like, nervously taking everything in. He had a scraggly beard and radiated an aura of jittery energy. When he saw Gumbo, however, his face split into a wide, unnerving grin. "Well, well, the press," Teddy exclaimed, leaning towards the intercom speaker embedded in the plexiglass. "Come to hear all about it, have you? The master at work." Gumbo sat down, picking up the phone receiver on his side. "Mr. Williams," he began, trying to sound professional. "Daniel Malone, Florida Mystery Monthly. Thanks for seeing me. Call me Teddy." "Everyone does," Williams chirped, practically bouncing in his seat. He seemed genuinely delighted by the attention, like a child showing off a particularly gruesome finger painting. "So, what do you want to know? The fronds? The knots? My artistic process? I tailored each scene, you know. Reflected the victim's inner essence. It was very metaphorical." For the next 20 minutes, Teddy held court, bragging voluminously about his alleged crimes. He recounted details Gumbo recognized from Margot's research, but embellished them with dramatic flair, claiming insights into his victims' souls and waxing poetic about the symbolism of different palm species. He spoke with the breathless enthusiasm of an artist discussing his magnum opus, completely lacking any sense of remorse or gravity. He seemed utterly thrilled to have anyone, interested in his story. Gumbo listened, jotting down occasional notes, feeling increasingly uneasy. Teddy's narrative felt off, like he was reciting lines he'd memorized, adding little flourishes here and there. Based on Margot's files, Gumbo knew certain details Teddy mentioned had only been released after his confession, and some of his claims directly contradicted forensic evidence that had been deliberately withheld from the public. "Teddy," Gumbo interrupted gently, trying to channel the calm, probing style of his favorite TV detectives. "The third victim, Mrs. Pendergast. You said you used a specific type of fisherman's knot on the palm frond found at the scene. But the police report I reviewed indicated a simple granny knot." Teddy waved a dismissive hand. Details. "Artistic license, my boy," he declared grandly. "Sometimes you have to tweak reality for dramatic effect. The fisherman's knot just felt right for Agnes Pendergast. She had soulful eyes like a grouper." "And the frond itself," Gumbo pressed, remembering Margot's botanical expertise. "You described it as a royal palm frond. But the evidence photos clearly show sable palmetto." Teddy frowned, momentarily confused. "Royal sable, what's the difference? Green, leafy, pointy. It's the statement that matters. The artistic intent." The more Gumbo listened, the more convinced he became. Teddy Williams wasn't a calculating killer describing his handiwork. He was a performer reciting a script, desperately trying to keep his story straight, and reveling in the spotlight he'd created for himself. He hadn't committed these murders. The anonymous note was right. The guard reappeared, signaling the end of the interview. Gumbo thanked Teddy, who beamed and promised him an exclusive follow-up. "Big things coming. Movie rights. Maybe a line of collectible palm frond miniatures." Feeling bewildered and slightly nauseous, Gumbo followed the guard back out. Somewhere along the identical-looking corridors, however, he took a wrong turn. One gray door looked exactly like another. He found himself suddenly alone in a hallway he didn't recognize. Panic fluttered in his chest. He tried a door. Locked. Another. Locked. He heard faint murmuring from behind a third door, and desperate, pushed it open. He stumbled into a small room, where a dozen men in orange jumpsuits sat in a circle of plastic chairs, watched over by a tired-looking woman in civilian clothes. They all turned to stare at him. It appeared to be some kind of group therapy session. "Oh, sorry," Gumbo mumbled, backing away. "Wrong room." "Newcomer," the therapist asked kindly, adjusting her glasses. "Come on in, find a seat. We were just discussing coping mechanisms for institutional stress and unresolved workplace conflicts." Before Gumbo could fully process the situation, he found himself sinking into an empty chair. The man next to him nodded sympathetically. Maybe it was the lingering stress, the lack of air conditioning on his boat, or the sheer weirdness of interviewing a fake serial killer, but something inside Gumbo snapped. "Workplace conflicts," he heard himself say, his voice trembling slightly. "Yeah. 20 years I gave them. 20 years. And then Brenda from HR calls me in, talks about synergies and optimizing efficiencies, and bam. Escorted out like a criminal. And the cake. They spelled my name wrong on the cake." He poured out his story of corporate downsizing, the indignity of the Ziploc bag, the betrayal of the misspelled retirement cake. The inmates listened intently, nodding along. One guy patted his shoulder. "Happens to the best of us, man. The system grinds you down." Another chimed in, "You think you got downsized? Try getting busted for check kiting 2 days before your pension vests." Gumbo was just getting into the part about the exploding khakis when 2 bewildered guards materialized at the door, alerted by the therapist. They exchanged confused glances, then gently but firmly escorted the impromptu therapy participant, the fake journalist from Florida Mystery Monthly, out of the room and back towards the prison exit, leaving behind a circle of sympathetic convicts pondering the cruelties of middle management. Gumbo stumbled back out into the blinding Florida sunshine, his head spinning. He hadn't gotten concrete proof of Teddy's innocence, but the interview, combined with his accidental therapy session, left him more certain than ever. Teddy Williams was a fraud. And Gumbo Malone, the downsized, fire ant-bitten fake journalist Pi, was now officially involved in something far stranger and more dangerous than he could have ever imagined. He really needed to get that air conditioner fixed. Chapter 7. After the prison visit fiasco and the accidental group therapy confession, Gumbo decided a change of investigative scenery was in order. Poring over Margot's meticulously organized notes and the increasingly yarn-festooned murder map in the stifling heat of the second wind was giving him a headache and possibly mild cabin fever. He needed fresh air, a new angle, and maybe, just maybe, a location less likely to involve unsolicited encounters with convicted felons or judgmental iguanas. Margot's research indicated that one of the original palm frond murder victims, a retired accountant named Harold Pinsker, had been discovered artfully arranged amongst the dunes and sea oats on a relatively secluded stretch of beach just north of Cedar Key. It seemed as good a place as any to try and soak up some investigative atmosphere? Maybe channel the spirit of the crime. Gumbo wasn't entirely sure what he hoped to achieve, but sitting on the boat waiting for anonymous benefactors to slip more cash under his door felt counterproductive. Besides, Flip Wiggins had assured him that beaches are prime spots for detecting, lots of open space, good visibility, plus you can work on your tan. Armed with this questionable advice, a faded beach towel, a tube of SPF 50, a necessity for his rapidly retreating hairline, and the cheap plastic binoculars he'd acquired from Flip, distinct from the non-functioning night vision monocular, Gumbo headed north. He parked his sputtering sedan near a public access point marked by a weathered wooden sign and trudged through the soft sand towards the Gulf. The beach was typical Florida Gulf Coast, blinding white sand, shells crunching underfoot, gentle waves lapping at the shore, and the distant cries of seagulls fighting over discarded French fries. Tourists were sparse this far from the main town drag, mostly consisting of dedicated shell collectors hunched over the waterline like sunburnt gargoyles, and a few optimistic fishermen casting lines into the surf. Gumbo found a spot near the dunes, strategically positioning himself behind a clump of sea oats that offered marginal concealment. He spread out his towel, applied sunscreen with the diligence of a man terrified of melanoma, and settled in for some serious beach detection. He wasn't sure what that entailed. He raised the dollar store binoculars to his eyes. The cheap plastic lenses offered a distorted, slightly fish-eyed view of the world. He scanned the beach. Fishermen fishing. Shell collectors collecting shells. Waves waving. Nothing screamed, lingering clue from year-old murder. He focused on a sandpiper skittering along the water's edge. Maybe he could pretend to be a bird watcher if anyone asked what he was doing lurking in the dunes with binoculars. Yes, that sounded plausible. Ornithology. Very inconspicuous. He swept the binoculars further down the beach and froze. Standing near the high tide line, hands on her hips, staring out at the water with an air of intense concentration, was a woman. She wore practical khaki trousers rolled up to her calves, a simple blue button-down shirt, and sensible shoes that looked utterly out of place on a beach. Even from a distance, she radiated an aura of no-nonsense authority. Gumbo felt a prickle of recognition, amplified by a sudden jolt of panic. He knew that stance. He'd seen it in newspaper photos, accompanying articles about the palm frond case. That had to be Detective Sonia Martinez, the lead investigator on the original case. Okay, Gumbo, play it cool, he told himself. Be inconspicuous. Blend in. You're just a harmless bird watcher enjoying the coastal avian life. He lowered the binoculars slightly, trying to look casual, like he was merely appreciating the panoramic vista. Unfortunately, his attempt at nonchalance coincided with losing his balance in the soft sand. He stumbled forward, pinwheeling his arms wildly, the cheap binoculars flying from his grasp and landing silently in a patch of dune grass. His forward momentum carried him out from behind the sea oats and directly towards the object of his surveillance. Detective Martinez turned at the commotion, her expression shifting from contemplation to mild surprise, then to weary resignation as she took in the sight of a flustering Hawaiian shirt-clad man stumbling towards her like a runaway beach ball. Gumbo, desperate to salvage the situation and project an air of harmless eccentricity rather than incompetent stalking, decided to commit to his cover story. He stopped abruptly a few feet from her, adopting what he hoped was an enthusiastic, knowledgeable expression. "Remarkable," he exclaimed, pointing vaguely towards the water. "Absolutely remarkable sighting." Detective Martinez raised a skeptical eyebrow. She had sharp, intelligent eyes that missed nothing, and a demeanor that suggested she dealt with her fair share of Florida weirdness and was rarely impressed. "Remarkable sighting of what, exactly?" she asked, her voice dry. The piping plover," Gumbo declared, improvising wildly. He had no idea what a piping plover looked like, but it sounded vaguely ornithological. "Just now. Swooped right past. Magnificent plumage." Martinez's gaze flickered towards the empty stretch of water Gumbo was indicating, then back to him. "The piping plover," she repeated flatly. "Charadrius melodus. Endangered species. Primarily a winter resident here, and usually found foraging on open sandflats, not swooping over the open gulf. And their plumage is mostly sandy white and gray. Not exactly magnificent, unless you have a deep passion for camouflage." Gumbo's face fell. Of course, the actual detective would know actual facts about actual birds. His cover story dissolved faster than a snowball on Duval Street. "Oh," he mumbled. "Right. Must have been something else. A seagull, Maximus? Very rare." Martinez's lips twitched, threatening a smile. "Seagull, Maximus. Right." She crossed her arms. "Look, Mr. Malone," Gumbo supplied quickly. "Daniel Malone. But call me Gumbo." "Mr. Malone," she continued, ignoring the nickname. "This stretch of beach was a crime scene a year ago. The Harold Pinsker homicide. Part of the Palm Frond series. I still come out here, occasionally. To think. What brings you out here with your binoculars and your intense interest in non-existent birds?" Gumbo frantically searched his brain for a plausible lie. Before he could formulate one, fate, in the form of the Gulf of Mexico, intervened. A larger-than-average wave, perhaps sensing his acute social distress, surged up the beach. It washed around his ankles, cool and surprisingly strong. And then it retreated, pulling the sand out from under his feet and, more alarmingly, yanking decisively at his swim trunks. Gumbo had made a critical error earlier. Distracted by his mission and the general awkwardness of applying sunscreen in public, he hadn't tied the drawstring on his trunks securely. The wave's undertow exploited this weakness with ruthless efficiency. He felt a horrifying sensation of fabric sliding downwards. He looked down in time to see his faded, slightly too large swim trunks, patterned with cartoon sharks wearing sunglasses, making a bid for freedom, swirling away on the receding wave like a soggy, embarrassing flag of surrender. He yelped, instinctively clapping his hands over his now exposed Florida Gators boxer shorts, the same ones that had betrayed him during his corporate exit. He stood there, frozen in mortification, knee-deep in the surf, clad only in a loud Hawaiian shirt, boxer shorts featuring Albert the alligator, and a thick layer of rapidly dissolving dignity. Detective Martinez stared at him. Her initial expression of weary suspicion slowly morphed into one of pure, unadulterated amusement. A genuine smile broke through her professional reserve, quickly followed by a chuckle she tried, unsuccessfully, to stifle. "Well, Mr. Malone," she said, her voice shaking slightly with suppressed laughter. "That's certainly one way to study shorebirds. Full immersion method." Gumbo could only groan, his face burning hotter than the Florida sun. Martinez took pity on him. "Sort of. Look," she said, her amusement still evident. "I don't know who you are or what you're really doing here, but this isn't a game. The Palm Frond case might be closed according to the brass, but messing around crime scenes is a bad idea. Go home. Put some pants on." She unslung a small backpack, pulled out a compact beach towel, much nicer than Gumbo's faded one, and tossed it to him. "And stay out of police business." Gumbo caught the towel, fumbling slightly, and hastily wrapped it around his waist like a makeshift sarong. His trunks were now bobbing merrily about 10 yards out, heading towards Cuba. "Thanks," he muttered, utterly humiliated. "Don't mention it," Martinez said, her smile softening slightly into something resembling pity. "Just try not to flash any actual piping plovers, okay? They're endangered enough as it is." She gave him one last amused look, then turned and walked back towards the dunes, leaving Gumbo standing alone in the surf, towel-clad, trunkless, his cover blown, his dignity somewhere out in the Gulf Stream, and his career as a suave, inconspicuous private investigator looking increasingly like a wardrobe malfunction waiting to happen. He really needed to invest in swim trunks with a functional drawstring, and maybe stay away from beaches for a while. Chapter 8. Gumbo spent the next 24 hours attempting to maintain a low profile, which mostly involved hiding out on the second wind, nursing his wounded dignity, and trying to MacGyver a replacement drawstring for his remaining pair of swim trunks using fishing line and excessive optimism. His encounter with Detective Martinez had been bracing and profoundly embarrassing. While her amusement had been palpable, So had her warning, stay out of police business. Easier said than done, Gumbo thought glumly, staring at the murder board that now occupied a significant portion of his main cabin bulkhead. The cryptic note and the $500 felt like anchors, pulling him deeper into this mess whether he liked it or not. Plus, the air conditioning remained stubbornly non-functional, providing a constant, sweaty reminder of the bribe he'd accepted. He couldn't exactly back out now. He just needed to be subtler, less prone to accidental public nudity during encounters with law enforcement. His low-profile strategy was shattered by the blare of the cheap television bolted precariously above the galley counter. He'd been half watching a local news broadcast, mostly as background noise, while contemplating the structural integrity of his fishing line drawstring, when a breaking news banner flashed across the screen. "Tragedy has struck Levy County again today," the news anchor announced, her expression a practiced blend of solemnity and morbid excitement. "Authorities have discovered another victim bearing the chilling signature of the notorious palm frond killer." Gumbo froze, coffee cup halfway to his lips. Another victim? But Teddy Williams was securely locked away, presumably still workshopping anecdotes about the soulful eyes of groupers. The screen cut to shaky footage of a crime scene cordoned off with yellow tape. It appeared to be a roadside rest stop, picnic tables, vending machines, questionable restroom facilities. Paramedics wheeled a covered gurney towards an ambulance. And there, standing amidst the flashing lights and uniformed officers, looking grim and distinctly stressed, was Detective Sonia Martinez. Her usual composure seemed strained, her jaw tight, as she conferred with another officer. "While details are still emerging," the anchor continued, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper, "sources confirmed the presence of a palm frond at the scene, reminiscent of the killings attributed to Theodore the Confessor Williams last year. However," she leaned closer to the camera, "early reports suggest notable differences in the killer's methodology, leading some to question if this could be the work of a copycat, or perhaps," she paused dramatically, "something else entirely." Gumbo stared at the screen, his mind racing. A new killing. With differences. This changed everything. It wasn't just about proving Teddy innocent anymore. There was someone else out there, someone actively murdering people and using Teddy's signature as a twisted calling card. And Detective Martinez knew it, judging by the look on her face. He spent the rest of the day glued to the news, pacing the confines of his small cabin. Every local station rehashed the same scant details, speculating wildly. Was Teddy orchestrating killings from behind bars? Was it a deranged fan? A copycat killer trying to steal the spotlight? The uncertainty felt thick and suffocating, much like the air in his AC-deprived boat. Exhausted and anxious, Gumbo finally retreated to his cramped berth sometime after midnight, the boat rocking gently against the dock pilings. He drifted into an uneasy sleep, populated by images of grinning news anchors, stressed detectives, and palm fronds tied with ominous red string. He awoke abruptly in the pre-dawn gloom, not sure what had disturbed him. A noise. A feeling. Something felt off. The air in the cabin seemed different, carrying an unfamiliar scent beneath the usual notes of mildew and old fish. He sat up, straining his ears. Silence, except for the gentle lapping of water against the hull and the distant hum of the marina lights. He swung his legs over the side of the berth, and his bare foot landed on something gritty and damp. He fumbled for the cabin light switch. The floor was smeared with muddy footprints. Not his own sandy tracks from the beach fiasco. These were larger, deeper tread patterns, leading from the companionway steps, circling the main cabin, and heading back out. Someone had been inside the second wind while he slept. His heart hammered against his ribs. He scanned the cabin, eyes wide. Nothing immediately appeared missing. His laptop was still there. The murder board remained undisturbed. The half-eaten bag of stale pretzels sat accusingly on the counter. Then he saw it. On the galley table, placed squarely beside the defunct coffee maker, was half of a Cuban sandwich. A real Havana-style masterpiece: roast pork, ham, Swiss cheese, pickles, mustard, pressed perfectly on Cuban bread. Someone had apparently broken into his boat, prowled around while he slept just feet away, and stopped for a midnight snack. The sheer audacity of it was mind-boggling. And tucked under the uneaten half of the sandwich was another note. Same plain white paper, same blocky handwriting as before. The confessor is a fraud. Keep digging. Gumbo stared at the note, then at the sandwich, then at the muddy footprints leading away like phantom breadcrumbs. His anonymous contact had paid him another visit. A much more personal, much more intimidating visit. This wasn't just slipping an envelope under the door. This was entering his private space, leaving behind cryptic messages and half-consumed pork products. It was a power play. A warning. An encouragement? With creeps like this, it was hard to tell. A new determination solidified within him, overriding the fear. Okay, fine. They wanted him to keep digging. He would dig. But first, he needed evidence. Fingerprints. The intruder must have left prints on the sandwich wrapper, maybe the table, the door handle. His initial burst of enthusiasm quickly ran into the brick wall of his complete lack of forensic equipment or knowledge. He didn't have fingerprint powder, brushes, or lifting tape. What he did have was a nearly full container of unsweetened cocoa powder he'd bought, with ambitious plans to bake something. Plans that had died alongside his motivation somewhere around day 3 of boat ownership. He also had a roll of regular household Scotch tape. It would have to do. Channeling every detective show he'd ever seen, Gumbo carefully sprinkled cocoa powder over the smooth surface of the galley table where the sandwich had rested. He blew away the excess, squinting hopefully. Nothing. Just a brown smudge. He tried the door handle. More smudging. He tried the sandwich wrapper itself, managing only to coat the remaining half of the Cuban in a fine layer of bitter chocolate dust. This was not going as planned. Perhaps dusting wasn't his forte. He decided to try lifting potential prints anyway. Tearing off strips of Scotch tape, he carefully pressed them onto the cocoa-dusted surfaces, then stuck the tape strips onto the blank index cards Margot had given him. The results were underwhelming. The cards showed smudged brown shapes that looked less like fingerprints and more like abstract art created by a toddler with a chocolate bar. Frustrated, Gumbo left the cocoa powder container and the tape dispenser on the cockpit table while he went below deck to consult Margot's notes again, hoping for inspiration. He became engrossed in an old police report detailing the discovery of the first palm frond victim, trying to find discrepancies with Teddy's confession. He was startled back to the present by a sudden clattering sound from the cockpit, followed by excited chittering. Gumbo cautiously poked his head up the companionway steps. His cockpit had been invaded. A family of raccoons, 2 large adults and 3 smaller, impossibly nimble kits, were having an absolute field day. One adult raccoon had managed to pry the lid off the cocoa powder container and was currently attempting to bathe in it, emerging with a comical brown and white masked face. Another was systematically unspooling the Scotch tape, getting hopelessly tangled in the sticky mess. The kits were batting at the discarded index cards, chasing stray cocoa puffs, and attempting to pry open the bait cooler. They looked up at Gumbo, their dark eyes gleaming with mischievous intelligence, utterly unafraid. One of them held the remaining half of the chocolate-dusted Cuban sandwich triumphantly in its tiny paws. Gumbo groaned, slumping against the doorframe. Broken into by a mystery messenger, taunted with cryptic notes and half-eaten sandwiches, utterly failing at basic forensics, and now hosting an unauthorized raccoon party fueled by baking supplies in his cockpit. Malone Investigations was definitely getting to the bottom of something. He just wished it wasn't quite so sticky and involved fewer nocturnal mammals with a penchant for larceny and cocoa powder. He needed help. Professional help. Or at least, help from someone less likely to attract rabid wildlife. Maybe it was time to brave Detective Martinez again. Without the beach attire this time. Chapter 9. After the raccoon and cocoa powder incident, Gumbo reluctantly concluded that traditional forensic methods were likely beyond his skill set and budget. His anonymous benefactor hadn't left any convenient follow-up clues, apart from the lingering aroma of pressed pork and existential dread. Meanwhile, the news continued to buzz about the latest roadside rest stop murder, with pundits breathlessly debating the possibility of a palm frond copycat, leaving Detective Martinez looking increasingly haggard in brief televised glimpses. Gumbo needed a new lead, something less likely to involve nocturnal mammals or require dusting for anything other than cobwebs on his perpetually leaky boat. Salvation, as it often did these days, came in the form of Margot Stingley, accompanied by her stoic iguana Kafka. She arrived bearing lukewarm coffee. Gumbo's percolator remained stubbornly deceased, and a printout from an obscure corner of the internet. While you were battling the local wildlife and contemplating careers in abstract chocolate art, Margot announced, setting the coffee down next to Gumbo's collection of smudged index cards, I did some deeper digging into the ancillary characters surrounding Teddy Williams. Kafka blinked slowly from her shoulder, possibly judging Gumbo's housekeeping. Ancillary characters? Gumbo asked, grateful for the coffee, even if it tasted faintly of seaweed, as most things procured near the marina inevitably did. Fans, Margot clarified. Specifically, his fan club. Apparently, Teddy the Confessor has quite the devoted following online. Forums, newsletters, merchandise. Gumbo stared at her. Teddy Williams has a fan club. Indeed. Complete with a president, a woman named Linda Moskowitz. Margot tapped the printout. And according to this event schedule, the annual Florida CrimeCon is happening this weekend at a soul-crushingly generic convention hotel just outside of Orlando. Guess who's listed as a keynote speaker on the Psychology of Confession panel? Gumbo leaned closer. Not Teddy. No, he's rather inconveniently incarcerated, Margot said dryly. Linda Moskowitz, president of the Franz of Teddy fan club. Florida CrimeCon. Gumbo vaguely recalled seeing billboards for it along the interstate, usually featuring dramatic silhouettes, blood-spatter graphics, and promises of meeting D-list celebrities who'd once played a corpse on CSI, Tallahassee. It sounded like the seventh circle of hell, sponsored by energy drinks and featuring terrible panel discussions. You want me to go to a convention? Gumbo asked, horrified. Filled with true crime groupies? What am I supposed to do, get Teddy's autograph? No, Margot said patiently. You're supposed to talk to Linda Moskowitz. Find out what she knows. Fan club presidents, especially the obsessive ones, often know more than they let on. They collect information like librarians, actually. But with more questionable motives, and probably worse filing systems. She pointed to a detail on the printout. And apparently, Ms. Moskowitz is known for her distinctive jewelry. Gumbo squinted at the text. What jewelry? Margot smiled. Earrings. Made from miniature palm fronds. And so, Gumbo found himself driving his wheezing sedan towards Orlando, leaving the relative sanity of Cedar Key behind for the neon-lit, tourist trap purgatory of Central Florida. He felt deeply out of his element, armed only with a fresh supply of Malone Investigations cards, this time printed on slightly thicker cardstock, a truly regrettable floral shirt purchased on sale at a gas station, and a profound sense of dread. The convention hotel was exactly as soulless as Gumbo had anticipated, a sprawling beige monstrosity smelling faintly of chlorine and desperation. The Florida CrimeCon itself occupied several cavernous ballrooms, filled with rows of vendors hawking questionable merchandise, and crowds of attendees milling about with unnerving enthusiasm. Gumbo saw booths selling T-shirts emblazoned with serial killer mugshots, novelty evidence markers, autopsy-themed cocktail recipes, and guided tours of infamous Florida crime scenes. It was a carnival of the macabre, where tragedy was repackaged as entertainment, and Gumbo felt an urgent need to take a shower. He scanned the crowd, feeling overwhelmed. The attendees were a bizarre cross-section of humanity. Intense-looking women in black T-shirts debating forensic techniques, awkward men clutching true crime podcasts like holy texts, bored-looking spouses dragged along for the ride, and a surprising number of people dressed as famous murderers. Gumbo briefly locked eyes with a man sporting a disturbingly accurate Jeffrey Dahmer costume, and quickly looked away. He located the main ballroom just as a panel discussion titled Florida Man, Myth or Menace was letting out. And then he saw her. Standing near the stage, surrounded by a small group of acolytes hanging on her every word, was a woman with severely permed brown hair, oversized glasses, and an air of intense self-importance. And dangling from her earlobes, glinting under the harsh convention center lights, were tiny, intricately detailed palm fronds. Linda Moskowitz. Gumbo took a deep breath and approached, trying to look like he belonged there, a casual true crime enthusiast perhaps, not a down-on-his-luck pie, investigating a potential wrongful conviction linked to the very killer this woman idolized. "Excuse me, Ms. Moskowitz?" Gumbo said, trying to sound nonchalant. Linda turned, her eyes narrowing slightly behind her glasses. "Yes." "Big fan," Gumbo lied smoothly, gesturing vaguely. "Of your work. With the fronds of Teddy." Linda's expression softened immediately. She beamed, basking in the perceived admiration. "Oh, thank you. It's truly a labor of love. Keeping Teddy's legacy alive, you know. Ensuring the truth gets out." "Right, the truth," Gumbo nodded, choosing his words carefully. "About Teddy's brilliance. His artistry." "Exactly." Linda clasped her hands together. "Someone who finally understands. Most people just don't appreciate the depth, the symbolism." "Although," Gumbo interjected, lowering his voice slightly, "I have heard some whispers. People questioning things. Especially with this new killing." Linda's smile vanished, replaced by a sharp, defensive glare. "Whispers? What whispers?" "Lies spread by jealous detractors. Teddy is a genius. This new killer is just a pathetic copycat trying to ride his coattails." Her voice rose slightly, attracting glances from nearby attendees. Of course," Gumbo backtracked hastily. "Just repeating what I heard. Obviously, Teddy's the real deal." Linda seemed momentarily mollified, but her eyes remained suspicious. She looked him up and down, taking in his slightly too loud shirt and awkward demeanor. "And you are?" "Malone," Gumbo said, extending a hand and one of his new cards. "Daniel Malone. Call me Gumbo. Independent researcher. Very interested in Teddy's case." Linda took the card, glancing at it briefly before tucking it into her voluminous purse, which Gumbo noticed was also adorned with a small palm frond charm. She gave him a tight, dismissive smile. "Well, Mr. Malone, Gumbo, if you're truly interested in the truth, you should buy Teddy's official biography. Available at the merchandise booth. All proceeds go to his commissary fund." She turned back to her acolytes, clearly ending the conversation. Gumbo felt a surge of frustration. He hadn't learned anything, except that Linda Moskowitz was fiercely protective of Teddy's dubious legacy. As he turned to walk away, however, Linda suddenly brushed past him, ostensibly adjusting her purse strap. In that brief moment, she slipped a small folded piece of paper into his hand. "Call me," she whispered, her voice barely audible above the convention din, her eyes darting around nervously. "Tonight." After 10. I have insider information. Things the public doesn't know. Before Gumbo could react, she melted back into her circle of fans, resuming her lecture on Teddy's misunderstood genius. Gumbo stared at the folded paper in his hand. It contained only a phone number. Insider information. What was going on? 1 minute she was defending Teddy like a rabid wolverine. The next she was slipping him secret phone numbers. Feeling bewildered and slightly paranoid, Gumbo retreated to the hotel bar, a dimly lit oasis of overpriced drinks and vinyl banquettes offering refuge from the sensory overload of Florida CrimeCon. He needed a beer, and maybe some pretzels that weren't stale. As he nursed a shockingly expensive draft beer, trying to make sense of his encounter with Linda, he felt it. The unmistakable sensation of being watched. He casually scanned the room. Near the entrance, pretending to study a cocktail menu with intense concentration, stood a man. He was large, nondescript in a typically Florida way, except for one glaring detail: his tropical shirt. It was an explosion of clashing colors, neon pink flamingos mingling with electric blue marlins against a background of radioactive green palm trees. It was, Gumbo noted with a sinking feeling, significantly louder and more offensive than his own already questionable shirt. Gumbo looked away, pretending not to notice. He took another sip of beer. When he glanced back a minute later, the man was still there, now pretending to adjust his sunglasses, despite being indoors in a dimly lit bar. There was no doubt about it. He was being followed. First the anonymous notes, then the break-in, now a tale at a true crime convention. Things were definitely escalating. Gumbo suddenly felt very far from the relative safety of Cedar Key and his leaky boat. He finished his beer quickly, the expensive lager suddenly tasting like stale dread. He needed to call Linda. And he needed to figure out who the hell Loud Shirt Guy was, and why he was suddenly so interested in Daniel Gumbo Malone, independent researcher and accidental private eye. Chapter 10. Gumbo waited until precisely 10:03 p.m., giving Linda Moskowitz 3 extra minutes of dramatic tension he was sure she'd appreciate, before dialing the number she'd surreptitiously slipped him. He stood hunched in the dubious privacy of the hotel ice machine alcove down the hall from his room, the whirring and clanking providing marginal cover from any potential eavesdroppers, like, for instance, the large man in the offensively loud tropical shirt Gumbo had spotted lurking near the lobby bar earlier. He hadn't seen Loud Shirt Guy since leaving the bar, but the feeling of being watched lingered like the scent of stale beer and desperation. Linda answered on the first ring, her voice a low, conspiratorial whisper. "Is this Malone?" "Call me Gumbo," he replied automatically, then cringed. "Yes, it's me. You mentioned insider information." "Not here." "Not over the phone," Linda hissed. "Too risky. People listen. Walls have ears." Gumbo glanced nervously at the humming ice machine. Did ice machines have ears? In Florida, anything seemed possible. "Meet me tomorrow morning. 7 a.m. sharp. Gator Gus's Airboat Adventures. West of Yeehaw Junction. Ask for Swamp Pete. He's my cousin. He'll know what to do." Gator Gus's Airboat Adventures. Swamp Pete. Yeehaw Junction. It sounded less like a clandestine meeting and more like the setup for a particularly bad reality TV show. "Why all the cloak and dagger, Linda? What's going on?" "Can't talk now," she whispered urgently. "Just be there. If you really want the truth about Teddy and everything else." The line clicked dead. Gumbo stared at his phone. Everything else? What everything else? This was getting weirder by the minute. Still, Linda Moskowitz, despite her fervent public defense of Teddy the Confessor, was his only lead. besides the anonymous note leaver who communicated via half-eaten sandwiches. He didn't have much choice. The drive to Gator Gus's the next morning involved navigating pre-dawn Orlando traffic, a unique circle of hell involving suicidal commuters and confused tourists, and then heading south into the vast flat expanse that eventually bled into the Everglades watershed. Gator Gus's turned out to be less of an adventure hub and more of a dilapidated shack beside a muddy canal, adorned with faded signs promising thrilling encounters with wildlife and a sun-bleached plastic alligator wearing a jaunty, decomposing straw hat. A man leaned against an airboat that looked like it had been assembled from salvaged aircraft parts and held together with rust and sheer willpower. He was built like a cinder block wall, with a thick beard that seemed to be actively composting bits of yesterday's lunch, and wore greasy overalls despite the already oppressive heat. He squinted at Gumbo through eyes narrowed against the glare bouncing off the murky water. "You Malone?" the man grunted. His voice sounded like a bullfrog, gargling gravel. Yes. Gumbo. Linda sent me? Looking for Swamp Pete." The man spat a stream of brownish liquid into the canal. "Or looking at I am." He jerked his head towards the precarious-looking airboat. "Get in. Linda's waitin'." Gumbo cautiously climbed aboard, trying not to touch anything that looked actively infectious. Linda Moskowitz sat huddled in the front seat, wearing camouflage gear that seemed wildly inappropriate for someone who spent most of her time managing an online fan club. She clutched her purse with the palm frond charm like a life preserver and offered Gumbo a nervous, tight-lipped smile. Without another word, Swamp Pete fired up the airboat's massive engine. The roar was deafening, obliterating all possibility of conversation. The boat surged forward, skimming across the dark water, sending spray arcing outwards. They plunged into a labyrinth of mangrove tunnels and sawgrass prairies, the landscape flattening into an endless expanse of water, sky, and whispering reeds. Herons took flight, startled by their noisy passage. A turtle slid off a log with an indifferent plop. The air grew thick, humid, buzzing with insects Gumbo preferred not to identify. After about 20 minutes of high-speed, ear-splitting travel, Swamp Pete cut the engine abruptly. The sudden silence was almost as jarring as the noise. They drifted to a stop beside a small, muddy island, barely more than a hump of earth held together by tangled mangrove roots rising a foot or two above the waterline. "Here," Swamp Pete grunted, gesturing vaguely at the tiny island. "Best place to talk. Private." Linda scrambled out onto the muddy bank, Gumbo following reluctantly. Before he could ask why they needed this much privacy, Swamp Pete gunned the engine again. With a final, inscrutable nod, he spun the airboat around and roared back the way they came, disappearing into the maze of waterways, leaving Gumbo and Linda stranded on the minuscule island. Linda," Gumbo said, trying to keep the panic out of his voice. "Is he coming back?" Linda wrung her hands, avoiding his gaze. "He had another charter," she mumbled unconvincingly. "He'll be back. Eventually." Gumbo looked around. They were surrounded by dark, still water. The air was thick with the smell of mud and decaying vegetation. Nothing moved, except the relentless drone of insects. And then he saw them. Eyes. Unblinking, reptilian eyes, just visible above the water's surface. Not one pair, but several. Alligators. Circling the tiny island with lazy, primeval patience. "Okay, Linda," Gumbo said, his voice tight. "Eventually isn't really cutting it right now. What the hell is going on? Why strand us out here?" Linda finally looked at him, her face pale, her eyes wide with fear. Fear not just of the alligators, Gumbo suspected, but of whatever secret she was harboring. "Because I had to tell you," she whispered, her voice trembling. "Away from everyone. Teddy didn't do it. He didn't kill those people." Gumbo nodded slowly. I know. Or at least, I strongly suspect. The anonymous notes I've been getting say the same thing. Linda's eyes widened further. You've been getting notes too. And my wallet returned, and my boat broken into. Someone wants me to prove Teddy's innocent. It wasn't me. Linda insisted quickly. I swear. But they're right. Teddy couldn't have killed Harold Pinsker, the accountant on the beach. Or Mrs. Pendergast. How do you know? Gumbo pressed. Linda took a deep breath, tears welling in her eyes. Because I was with him, she choked out. On the night Harold Pinsker disappeared. The whole night. Gumbo stared at her. You were Teddy's alibi? Yes. But we couldn't tell anyone. We couldn't go to the police. Why not? If you could clear his name. Linda hugged herself, rocking back and forth slightly. The circling alligators seemed to edge closer. Because what we were doing, it wasn't exactly legal. Gumbo waited. Illegal, how? Reptiles, Linda whispered, glancing nervously towards the water. Exotic reptiles. Very rare. Very restricted. We were supposed to be meeting a buyer, out near Fakahatchee Strand. A private collector. Big money. Teddy. Teddy needed the cash. He gets these ideas. So, Teddy the confessed serial killer was actually involved in black market reptile smuggling on the night one of his supposed victims was murdered. It was, Gumbo reflected, depressingly believable in the context of Florida weirdness. So you provided Teddy with an alibi for Pinsker's murder, but you couldn't use it because you were both committing a different felony at the time. Gumbo summarized. Linda nodded, miserably. The buyer never showed. We waited for hours. Then, when the news broke about Pinsker, and later when Teddy confessed, I didn't know what to do. If I told the truth, we'd both go to jail for the smuggling. Teddy seemed happy almost. Famous. He made me promise to keep quiet. And the other murders? Gumbo asked. Mrs. Pendergast. I wasn't with him then, but... Linda hesitated. There were inconsistencies. Things he said in his confession that didn't match details only the killer would know. Details someone must have fed him. Before Gumbo could ask who might have fed Teddy information, a new sound intruded, the growing roar of another airboat engine. But this one sounded different, higher-pitched, and accompanied by laughter. A large, gleaming white airboat, significantly fancier than Swamp Pete's rust bucket, burst out of a nearby channel and skidded to a halt near their island refuge. It was packed with tourists, all wearing identical bright yellow life vests and wielding cameras with lenses the size of coffee cans. They were uniformly Japanese, chattering excitedly and pointing not at the circling alligators, but directly at Gumbo and Linda. The airboat pilot, a young man with bleached blonde hair and a microphone headset, grinned broadly. And here we have it, folks, he announced, his voice booming over a loudspeaker system. A rare treat today. Authentic Florida swamp people in their natural habitat. See the rugged determination. The sun-weathered skin. Truly, a glimpse into a vanishing way of life. The tourists erupted in a frenzy of clicking shutters and excited shouts. Several waved enthusiastically. Gumbo and Linda stared, dumbfounded. Are they talking about us? Gumbo asked incredulously. Give us a wave, folks, the pilot encouraged. Show our guests from Tokyo some real Florida hospitality. One of the tourists, a small elderly woman, leaned precariously over the side of the airboat, holding out a selfie stick. Please. Picture. Swamp people, she chirped brightly. Linda looked utterly horrified. Gumbo, however, saw an opportunity. Hey, he yelled at the pilot, waving frantically. "Can you give us a lift? Our transport seems to have abandoned us." The pilot adjusted his headset, momentarily confused. "You mean you're not part of the interpretive wildlife display?" "No," Gumbo shouted, dodging a particularly bold mosquito. "We're stranded and surrounded by things that want to eat us." He pointed emphatically at the nearest alligator, which chose that moment to open its formidable jaws in what might have been a yawn, but looked remarkably like an appetizer request. Realization dawned on the pilot's face, followed by mild panic. He quickly conferred with his passengers in broken English and rapid-fire Japanese. A moment later, he maneuvered the airboat closer. "Okay, hop on. Quickly. Adds to the adventure, right folks?" he yelled to his bewildered tour group. Gumbo and Linda scrambled aboard, helped by several eager tourists who seemed thrilled by this unexpected interactive element. As the airboat roared away from the tiny island, Gumbo looked back just in time to see several large alligators sliding effortlessly onto the muddy bank they had just vacated. He collapsed onto a seat between two smiling tourists who immediately tried to show him photos on their digital cameras. Linda huddled miserably in the corner, looking like she wanted the swamp to swallow her whole. Gumbo had confirmed Teddy Williams was innocent of at least one murder, learned about his side hustle in illegal reptiles, and been rescued from becoming alligator chow by a Japanese tour group who mistook him for a wildlife exhibit. Just another Tuesday in Florida, apparently. He wondered if Loud Shirt Guy had an alibi for the past few hours. And more importantly, where the hell was Yeehaw Junction from here? Chapter 11. Gumbo Malone finally made it back to the relative sanctuary of the Cedar Key Marina under the cover of darkness, smelling faintly of Everglades mud, diesel fumes, and the cheap air freshener favored by Japanese tour bus operators. His impromptu airboat adventure with Linda Moskowitz had yielded valuable intel, confirmation of Teddy's innocence in at least one murder, and a bizarre backstory involving illicit reptile trafficking, but had also left him feeling more paranoid than ever. Being mistaken for a swamp exhibit tended to have that effect. He still hadn't shaken the feeling he was being watched, occasionally catching glimpses of loud, tropical shirts lurking just at the edge of his peripheral vision during the long, awkward bus ride back from wherever Yeehaw Junction adjacent the tour group had deposited him. Back aboard the Second Wind, the oppressive heat was a familiar enemy. The murder board, now adorned with a hastily scribbled note about Linda M. reptile alibi, Fakahatchee Strand, seemed to mock him in the dim cabin light. He desperately needed a shower. The marina facilities weren't exactly spa quality. Cinder block construction, perpetually damp concrete floors, temperamental water pressure, and a rotating cast of eight-legged cohabitants, but they offered the promise of hot water and the potential removal of swamp residue. Armed with a threadbare towel, a sliver of soap, and his cell phone, just in case Linda called back with more coherent information, or maybe his anonymous benefactor decided to text instead of leaving sandwich fragments, Gumbo trudged down the dock towards the shower block. It was late, well past midnight, and the marina was quiet except for the creaking of boats, the distant slap of water against pilings, and the occasional drunken shout from the direction of the salty Pelican. He locked himself in one of the shower stalls, a space slightly larger than a phone booth with mildewed tiles and a drain that looked suspiciously clogged. He turned on the faucet, wincing as a blast of icy water assaulted him before reluctantly warming to a lukewarm trickle. Sighing, he began to scrub away the grime and anxiety of the day. The warm water felt good, almost decadent after the stifling heat of the boat. He closed his eyes, letting the weak stream cascade over his head, momentarily forgetting about fake confessors, real killers, loud shirt guys, and fan club presidents with dubious alibis. It was then, eyes still closed, soap sliding down his back, that his cell phone, perched precariously on the small shelf above the shower head, began to ring. The tinny electronic ringtone sounded jarringly loud in the small, echoing space. Gumbo fumbled for the phone, squinting through soap and water. Unknown number. Probably a wrong number, or maybe Flip Wiggins calling from the tiki bar after one too many swamp waters. He swiped to answer, holding the phone awkwardly to his ear while trying not to drop the soap. "Hello," he said, water dripping into the receiver. A voice answered, low and distorted, like someone speaking through a cheap voice modulator, or maybe gargling gravel while talking into a fan. "Is this Malone Investigations?" the voice rasped, each syllable dripping with electronic menace. Gumbo's blood ran cold, instantly canceling out the warmth of the shower. This wasn't Flip. This wasn't Linda. This sounded wrong. Deeply wrong. Yes," he managed, his voice cracking slightly. "Who is this?" "Never mind who this is," the distorted voice hissed. "What matters is who I am. I am the artist. The true artist. Not that pathetic fraud Williams." Gumbo's heart hammered against his ribs. The anonymous note leaver. The person who broke into his boat. The real palm frond killer? Calling him? Now, while he was naked in a public shower. "He steals my work," the voice continued, rising in pitch, the electronic distortion making it sound like an enraged robot. "My installations. My vision. That confessor. He takes credit for my art. He doesn't understand the symbolism, the delicate balance, the aesthetic statement." Gumbo tried to process this. The killer wasn't motivated by bloodlust or revenge, but by artistic outrage. He was offended that Teddy Williams was getting credit for his murder masterpieces. It was simultaneously terrifying and utterly, absurdly Floridian. "Okay," Gumbo said carefully, trying to keep his voice steady despite the fact he was standing naked and dripping in a mildewed stall talking to a likely serial killer. "So, you're saying Teddy didn't do it?" "Of course he didn't do it, you idiot," the voice snarled. "He couldn't arrange a convincing floral display, let alone conceptualize the Pendergast tableau. That required sensitivity, nuance, a deep understanding of negative space. He probably thinks chiaroscuro is an Italian dessert." It was at that precise moment, as Gumbo was trying to formulate a response that wouldn't further enrage the artistically sensitive murderer on the other end of the line, that he saw it. Clinging silently to the tile wall, directly beside the door handle, illuminated by the single bare bulb overhead, was a spider. Not just any spider. This was a huntsman spider. A Florida huntsman spider. Which meant it was roughly the size of Gumbo's outstretched hand, hairy, brown, and possessed of far too many legs, all of which seemed poised to scuttle with terrifying speed. Its multiple eyes gleamed beadily in the dim light, seemingly fixed directly on Gumbo. Now, Gumbo Malone nurtured a healthy respect for most of Florida's creepy-crawly inhabitants. Alligators, snakes, even the occasional scorpion. He could handle those with a certain degree of Floridian stoicism. Spiders, however, were different. Large spiders, in particular, triggered a deep, primal, paralyzing arachnophobia that reduced him to a quivering puddle of incoherent terror. He froze, soap forgotten, phone pressed numbly to his ear. The spider didn't move. It just sat there, between him and the only exit, radiating pure, eight-legged malevolence. "Are you listening to me?" the distorted voice demanded from the phone. "This is important. My legacy is at stake." Gumbo couldn't speak. He could only stare at the monstrous arachnid blocking his escape route. A small, involuntary whimper escaped his lips. "What was that?" the caller asked, the electronic voice sharpening. "Are you afraid?" Gumbo tried to say, "No, it's just a spider," but what came out was a strangled, high-pitched squeak of pure, unadulterated terror. He squeezed his eyes shut, picturing the spider launching itself through the air, landing on his face, hairy legs scrambling. "Yes," the voice on the phone hissed, a note of satisfaction creeping through the distortion. "Yes, you understand. You feel it. The awe. The power. Good. Very good." Gumbo, still paralyzed by arachnophobia, let out another pathetic whimper, followed by a series of short, panicked gasps as he imagined the spider rappelling down from the ceiling on a strand of silk. The killer on the phone seemed to interpret these sounds of Gumbo's spider-induced meltdown as an appropriate reaction to speaking with a dangerous criminal mastermind. "Impressive," the voice purred. "Most people just bluster or hang up. But you have the proper respect. The proper fear. Perhaps you are the one to understand my work after all. Perhaps you are worthy of documenting the truth." Gumbo, meanwhile, was hyperventilating, his gaze locked on the fuzzy behemoth guarding the door handle. He was trapped between a serial killer on the phone and a Lovecraftian horror on the wall. "I will prove it to you," the caller declared, apparently mistaking Gumbo's terrified silence for rapt attention. "I will prove that Williams is a fraud, and I am the master. I will send you proof. Something undeniable. Something artistic. Expect a delivery." Before Gumbo could utter another terrified squeak, the line clicked dead. He was left standing in the lukewarm water, phone still pressed to his ear, heart pounding, naked, alone, and utterly trapped by a spider the size of a dessert plate. He stayed frozen for what felt like an eternity, locked in a silent standoff with the arachnid. Finally, summoning every ounce of courage he possessed, which wasn't much, Gumbo took a deep breath. He slid the phone back onto the shelf. He turned off the water. He grabbed his towel. And then, moving with excruciating slowness, he reached for the door handle, keeping his eyes firmly fixed on the spider, praying it wouldn't choose that moment to make a sudden move. His fingers brushed the cool metal. The spider twitched one hairy leg. Gumbo flinched violently, stumbling backward against the wet tile wall. He stayed there, breathing hard, until with agonizing slowness the spider finally scuttled upwards, disappearing into a crack near the ceiling. Gumbo didn't hesitate. He yanked the door open, bolted out of the shower block, and didn't stop running until he was safely locked back inside the second wind, towel clutched around him, heart threatening to beat its way out of his chest. He just had a conversation with the real palm frond killer. A killer who thought Gumbo was impressed by his fearful respect, rather than simply paralyzed by a massive spider. A killer who was now planning to send him proof. Gumbo collapsed onto the settee, ignoring the sticky vinyl. What kind of artistic proof did a serial killer send? Another palm frond? A severed ear? A strongly worded critique of Teddy Williams's technique? Whatever it was, Gumbo had a terrible feeling it wasn't going to fit in an envelope. And it definitely wasn't going to help him sleep any better. He suddenly missed the days when his biggest problem was a misspelled retirement cake. Chapter 12. Gumbo spent the night after the chilling phone call and the traumatic spider encounter oscillating between states of near-paralyzing anxiety and sheer exhaustion. Sleep was elusive, punctuated by phantom phone rings and the imagined skittering of oversized arachnids. Every creak of the boat, every splash against the hull, sounded like the impending arrival of the artistic killer, coming to deliver his promised proof. Gumbo half expected to wake up and find a tastefully arranged, severed appendage sitting on his galley counter next to the defunct coffee maker. By morning, fueled by nervous energy and approximately 0 hours of actual rest, Gumbo knew he couldn't just hide on the boat waiting for the other shoe or severed body part to drop. He needed caffeine. He needed food. He needed waffles. Wednesday was all-you-can-eat waffle day at the Cedar Key Marina Clubhouse restaurant, the Captain's Galley. It was a local institution, a weekly pilgrimage for marina residents, fishermen, and assorted Cedar Key characters drawn by the siren song of unlimited batter, questionable toppings, and the chance to gossip over plates piled high with golden brown deliciousness. For $5.99, it was arguably the best deal and potentially the highest carb meal in town. Usually, Gumbo avoided it, preferring the relative anonymity of his boat, but today the promise of cheap, plentiful comfort food felt like a necessity for survival. He shuffled into the captain's galley, which bustled with the cheerful clatter of plates and the sizzle of waffle irons. The decor was aggressively nautical. Fishing nets draped from the ceiling, mounted fish displaying expressions of perpetual surprise, tables laminated with faded navigation charts. Gumbo grabbed a plate and got in line, trying to ignore the sympathetic glances from fellow marina dwellers who had undoubtedly heard about his recent raccoon infestation via the relentlessly efficient marina grapevine. He loaded his plate with 2 waffles, a precarious scoop of unnaturally red strawberry topping, a dollop of aerosolized whipped cream that deflated sadly almost immediately, and several strips of bacon that managed to be both burnt and greasy. Finding an empty table in the corner, Gumbo hunched over his breakfast bounty, preparing to inhale it like a pelican swallowing a mullet. "Mind if I join you, Mr. Malone?" Gumbo looked up, startled, his fork halfway to his mouth. Standing beside his table, holding a coffee mug, and looking entirely too alert for this early hour, was Detective Sonia Martinez. Today she wore civilian clothes, jeans and a simple gray t-shirt, but she still radiated an unmistakable aura of authority that made Gumbo instinctively want to hide his syrup-drenched waffles. "Detective Martinez," Gumbo stammered, hastily swallowing a mouthful of waffle. No, not at all. Please." He gestured awkwardly at the empty chair opposite him. Martinez sat down, placing her mug on the table. She eyed Gumbo's overflowing plate with a flicker of amusement. "Hitting the waffle bar hard today, I see." "Stress eating," Gumbo mumbled defensively. "Long night." "I imagine," Martinez said, her gaze sharp and direct. "Considering the events of the past few days." Gumbo froze. "Events?" he asked, trying to sound innocent. Martinez took a slow sip of her coffee. "Let's dispense with the charade, shall we, Mr. Malone? Or should I call you Gumbo, like your business cards say?" Gumbo winced. She knew about the cards. Of course she knew. She was a detective. He was an idiot who dropped his wallet at a potential crime scene. "I know you're not a journalist for the non-existent Florida Mystery Monthly," Martinez continued, her voice low and even. "I know you didn't just happen to be studying shorebirds near the Pinsker crime scene the other day before your unfortunate swimwear malfunction." She paused, letting the silence hang. "And I know you spent 20 years pushing paper as a mid-level manager at Suncoast Insurance in Tampa until they strategically realigned you right out the door about 2 weeks ago." Gumbo stared at her, his appetite vanishing completely. She knew everything. His carefully constructed, and admittedly flimsy, cover identity lay in ruins around his waffle-laden plate. He felt a surge of panic. Was she here to arrest him for interfering with an investigation? Impersonating a journalist? Public indecency? His mind raced through the possibilities, each one more humiliating than the last. "How?" he began, but Martinez cut him off. "It's my job to know things, Mr. Malone. A few phone calls, a background check. It wasn't exactly cracking the Enigma code. Your severance package probably hasn't even cleared yet. And here you are, playing detective in Cedar Key, asking questions about Teddy Williams showing up at old crime scenes." She leaned forward slightly. "The question isn't how I know. The question is why." Gumbo looked down at his congealing waffles. He could lie, try to bluff his way out, but what was the point? She clearly had him dead to rights. He sighed, defeated. It's complicated, he admitted. Try me, Martinez said, her expression unreadable. Hesitantly at first, then with growing urgency, Gumbo told her. Not everything. He omitted the killer's late-night phone call and the spider incident, figuring that might stretch credibility even for Florida, but he told her about the wallet, the anonymous notes insisting on Teddy's innocence, the cash, Linda Moskowitz's contradictory behavior, her claim of an alibi involving illegal reptile smuggling. He laid it all out, figuring he had nothing left to lose except possibly his freedom and the rest of his breakfast. Martinez listened patiently, her eyes never leaving his face. When he finished, she didn't immediately reach for handcuffs or call for backup, which Gumbo took as a tentatively positive sign. Instead, she took another slow sip of coffee, seemingly lost in thought. Reptile smuggling, she murmured finally, a small wry smile playing on her lips. Somehow, that doesn't surprise me when Teddy Williams is involved. She looked back at Gumbo, her expression sobering. You realize you've stumbled into something dangerous, right? You're not playing make-believe detective anymore. There was another murder. Someone is actively killing people and trying to frame Williams or at least muddy the waters. I know, Gumbo said quietly. That's why I kept going. It felt wrong. Teddy might be a lot of things, but listening to him in that prison. He didn't do it, Martinez finished for him, her voice barely above a whisper. Gumbo looked up, surprised. I've suspected it for a while, she admitted, swirling the coffee in her mug. There were always inconsistencies in the original investigation. Things that didn't add up, details Teddy knew that were never released to the public. Someone coached him, fed him information. My anonymous note sender? Gumbo suggested. Possibly. Or possibly the person who really committed the murders back then. Or this new killer. Or maybe they're all connected somehow. She sighed, rubbing her temples tiredly. The brass considers the Pomfron case closed. They love Teddy's confession, neat, tidy, wrapped up with a bow. Reopening it officially? Questioning the conviction? That's political suicide, especially with this new killing looking like a copycat. She looked directly at Gumbo, a new intensity in her eyes. But I can't just let it go. Not if someone else is still out there. And not if Williams, pathetic as he is innocent. She leaned closer. You, Mr. Malone, are an unregistered, unlicensed, uninsured civilian who has been interfering with multiple potential crime scenes. Technically, I should arrest you. Gumbo braced himself. But, Martinez continued, a hint of steel entering her voice, you also seem to have stumbled onto information I don't have access to through official channels. You've got an inside line, however strange, to someone who knows more than they're telling. And you have the unique advantage of being completely off the official radar. She offered a tentative proposal. I can't officially deputize you, and I certainly can't condone most of what you've done so far. But if you share everything you find, every note, every weird phone call, every conversation with reptile smuggling fan club presidents, maybe I can share some insights from the official case files. Off the record. We help each other. Unofficially. Gumbo stared at her. A wary alliance. Working, however loosely, with an actual detective. It was terrifying and exhilarating all at once. Okay, he said slowly. Okay. I'm in. They shook on it, a brief, slightly awkward handshake across the sticky syrup-smeared table. A fragile truce, born of mutual desperation and the shared weirdness of the situation. Their moment of clandestine agreement was shattered by a sudden, ear-splitting crash from the direction of the buffet line, followed by shouts of alarm and the unmistakable sound of shattering crockery. Gumbo and Martinez spun around. Standing amidst the wreckage of the waffle station, surrounded by overturned chafing dishes, scattered fruit toppings, and horrified onlookers, was Flip Wiggins. He stood triumphantly beside his golf cart, which was now parked inside the restaurant, having apparently smashed through a plate glass window, clutching several fistfuls of plastic single-serving maple syrup packets to his chest like stolen jewels. "Morning, Gumbo." "Detective," Flip bellowed cheerfully, oblivious to the chaos he'd caused or the horrified stares of the restaurant staff. "Just borrowing a little liquid gold for the boat. Waffle Wednesday." He winked, stuffed the syrup packets into the golf cart's basket alongside a rusty anchor and what looked like a conch shell, and attempted to execute a hasty three-point turn, nearly taking out a waitress carrying a tray of orange juice. Martinez closed her eyes, pinching the bridge of her nose. Gumbo just stared, speechless. Working together. Officially. In Cedar Key. With characters like Flip Wiggins providing the background chaos. Gumbo had a feeling their wary alliance was going to be even more complicated and potentially more dangerous than dealing with artistic serial killers or giant spiders. He suddenly wished he'd ordered more waffles. He was going to need the energy. Chapter 13. After Flip Wiggins was eventually persuaded, with considerable effort involving the restaurant manager, 2 burly line cooks, and the threat of involving actual law enforcement, to vacate the captain's galley via the door instead of the window he'd created, Detective Martinez led Gumbo away from the scene of the great syrup heist. The fragile truce they'd established over lukewarm waffles felt even more tenuous amidst the lingering chaos of Flip's breakfast raid. "Welcome to my world," Martinez muttered, steering Gumbo towards a nondescript sedan parked discreetly near the marina office, where golf cart buffet assaults are just part of the Wednesday morning routine. Gumbo, still slightly stunned by Flip's casual disregard for property laws and basic vehicular safety, could only nod mutely. His brief foray into the world of private investigation was proving far more hazardous and, frankly, weirder than any actuarial table could have predicted. Martinez drove them away from the waterfront, towards the small, sun-baked building that served as the Cedar Key substation for the Levy County Sheriff's Department. It wasn't exactly the gleaming, high-tech headquarters Gumbo was used to seeing on TV crime dramas. It looked more like a repurposed dental office, complete with faded paint, hurricane shutters permanently fixed in the mostly closed position, and a general air of weary resignation. Inside, the air hung thick and still. The central air conditioning, much like Gumbo's own aboard the Second Wind, appeared to have given up the ghost sometime during the Nixon administration. Oscillating fans stirred the humid air with frantic inefficiency, creating little vortexes of warm dust. Martinez led him down a short hallway lined with peeling posters about boating safety and hurricane preparedness to a door marked simply Martinez. Her office was compact, cramped even. It seemed less like a workspace and more like a storage closet that had reluctantly accepted a desk and chair as long-term tenants. File boxes threatened to avalanche from precarious stacks in every corner. The single window looked out onto a brick wall. The desk itself was buried under teetering piles of folders, crime scene photos pinned haphazardly to a corkboard, and enough empty styrofoam coffee cups to construct a small raft. "Home sweet office," Martinez said wryly, clearing a stack of files off a rickety folding chair. "Have a seat. Try not to disturb the delicate ecosystem." Gumbo perched gingerly on the edge of the chair, feeling large and clumsy in the confined space. His Hawaiian shirt, already loud by conventional standards, seemed to positively vibrate with offensive cheerfulness against the drab, bureaucratic backdrop. Martinez retrieved a thick, worn manila folder labeled Williams Theodore Homicide, palm frond series from a locked filing cabinet. She dropped it onto the small clear space on her desk with a thud that sent dust motes dancing in the air stirred by the wheezing fan. "All right, Malone," she said, pulling her own chair closer. "You wanted insight? Here it is. The official palm frond murders file. Feast your eyes." For the next hour, Martinez walked Gumbo through the case, spreading crime scene photos, autopsy reports, witness statements, and forensic analyses across the already cluttered desk. Seen together, the evidence against Teddy Williams looked damning. His confession was detailed, hitting many key points. He'd known the locations, the specific, if occasionally misidentified, types of palm fronds used, the general manner in which the victims were found. Several witnesses placed him near some of the locations around the times of the murders, though none were definitive sightings. On paper, it seemed like a slam dunk. "Looks pretty convincing," Gumbo admitted, feeling a familiar sense of unease creeping back. Maybe Teddy had done it, and Linda was just a delusional fan covering for him, reptile smuggling notwithstanding. "On the surface, yes," Martinez agreed, tapping a crime scene photo showing an elaborately arranged frond. "But look closer." Teddy confessed to using complex nautical knots to tie the fronds. "We found mostly simple granny knots, like you pointed out." He described specific items left at scenes, items that were never released to the public, documented only in internal reports. How did he know about the specific brand of cheap rum found near the Pinsker scene? Or the victim's unusual keychain, found at the Pendergast location? "Someone told him," Gumbo breathed, remembering Linda's hesitant admission. "Exactly," Martinez nodded. "Someone fed him details, just enough to make the confession stick, but not enough to get everything right. The question is who? And why frame Teddy Williams, of all people?" They discussed theories. Was the real killer trying to pin it on an easy target? Was there an accomplice? Was Teddy's handler the same person committing the new murders? The air in the tiny office grew thick with unanswered questions and the stale smell of old coffee. Their brainstorming session was abruptly interrupted by a sharp rap on the doorframe. Standing there, filling the doorway, was a large man with a florid face, a tight collar straining against a thick neck, and an expression that suggested he'd just swallowed a particularly sour lemon. He wore a crisp uniform adorned with captain's bars, and his eyes, small and suspicious, immediately fixed on Gumbo. "Martinez," the captain barked, his voice raspy. "What the hell is going on here? Who is this civilian?" His gaze traveled pointedly to Gumbo's offensively cheerful shirt. "And why is he dressed like a radioactive parrot?" Martinez stood up quickly, adopting a professional, deferential posture. "Captain Hornsby. This is Mr. Malone. He's consulting." Captain Hornsby snorted, a sound like a clogged drain. "Consulting? On what?" "Luau planning. He looks like he should be handing out lays, not looking at confidential homicide files." He squinted at Gumbo again. "Malone. Malone, weren't you the jackass involved in that disturbance down at the marina this morning? Something about assaulting the waffle bar with a golf cart?" "That was my associate," Gumbo clarified quickly, trying to project an air of professional detachment he was miles away from feeling. "Regrettable incident involving syrup procurement." Hornsby looked unimpressed. "Right. And what exactly is your expertise, Mr. Malone? Besides questionable fashion choices and associating with syrup bandits?" Gumbo panicked. He couldn't exactly say, unemployed insurance manager turned unlicensed pie who gets clues from anonymous sandwich leavers. He needed something plausible, something official sounding, something that might actually justify his presence amidst sensitive police files. His mind frantically scrambled, grasping at the straws of his old corporate life. Spreadsheets, risk assessment, data analysis, probabilities. "Actuarial crime analysis," Gumbo blurted out, the phrase materializing seemingly out of nowhere. He immediately regretted it. It sounded ridiculous. Hornsby raised a skeptical eyebrow. Actual what now? Actuarial crime analysis, Gumbo repeated, deciding to double down. He stood up, trying to channel the false confidence he used to employ during Sun Coast budget presentations. It's a cutting-edge, interdisciplinary field. We apply actuarial principles, probability theory, statistical modeling, risk assessment, to complex criminal investigations. Identifying patterns, predicting outcomes, quantifying uncertainties. He waved his hands vaguely, hoping jargon would camouflage his utter lack of substance. Martinez shot him a look that was equal parts disbelief and grudging admiration. Hornsby still looked skeptical. Never heard of it. It's niche, Gumbo admitted, but highly effective. Detective Martinez brought me in to run some probability models on the Palm Front case data, identify potential anomalies, maybe pinpoint high risk factors associated with the new incidents. He was making it up as he went along, stringing together buzzwords like cheap Christmas lights. Probability models, Hornsby grumbled, though a flicker of grudging interest appeared in his eyes. He gestured towards a dusty computer terminal in the corner. All right, Mr. Actuarial Crime Analyst. Show me. Analyze something. Gumbo froze. Analyze something? He didn't even know how to turn the ancient police computer on, let alone run complex statistical models. He was doomed. Martinez subtly slid a thin folder across the desk towards him. Printouts of basic crime statistics for the county over the past 5 years. Charts, graphs, tables. Familiar territory. Maybe. Taking a deep breath, Gumbo grabbed the folder and strode towards a small whiteboard on the wall, picking up a dried-out marker. He started talking, falling back on the muscle memory of countless pointless corporate presentations. He drew circles, arrows, pie charts, talking rapidly about standard deviations, outlier clusters, frequency distributions, correlating Teddy's known movements from the case file with dates of reported incidents, factoring in the locations, trying desperately to sound like he knew what he was doing. He scrawled percentages, connected dots, shaded areas, all while maintaining a steady stream of analytical-sounding gibberish. He was vaguely aware of Martinez watching him with a stunned expression, and Hornsby peering skeptically over his shoulder. Gumbo just kept talking, pointing at his haphazardly drawn charts, hoping the sheer volume of pseudo-analysis would be mistaken for brilliance. And so, Gumbo concluded, circling a cluster of points on his makeshift chart with a flourish, when you factor in the temporal proximity variable against the known geographical constraints and adjust for the statistical improbability of random convergence, you see a clear anomalous pattern emerging right here. He tapped the whiteboard. He trailed off, suddenly realizing he had no idea what he'd just proven, if anything. He braced himself for Hornsby's derision. But Hornsby wasn't sneering. He was staring intently at the whiteboard, rubbing his chin. Martinez leaned closer, her eyes narrowed in concentration. My God, Hornsby breathed, pointing at the cluster Gumbo had circled purely by chance. Look at that, Martinez. The dates of Williams's alleged kills. They all fall within 3 days of a major delivery shipment arriving at the county evidence lockup. Martinez's eyes widened. He worked there part-time. Before he confessed. Access to evidence logs. Access to details never released to the public, Hornsby finished, looking from the whiteboard to Gumbo with newfound grudging respect. Details he could have used to make his confession convincing. Gumbo stared at his own nonsensical scribbles on the whiteboard, utterly bewildered. By spewing random insurance jargon and drawing meaningless pie charts, he had somehow, purely by accident, stumbled upon a genuine pattern, a potential lead that the actual police investigators had apparently missed. Actuarial crime analysis. Maybe he was onto something. Or maybe he was just the luckiest, most accidentally competent ex-insurance manager in the state of Florida. Either way, Captain Hornsby wasn't kicking him out. Not yet, anyway. Chapter 14. Gumbo left the Levy County Sheriff's substation, feeling bewildered, slightly nauseous from the residual tension, and possibly the lingering smell of old coffee and desperation in Martinez's office, and oddly triumphant. His accidental discovery via actuarial crime analysis, a field he was fairly certain didn't actually exist outside his panicked imagination, had not only saved him from Captain Hornsby's wrath, but had genuinely impressed Detective Martinez. Their handshake felt less like a temporary truce, and more like the beginning of a truly bizarre, off-the-books partnership. Martinez had even offered him a ride back to the marina, during which they discussed the implications of the evidence lockup connection. Could Teddy have gleaned details from inventory logs? Or did someone else with access feed him the information? The possibilities branched out like mangrove roots in the swampy morass of the case. She'd promised to look into the lockup personnel records discreetly, while Gumbo agreed to keep his ear to the ground, and perhaps avoid any further impromptu statistical presentations. Back aboard the Second Wind, the late afternoon sun streamed through the Salt Street windows. The boat felt both blessedly familiar and slightly claustrophobic after his excursion into the world of actual police work. The air conditioning remained stubbornly silent, a constant reminder of the $500 that had started this whole chain reaction of weirdness. He peeled off his radioactive parrot shirt, grateful to be out of Captain Hornsby's disapproving gaze, and surveyed the murder board. It seemed less like a chaotic mess now, and more like a complex puzzle waiting to be solved, albeit a puzzle where some pieces were potentially delivered by anonymous benefactors, and others involved illegal reptile trafficking. He was contemplating his next move, maybe call Linda Moskowitz again and press her about who might have fed Teddy information, when he noticed it. Propped against the cabin door, left sometime while he was playing actuary at the sheriff's office, was a plain brown padded envelope. No return address. Just his name, Gumbo Malone, printed in the same neat blocky letters as the previous notes. His heart gave a familiar lurch of anxiety mixed with morbid curiosity. Was this the proof the midnight caller had promised? The artistic delivery. He picked up the package. It felt thick, slightly heavier than a standard envelope. With trembling fingers, he tore it open. Inside were photographs. Not reproductions, but actual glossy prints, slightly curled at the edges. They were crime scene photos, stark, grim images of the original Pomfron murders. Harold Pinsker arranged on the beach dunes. Agnes Pendergast posed in her garden shed. Gumbo recognized them from the official files Martinez had shown him, though these seemed sharper, clearer, perhaps taken from different angles. But it wasn't just the photos. Affixed to each one were small, brightly colored sticky notes, the kind used for office reminders. On each note, written in the same blocky print as the envelope, were annotations pointing out specific details. On the Pinsker photo, a yellow sticky note pointed to the rum bottle Martinez had mentioned. The note read, "Confessor said Captain Morgan." Wrong brand. Amateur. On the Pendergast photo, a pink sticky note indicated the intricate knot used on the palm frond near her body. Confessor claimed Fisherman's Bend. Look closer. Clearly, a clove hitch variation. Details matter. Another photo showing the third victim, Miles Corbin, found in his car, had a blue sticky note pointing to the dashboard. Confessor never mentioned the melted dashboard lighter. Significant, symbolic element. Ignoramus. Gumbo spread the photos out on the galley table, his mind reeling. The midnight caller, the real killer, had sent him annotated crime scene photos, critiquing Teddy Williams's confession like a disgruntled art critic reviewing a student exhibition. It was chilling, narcissistic, and utterly bizarre. This wasn't just about proving Teddy innocent. It was about reclaiming artistic credit for murder. The killer wanted Gumbo to see the flaws in the confessor-esque narrative, to appreciate the true artistry involved. He leaned closer, examining a photo showing the intricate arrangement of fronds around one victim, a sticky note attached reading, "Note the deliberate asymmetry. Creates tension." Williams wouldn't understand. Gumbo felt a wave of nausea. He was looking at proof, all right. Proof that the person sending him these notes possessed an intimate, first-hand knowledge of the original crime scenes and a terrifyingly detached perspective on human life. He was so engrossed in the disturbing photo critique that he didn't immediately register the faint scratching sound coming from beneath the galley sink. He vaguely assumed it was just the boat settling, or perhaps another optimistic cockroach exploring the plumbing. Then the scratching became louder, accompanied by a distinct thump, as if something had fallen over inside the cabinet. Gumbo frowned, annoyed. He hoped it wasn't another raccoon. He really didn't have the energy to deal with more cocoa-dusted bandits today. He crouched down and cautiously opened the cabinet door beneath the sink. Staring back at him with unblinking prehistoric eyes wasn't a raccoon. It was an alligator. A small one, maybe 2.5 feet long, but unmistakably an alligator, currently wedged uncomfortably between a bottle of dish soap and a rusty pipe. It looked confused, slightly damp, and decidedly unhappy to be trapped in a boat cabinet. Gumbo stared back, equally confused and considerably more unhappy. How the hell did an alligator get inside his locked boat cabin? Did it swim up through a drain pipe? Did someone put it there? Was this part of the killer's artistic delivery? A symbolic reptile to complement the palm fronds? Before Gumbo could process these questions, the alligator, apparently deciding it had had enough of cramped, soapy confinement, made its move. With surprising speed, it launched itself out of the cabinet, jaws snapping shut with an audible clack inches from Gumbo's nose. Gumbo yelped, scrambling backward, tripping over his own feet in his haste to escape the sudden reptilian assault. He landed hard on the cabin floor, crab scuttling away, as the small alligator hissed, sounding remarkably like a leaky faucet, and advanced menacingly across the galley floor. Now, Gumbo had faced downsized HR executives, enraged fire ants, accusatory detectives, and homicidal callers, but being trapped in an enclosed space with an angry, albeit small, alligator triggered a whole new level of panic. He scrambled onto the settee, pulling his feet up like a terrified housewife in a B-movie, watching as the gator explored the cabin, bumping into table legs and eyeing the murder board with what Gumbo imagined was cold-blooded curiosity. "Get out!" Gumbo yelled, brandishing a rolled-up fishing magazine futilely. "Shoo! Bad alligator!" The alligator responded by hissing again and taking another step towards the settee. Gumbo yelped again, louder this time, a full-throated screech of terror that echoed out of the open companionway and across the marina docks. His panicked cries apparently attracted attention. Footsteps pounded on the dock outside, followed by familiar voices. "Gumbo, you all right in there?" Sounded like someone was harpooning a cat. It was Flip Wiggins. "Gumbo, what's wrong?" That was Margot Stingley, her voice sharp with concern. The cabin door burst open, revealing Flip, Margot, and several other curious marina residents peering in. Their expressions shifted from concern to utter astonishment as they took in the scene. Gumbo cowering on the settee, brandishing a fishing magazine, while a small alligator surveyed the cabin like it was considering making an offer. Kafka the iguana, perched on Margot's shoulder as always, tilted his head, regarding the smaller reptile with what looked like disdain. While Flip and the others gaped, Margot assessed the situation with brisk efficiency. "Everyone stay calm," she ordered, stepping into the cabin. "It's just a juvenile alligator Mississippiensis. Probably came up through a bilge discharge outlet looking for warmth. Happens, occasionally." She rummaged in her large woven bag. Flip grabbed that beach towel. Flip, momentarily stunned into inaction, fumbled for the towel draped over a nearby chair. Margot, meanwhile, produced a large, vacuum-sealed package of beef jerky from her bag. "They have an excellent sense of smell," she explained calmly, tearing open the jerky package. She tossed a piece towards the far corner of the cabin. The alligator, distracted from terrorizing Gumbo, immediately swiveled its head, its tiny reptilian brain apparently prioritizing dried meat over terrified ex-insurance managers. It waddled towards the jerky. As it did, Margot expertly threw the beach towel over it, enveloping the startled reptile in terry cloth. Before the gator could react, she scooped up the wriggling, towel-wrapped bundle. "There we go," she said calmly, holding the bundle firmly under one arm. "Just needs to be relocated back to the water. Preferably further down the canal this time." She turned to leave, pausing at the door. "You might want to check your through-hull fittings, Gumbo. Get some proper grates installed." Gumbo slowly lowered his fishing magazine, breathing heavily. The adrenaline rush left him shaky. The assembled crowd of neighbors murmured, beginning to disperse now that the immediate reptile crisis was averted. It was then, amidst the lingering commotion, looking past Flip's shoulder towards the end of the dock, that Gumbo saw him. Standing partially obscured behind a stack of crab traps, pretending to read a newspaper, was the man from the Florida CrimeCon hotel bar. The man with the offensively loud, tropical shirt. Except today, he was attempting subterfuge. Gumbo could still see the lurid colors of the shirt peeking out from under a hastily donned windbreaker, but the truly ridiculous part was the newspaper. The man held it up in front of his face, but Gumbo could clearly see two crudely cut eye holes torn in the newsprint, through which the man was attempting to discreetly observe the aftermath of the great alligator invasion. Gumbo stared, his blood running cold again, the fear of the alligator replaced by the chilling certainty of being watched. His anonymous killer sent annotated photos. His anonymous benefactor left sandwiches. And now, a mysterious man in a terrible shirt and a newspaper mask was monitoring his every move, including his encounters with misplaced wildlife. This case wasn't just complicated anymore. It was a full-blown, multi-layered Florida freak show, and Gumbo Malone was somehow stuck right in the center ring, armed with little more than accidental statistical insights and a rapidly dwindling supply of clean underwear. Chapter 15. The annotated crime scene photos lay spread across Gumbo's galley table like obscene tarot cards, mocking him with their sticky note critiques of murder methodology. The encounter with the misplaced alligator and the subsequent reappearance of Loud Shirt Guy, now employing advanced newspaper camouflage techniques, had left Gumbo feeling jumpy, exposed, and increasingly convinced that he was swimming in waters far too deep for an ex-insurance manager armed only with actuarial jargon and a leaky boat. He spent the morning alternating between anxiously scanning the marina docks for lurking figures in questionable attire and trying to decipher the psychological profile of a killer who critiqued his own work via anonymous photo submissions. Was this the proof the Midnight Caller had promised? A portfolio of past atrocities? It certainly hammered home the point that Teddy Williams wasn't the meticulous artist the killer believed himself to be. It also suggested the killer had access to original crime scene materials, which narrowed the field considerably. Maybe Captain Hornsby's accidental discovery about the evidence lockup timing was more significant than Gumbo had realized. He relayed the photo delivery, minus the alligator incident, which felt too weird even for their unofficial partnership, to Detective Martinez via a burner cell phone she'd discreetly provided. A cheap, untraceable model she called the Florida Weirdness Hotline. Martinez sounded grim. Annotated photos confirmed the killer likely had inside access, past or present, and possessed a terrifying level of narcissistic arrogance. She promised to redouble her efforts digging into personnel with access to the original case files and evidence storage, urging Gumbo to be careful and report anything else, no matter how strange. Strange is baseline in this case, she'd reminded him dryly. Gumbo was trying to work up the nerve to call Linda Moskowitz and press her further about who might have coached Teddy, when the blare of the TV news once again shattered the relative calm of his afternoon. Another breaking news banner flashed, this time superimposed over footage of a truly gargantuan, brightly painted concrete seashell. "We're coming to you live from Shell Point," the reporter announced, squinting against the sun reflecting off acres of crushed shell parking lot. Home of the world-famous, or perhaps infamous, Neptune's Kingdom, world's second-largest seashell emporium and souvenir city. Behind her, yellow police tape cordoned off the entrance to the sprawling, garishly decorated tourist trap. Just hours ago, employees arriving for work made a gruesome discovery inside this temple of kitsch, adding another chilling chapter to the saga that has gripped Levy County. Gumbo's stomach plummeted. Not again. The camera zoomed past the giant concrete shell, past plaster mermaids with chipped paint and faded starfish glued to the walls, into the dimly lit interior of the emporium. It was a hoarder's paradise of nautical-themed junk. Bins overflowing with cheap shells, keychains made from shark teeth, driftwood sculptures, pirate-themed shot glasses, t-shirts proclaiming my grandparents went to Shell Point, and all I got was this lousy t-shirt. And there, amidst the aisles of tacky treasures, was the unmistakable presence of law enforcement and forensic technicians. "Authorities confirm another homicide," the reporter continued, her voice hushed, "bearing hallmarks disturbingly similar to the recent rest stop killing and the original Palm Frond murders attributed to Teddy the Confessor Williams. But tonight there's a bizarre, almost mocking twist." The camera focused on a section dedicated to novelty seashell arrangements, conch shells glued together to resemble poodles, clamshells painted with googly eyes, sand dollars adorned with glitter. And posed amongst them, slumped lifelessly against a display of shell-encrusted toilet paper holders, was the latest victim. In the victim's hand, placed deliberately, was a palm frond. But this frond was different. It wasn't the stark, artistic statement of the original killings. This one was painted in clashing neon colors: hot pink, electric lime green, traffic cone orange. Googly eyes, the kind used in children's craft projects, had been glued near the stem. The entire frond was liberally dusted with iridescent glitter that sparkled grotesquely under the harsh glare of the portable crime scene lights. It wasn't just a signature, it was a parody. A gaudy, glitter-bombed mockery of the killer's and Teddy's supposed previous work. Investigators found this altered palm frond placed prominently on the victim, the reporter explained. A shocking, almost sarcastic departure from the earlier killings. And sources tell us, she leaned conspiratorially towards the camera again, that something else was found here. Something specifically addressed, her voice dropped dramatically, to Daniel Gumbo Malone, the private investigator who recently surfaced in connection with questions surrounding Teddy Williams's original confession. Gumbo felt his blood turn to ice water. Addressed to him. The screen showed Detective Martinez arriving on scene, ducking under the police tape. She looked furious, her face set in grim lines as she barked orders at a uniformed officer. Her eyes briefly met the news camera, and Gumbo could almost feel the waves of frustration and anger radiating through the screen. He needed to talk to her. He grabbed the burner phone, his hands shaking slightly. But before he could dial, another detail from the news report snagged his attention. The reporter was holding up a plastic evidence bag containing a familiar-looking, sticky note. A note, addressed simply to Gumbo, reportedly found near the victim, the reporter elaborated. While police haven't released the exact contents, sources claim it contained a taunting message regarding Teddy Williams's guilt and a chilling promise that the killer was, quote, just getting started. Gumbo's mind flashed back to the photos, the annotations, the midnight phone call. The killer wasn't just critiquing past work. He was actively creating new, twisted installations and dedicating them, in a way, to Gumbo himself. He felt a perverse, terrifying connection to the violence, like he was being unwillingly cast as the critic for a serial killer's gruesome performance art. And then he remembered the last part of the note the killer had left him after breaking into his boat. P.S. Your boat leak is getting worse. At the time, he'd dismissed it as a generic taunt, a lucky guess based on the second wind's generally dilapidated condition. But now, a sudden, sickening suspicion formed in his mind. He scrambled out of the galley and towards the companionway steps, his eyes scanning the floorboards. They looked darker, damp almost. He knelt down, pressing a hand against the worn wood near the base of the steps. It came away wet. Panic seized him. He scrambled towards the forward berth, heart pounding. Lifting the mattress revealed the access panel to the forward bilge area. He yanked it open. Water. Not just the usual inch or two of slimy bilge water Earl the previous owner had warned him about. This was significantly more. Several inches, sloshing gently with the boat's movement. The second wind was actively taking on water. He raced back to the galley, splashing through the damp patches on the floor. Where was it coming from? He checked the cabinet under the sink where the alligator had made its unwelcome appearance, half expecting to find a sabotaged pipe. Nothing seemed obviously amiss there. His eyes fell on the defunct coffee maker, still sitting forlornly on the counter where the intruder had left the half-eaten Cuban sandwich. And taped squarely to its side, almost invisible against the faux chrome finish, was another note. Small, white, blocky print. Gumbo ripped it off, his hands shaking. Call a professional for that boat leak. Just like you should leave the detecting to professionals. Or things might get deeper. He stared at the note, then at the slowly accumulating water on his cabin sole. It wasn't a random leak getting worse. It was sabotage. The killer hadn't just broken in to leave sandwiches and taunting messages. He'd actively damaged the boat, ensuring the P.S. on his earlier note became a self-fulfilling prophecy. And now this, a direct warning, linking the boat leak to Gumbo's meddling in the case. Leave the detecting to professionals. Or else. The clack-clack-clack of the bilge pump kicking on automatically provided a soundtrack to Gumbo's rising panic. It was working for now, but for how long? How bad was the leak? Where was it even coming from? He looked from the sinister note to the unsettling crime scene photos still spread on his table, to the water seeping across his floor. The killer wasn't just playing games anymore. He was issuing direct threats, targeting Gumbo personally, sabotaging his home. This had gone far beyond proving Teddy Williams innocent or solving old murders. This was about survival. His survival. And the second winds. He desperately needed a plumber. And maybe body armor. And definitely a bigger bilge pump. Chapter 16. The ominous note, taped to his sabotaged coffee maker, combined with the escalating audacity of the real killer's neon and glitter-adorned handiwork, forced Gumbo's hand. Hiding out on his slowly sinking boat, waiting for the next bizarre clue or potentially lethal act of sabotage, wasn't a viable strategy. He needed answers, and he needed them now. While Martinez dug into the evidence lockup angle, Gumbo decided it was time for another heart-to-heart with the man at the center of this whole mess, Teddy the Confessor Williams. This time, Gumbo didn't bother with the flimsy Florida Mystery Monthly charade. After his last visit, which culminated in an accidental group therapy session about the trauma of corporate downsizing, he figured his cover was likely blown anyway. Besides, he wasn't here to interview Teddy, he was here to confront him. Getting back into the Hendry County Correctional Institution proved surprisingly easy. Gumbo simply signed in as a pre-approved visitor on Teddy's list. Apparently, Teddy, basking in his newfound notoriety, had added Daniel Malone, researcher, biographer, after their first meeting, eager for more attention. Gumbo bypassed CO. Dobson, still engrossed in a crossword puzzle, possibly the same one, and endured the familiar series of clanging gates and sterile corridors, eventually finding himself once again in the small, depressing visiting room, separated from Teddy by thick plexiglass. Teddy looked different. The jittery energy was still there, but now it was overlaid with a veneer of smug self-importance. He carried himself with the air of a minor celebrity holding court. His scraggly beard appeared slightly trimmed, and he wore his orange jumpsuit less like prison garb and more like a costume signifying his unique status. "Malone, my biographer," Teddy exclaimed, grabbing the phone receiver with practiced enthusiasm. "Excellent timing. We were just discussing movie rights. Big Hollywood studio is interested. They're thinking maybe Johnny Depp to play me, but I think Gary Busey has the right kind of intensity, don't you?" Gumbo picked up his own receiver, deciding to cut straight to the chase. No pleasantries, no fake admiration. "Teddy," he said, his voice flat, "we need to talk. For real this time." Teddy's smile faltered slightly. "Talk? About what?" "The artistic choices. The deep psychological underpinnings of the Pendergast tableau. I've been giving that more thought." "No, Teddy," Gumbo interrupted firmly. "We need to talk about the fact that you didn't do it." The change in Teddy's demeanor was instantaneous. The smugness evaporated, replaced by wide-eyed panic. He glanced nervously over his shoulder, as if expecting guards to materialize. "What? What are you talking about?" "Of course I did it. I confessed. Details only the killer could know," he stammered, reciting the familiar lines but without the previous conviction. "Details someone fed you, Teddy," Gumbo countered, leaning closer to the plexiglass. "Details that weren't even entirely accurate. The knots were wrong. The rum bottle brand was wrong. You didn't mention the melted lighter. You couldn't even identify the right type of palm frond half the time." He laid out the inconsistencies he and Martinez had discussed, plus the details highlighted by the real killer's annotated photos. Teddy's face paled beneath his prison pallor. He started sweating, wiping his forehead with the back of his orange sleeve. "Artistic license," he insisted weakly. "I told you. Sometimes you forget little things. The pressure, you know. It's not easy being a criminal mastermind." "Cut the crap, Teddy," Gumbo said, his voice hardening. "Someone is committing new murders. Murders designed to mock your confession. They're leaving notes. They contacted me. They know you're a fraud." Teddy looked genuinely terrified now. He gripped the phone receiver tightly, his knuckles turning white. No, they can't. It has to be me. It has to be." "Why, Teddy?" Gumbo asked, genuinely curious now. "Why confess to something you didn't do? Why claim responsibility for this?" He gestured vaguely, encompassing the horror of the murders. Teddy squeezed his eyes shut, shaking his head frantically. "You don't understand." "Then make me understand." Suddenly, Teddy's composure cracked completely. Tears welled in his eyes. "The book rights," he blurted out, his voice thick with desperation. "I sold the book rights. Major publisher. 6-figure advance. Foreign rights are already being negotiated." Gumbo stared, dumbfounded. "Book rights? And the merchandise. Teddy continued, his voice rising hysterically. There's merchandise, Malone. T-shirts. Bumper stickers. Honk if you love the confessor. Keychains. He paused, taking a ragged breath. Teddy bears. Teddy bears. Gumbo repeated, utterly bewildered. Yes. Confessor Ted. Little teddy bears wearing tiny orange prison jumpsuits. We've got prototypes already. Approved the final design just last week. They're adorable. Adorable and deeply symbolic. He gestured wildly. We were projecting huge numbers for the holiday season. Huge. Gumbo was speechless. Teddy Williams hadn't confessed out of some twisted desire for infamy or a pathological need to lie. He'd confessed because he saw a branding opportunity. A chance to monetize murder, to build a franchise based on fabricated atrocities. The palm frond murders weren't a tragedy to him, they were a product line. You can't expose me, Malone, Teddy pleaded, tears streaming down his face now. He pressed his forehead against the plexiglass. Please, don't ruin this for me. It's the first time in my whole miserable life I've ever been good at anything. The first time anyone has ever taken me seriously. His voice cracked with genuine anguish. Do you know what that feels like? To finally matter. To have people listen to you. To have fans. To have merchandise. He looked at Gumbo, his eyes filled with a desperate, pathetic plea. All my life, I've been nobody. Just weird Teddy from down the block. Never finished school, couldn't hold a job. But now, I'm somebody. I'm Teddy the Confessor. People know my name. Gumbo looked at the broken man on the other side of the glass, the would-be merchandising mogul of murder, and felt pity. No, that wasn't quite right. It was something closer, something more uncomfortable. It was recognition. He remembered sitting in that soulless HR office, Brenda droning on about synergies while his 20 years of work were dismissed as operationally inefficient. He remembered the misspelled cake, the final casual insult signifying just how little he'd mattered. He remembered creating the customer retention spreadsheet, the one metric, the one small area where he'd actually excelled quietly, diligently, year after year, only to have his bosses barely acknowledge it, taking the credit when things went well and blaming him when they didn't. He remembered the gnawing feeling of being overlooked, undervalued, invisible within the vast corporate machine. Teddy's desperate cry, "Do you know how it feels to finally be taken seriously?" resonated with a painful familiarity. Teddy had found his own twisted version of a successful spreadsheet, his own warped way of finally being seen, of achieving notoriety, even if it was built on a foundation of lies and horrific tragedy. Who was Gumbo, the downsized, khaki-compromised accidental pie, to tear that down? Even if it involved teddy bears in prison jumpsuits. The absurdity of the situation washed over him. He was sympathizing with a man pretending to be a serial killer because he understood his desperate need for recognition. Florida had finally broken his brain. "Please, Malone," Teddy whispered, his face still pressed against the glass. "Don't tell anyone. Let me have this. It's all I have." Gumbo leaned back in his chair, running a hand over his face. He felt exhausted. The real killer was out there, escalating, leaving taunting notes and sabotaging his boat. Teddy Williams, the key to potentially understanding who might have coached him, was more concerned about book deals and plush toy revenue streams. And Gumbo. Gumbo felt a reluctant, deeply uncomfortable kinship with the fraud in the orange jumpsuit. He couldn't promise Teddy anything. He couldn't let the real killer continue, nor could he let Teddy profit from the murders, no matter how pathetic his motivations. But looking at Teddy's tear-streaked face, his desperate hope for significance mirrored in the warped funhouse mirror of serial killer fame, Gumbo knew he couldn't just expose him. Not yet. I need to think, Teddy, Gumbo said finally, his voice weary. He stood up, the guard approaching to signal the end of the visit. I need to figure things out. Teddy watched him go, his eyes filled with a mixture of terror and fragile hope. Gumbo walked away, leaving the confessor to contemplate his book deals and his teddy bears, feeling more conflicted and adrift than ever. He had evidence of Teddy's innocence, but the man himself was clinging to his guilt like a life raft made of money and delusions. This case wasn't just about finding a killer. It was about navigating a swamp of damaged egos, desperate ambition, and the bizarre ways people tried to matter in a world determined to overlook them. Including, perhaps, himself. Chapter 17. Nature, apparently deciding that Cedar Key hadn't suffered enough absurdity between fake serial killers, glitter-bombed murder scenes, invasive alligators, and golf cart driving syrup bandits, opted to unleash one of its signature Florida plagues, red tide. Not just any red tide, but a full-blown apocalyptic bloom of Carenia brevis, the microscopic algae that could turn picturesque Gulf waters into a toxic, fish-killing, lung-burning soup from hell. It arrived practically overnight. Gumbo awoke one morning, not to the usual gentle lapping of water against the hull of the second wind, but to a thick, acrid stench that clawed at the back of his throat and made his eyes water even inside the closed cabin. It was the smell of decay, multiplied by a million rotting fish, underscored by a vaguely chemical odor like burnt wiring mixed with chlorine. He cautiously poked his head out the companionway. The usually tranquil marina waters had transformed into a murky, reddish-brown sludge. Floating belly up amidst the grotesque soup were hundreds, possibly thousands, of dead fish, mullet, pinfish, snook, even a sizable tarpon Gumbo recognized from previous fishing attempts, their eyes glazed, their bodies bloated. The docks were littered with more casualties washed in by the tide. The air itself felt thick, heavy, and actively hostile, carrying invisible neurotoxins that triggered fits of coughing among the marina's few remaining residents. Tourists, naturally, had fled Cedar Key like rats deserting a sinking ship, a metaphor Gumbo found uncomfortably apt given his boat's recent leak. The normally bustling dock street was deserted, restaurants shuttered, souvenir shops empty. The only signs of life were seagulls, bolder and more desperate than usual, picking listlessly at the dead fish buffet, seemingly immune to the toxins, and a few hardy locals wearing face masks or bandanas, grimly assessing the damage. Gumbo felt a familiar wave of despair. First the killer, now this ecological nightmare. Paradise was really living up to its ironic potential. The stench made staying on the boat unbearable, even with the bilge pump valiantly keeping ahead of the killer's sabotage. A temporary fix involving marine epoxy and frantic online tutorial searches had slowed the leak but not stopped it. He retreated to the slightly less toxic haven of the marina clubhouse, nursing lukewarm coffee and watching the grim news reports on the wall-mounted TV. The red tide stretched for miles along the coast, a vast stinking blanket of death. It was inevitable, perhaps, that the killer would see this noxious invasion not as a catastrophe, but as an opportunity. An inspiration. A new medium. The call came via the burner phone Martinez had given him. Her voice was tight, strained, barely audible over a fit of coughing. Gumbo. We've got another one. Don't tell me, Gumbo sighed, already picturing the scene. More glitter. Worse, Martinez rasped. Much worse. Public beach access number 3. Get down here. And Gumbo. Bring a mask. A good one. Gumbo found Martinez near the cordoned-off beach access, both of them looking like extras from a post-apocalyptic movie, in heavy-duty N95 respirator masks. The stench here was overpowering, a physical assault that made breathing, even through the mask, feel like inhaling fire. The beach itself was a nightmare landscape. Windrows of dead fish, decomposing crabs, and slimy, reddish-brown algae stretched as far as the eye could see. The sand was stained dark, the water beyond a sickly, opaque broth. Martinez led him towards a cluster of officers standing near a brightly colored beach lounger, the kind tourists rented for exorbitant hourly rates. Even through the mask, Gumbo could smell the concentrated reek of decay emanating from that specific spot. "He's getting bolder," Martinez said, her voice muffled by the mask. "Right out in the open this time. Or what passes for open during this." The victim was slumped in the lounger, posed almost casually, as if enjoying a day at the beach that had gone horribly wrong. He wore oversized sunglasses, flip-flops, and a garish t-shirt emblazoned with the ubiquitous grinning visage of the state's most infamous folk anti-hero, Florida Man. But it was the arrangement around the victim that made Gumbo's stomach churn. Surrounding the lounger, meticulously laid out on the stained sand, was a vast mosaic of dead fish. Hundreds of them. Mullet, catfish, ladyfish, pufferfish, all shapes and sizes, all victims of the red tide, arranged with grotesque precision into the shape of a giant question mark. The dot at the base of the question mark was formed by a particularly large, bloated pufferfish that looked ready to pop. There was no palm frond this time. No glitter, no googly eyes. The killer had abandoned his previous signature, embracing the red tide itself as his artistic medium. It was disgusting, horrific, and carried a chilling new message. The question mark seemed aimed directly at the investigation, at Teddy's fraudulent confession, maybe even at Gumbo himself. "He's escalating," Gumbo said, his voice muffled. "Changing his style. Using the red tide. And making a statement," Martinez finished grimly. "Florida Man. Dead fish. Question mark. It's performance art. Twisted, sick performance art." She coughed again, a harsh, rattling sound. "The neurotoxins, they mess with your head even through the mask after a while." They stood there for a moment, two masked figures surveying a scene of environmental catastrophe and human depravity, the stench of death filling the air. The sheer Floridian absurdity of it all, the red tide, the Florida Man t-shirt, the fish question mark, would have been comical if it weren't so utterly horrifying. As forensic technicians in full hazmat suits began the grim task of documenting the scene, Martinez pulled Gumbo aside, away from the immediate vicinity of the fish mosaic. "The note addressed to you, at the Seashell Emporium. Hornsby had to log it into evidence, but I gotta look first. Still think the confessor is guilty? I'm just getting started. P.S. Your boat leak is getting worse." She looked at him sharply. "Was your boat leak getting worse?" Gumbo nodded grimly, explaining the sabotage and the second note he'd found taped to the coffee maker. Martinez listened, her eyes hardening behind her mask. "Okay," she said finally. "He's not just taunting you anymore. He's targeting you. The sabotage, the notes, he sees you as part of the narrative now. His personal critic, maybe? His audience." The thought sent a shiver down Gumbo's spine, despite the oppressive heat. Being the audience for a serial killer felt considerably more dangerous than being an ex-insurance manager. They watched the technicians work for a while longer, the air thick with toxins and unanswered questions. Martinez eventually had to confer with her team, leaving Gumbo standing near the edge of the police tape, trying to process the grotesque scene and the fact that a murderer was apparently critiquing his investigation via dead fish arrangements. He felt a slight bump against his arm. Thinking it was another officer navigating the crowded scene, he shifted slightly. But then he felt something slipped deftly into the pocket of the cargo shorts he wore, having learned his lesson about unreliable swim trunk drawstrings. He spun around, heart pounding. There was no one there. Just officers, technicians, news crews kept at a distance, and the vast stinking expanse of the red tide-ravaged beach. Had he imagined it? His hand went to his pocket. His fingers closed around a small folded piece of paper. The same plain white paper. The same neat blocky print. He unfolded it carefully, shielding it from any potentially prying eyes or news cameras. The message was short, chillingly direct. Getting warmer. Have you figured out who I am yet? Hint, check your employment records. Gumbo stared at the note, the words swimming before his eyes. Employment records? His Suncoast employment records? How could the killer possibly know about his 20 years shuffling paper in Tampa? What connection could there possibly be between a failed insurance career and a series of bizarre murders in Cedar Key? Unless the killer wasn't just some random lunatic. Unless the killer knew him. Knew his past. The red tide stench suddenly felt even more suffocating. The case had just taken another sharp, terrifying turn, looping back not just to Teddy Williams or the evidence lockup, but somehow, impossibly, to Brenda and HR, synergistic realignments, and the soul-crushing banality of Suncoast Insurance. His past, the one he thought he'd escaped by buying a leaky boat and playing detective, was apparently catching up with him. And it might be carrying a very sharp knife. Or maybe just a well-arranged dead fish. Chapter 18. The note lay innocuously in Gumbo's pocket, feeling heavier than its weight in paper. Hint, check your employment records. The words echoed in his mind, bouncing off the implications like a morbid game of racquetball. His employment records. Suncoast Insurance. 20 years of beige cubicles, passive-aggressive memos, and soul-crushing meetings about synergistic paradigms. How could that possibly connect to glitter-bombed palm fronds, artistic murderers, and sabotaged boat plumbing? Yet, the killer knew. He knew Gumbo's past, knew where he'd worked. The hint felt specific, targeted, chillingly personal. It suggested the killer wasn't just some random Cedar Key lunatic, but someone connected, however tangentially, to Gumbo's former life. The life he thought he'd left behind in Tampa, along with his dignity and his intact khakis. After a near-sleepless night fueled by stale coffee, the percolator remained stubbornly deceased, and the killer hadn't offered any appliance repair tips in his latest note, and the persistent, gut-wrenching smell of red tide drifting in from the Gulf, Gumbo made a decision. It was reckless. It was probably illegal. It involved driving back to Tampa and breaking into his old office building. But the killer's hint felt like the only solid lead he had, apart from waiting for Detective Martinez to navigate the bureaucratic labyrinth of Sheriff's Department personnel files. Besides, after facing down homicidal collars, giant spiders, misplaced alligators, and Flip Wiggins's vehicular breakfast assaults, a little late-night corporate espionage seemed almost tame by comparison. He patched the boat leak as best he could with more marine epoxy, left a note from Margot, explaining he had to pursue a lead inland, omitting the B&E aspect, ignored the worried look Kafka the iguana gave him, and pointed his sputtering sedan east back towards the urban sprawl of Tampa. The drive felt surreal, like traveling back in time. The closer he got, the more the laid-back, slightly dilapidated charm of Cedar Key faded, replaced by the familiar landscape of strip malls, traffic jams, and soul-crushing suburban conformity he'd spent 2 decades trying to ignore. He arrived outside the Suncoast Insurance Regional Headquarters well after midnight. The building, a bland glass and steel box surrounded by meticulously manicured and likely chemically saturated landscaping, loomed silent and dark. During the day, it pulsed with the low-level hum of forced productivity. Now, it looked like a tombstone commemorating thousands of wasted hours. Gumbo parked down the street, heart pounding, feeling ridiculous in his Hawaiian shirt and cargo shorts, hardly the attire of a stealthy corporate infiltrator. Getting in proved easier than he'd anticipated. His old employee ID card, miraculously undeactivated, a testament perhaps to Suncoast's legendary operational efficiency, still worked on the parking garage gate. He slipped inside, the familiar smell of stale air conditioning and industrial carpet cleaner instantly transporting him back to years of mind-numbing routine. The silence was eerie, broken only by the hum of servers and the distant whir of floor buffers. He navigated the deserted hallways, his footsteps echoing unnervingly. He half expected to run into Brenda from HR, still lurking after hours, ready to critique his unauthorized presence with a soul-withering smile. Reaching his old department, Regional Claims Processing, Mid-Cap Policies, 3rd floor, he found the main door locked. Damn. He'd forgotten about the internal locks. Just as he was contemplating trying to pick the lock with a paperclip, a skill he definitely hadn't acquired from watching Netflix, he heard the slow, rhythmic squeak of cleaning equipment approaching down the corridor. Panic flared. He ducked into a darkened alcove, trying to make himself invisible. A cleaning cart rounded the corner, pushed by a figure in a drab gray uniform. As the figure passed under the flickering fluorescent light, Gumbo's eyes widened in disbelief. He knew that slightly slumped posture, that air of weary resignation. "Cheryl," Gumbo whispered, stepping out of the shadows. The janitor jumped, startled, dropping a spray bottle with a clatter. She spun around, her eyes widening behind smudged glasses. "Mr. Malone. What are you doing here?" It was Cheryl Perkins, his former administrative assistant. The one who had always known where the good pens were hidden, who could decipher the cryptic handwriting of upper management, who had discreetly corrected the spelling on his reports for years. But she wasn't wearing her usual neat blouse and sensible shoes. She was clad in a janitor's uniform, her hair pulled back under a net. "Cheryl, what happened?" Gumbo asked, genuinely shocked. "Why are you?" Cheryl sighed, bending down to retrieve the fallen spray bottle. "Downsized," she said flatly, echoing the corporate euphemism that had claimed Gumbo's own career. "Right after you left. Said my position was redundant. Offered me this or nothing. Benefits are okay, I guess." She looked around the deserted office floor with undisguised bitterness. "Pays the bills." "Mostly." An awkward silence hung between them. Gumbo felt a pang of guilt. He'd been so wrapped up in his own termination trauma that he hadn't even thought about the ripple effects on his team. "Look, Cheryl," Gumbo began, lowering his voice, "I know this is crazy, but I need your help. I need to get into the personnel files. Old records. It's important." Cheryl eyed him skeptically. "Personnel files? In the middle of the night? Mr. Malone, that sounds like a spectacularly bad idea. You'll get us both fired. Again, in my case." "It's not what you think," Gumbo insisted, trying to project urgency without revealing the insane truth about serial killers and annotated photos. "It's about an old discrepancy. Something from years ago I need to verify. For, legal reasons." Cheryl still looked doubtful. "I don't know." Gumbo played his trump card. An idea so audacious, so uniquely Floridian in its logic, it just might work. "Remember that retirement cake they gave me?" he asked. "The one with the neon green frosting? The one where they spelled my name wrong?" Cheryl shuddered. "How could I forget? Looked like something dredged out of a toxic waste dump." "Well," Gumbo leaned in conspiratorially, "I never actually ate my piece. Couldn't bring myself to. I think I might have wrapped it in foil and stuck it in the back of the breakroom freezer, underneath the ancient, lean cuisines." Cheryl's eyes lit up with a sudden, fierce intensity Gumbo hadn't seen since she'd successfully battled the regional VP over travel expense reimbursements. That cake, misspelled and monstrous as it was, had apparently represented a symbolic injustice she hadn't forgotten. "The Daniel cake," she breathed, a predatory gleam in her eye. "Still in the freezer?" "Probably," Gumbo confirmed. Cheryl squared her shoulders. "All right, Malone. You get me that slice of frosted vengeance, and I'll get you into the personnel files. Deal?" Deal struck. Cheryl expertly bypassed the lock on the department door, using a suspiciously well-worn master keycard attached to her cleaning cart. Inside, the rows of empty cubicles felt ghostly in the dim emergency lighting. They made their way to the records room, a cramped, windowless space filled with filing cabinets overflowing with the paper ghosts of Suncoast employees past and present. While Gumbo located the breakroom freezer, and after excavating beneath several fossilized TV dinners, triumphantly unearthed a foil-wrapped slab of radioactive green cake, remarkably well preserved by the deep freeze, Cheryl navigated the arcane filing system. "Okay," she said, pulling out a thick folder when Gumbo returned with the cake-based bribe. "Personnel files last 10 years. Who are we looking for?" "Someone connected to forensics, maybe law enforcement," Gumbo said, thinking about the evidence lockup connection and the killer's knowledge. "Someone who might have filed a major claim, maybe disability, maybe something job-related that got denied. Sometime in the last few years." Cheryl began flipping through files, her movements quick and efficient, honed by years of administrative practice. Gumbo stood awkwardly, holding the frozen cake slab, feeling like the world's most inept burglar. After several minutes, Cheryl paused, pulling out a specific file. "Here's something interesting," she murmured. "Reese Victor. Filed a disability claim 3 years ago. PTSD, mental breakdown. Claimed it was job-related stress." She opened the folder. "Looks like he worked as a forensic technician. County Sheriff's Department, Crime Scene Unit." Gumbo's blood ran cold. A forensic tech. Someone who would have had intimate knowledge of crime scenes. Someone who might have worked on the original Palm Frond case. "What happened with the claim?" Gumbo asked, his voice tight. Cheryl scanned the documents. "Denied," she said. "Reason cited: insufficient evidence linking condition directly to workplace duties. Standard Suncoast Stonewall." She flipped another page. "Looks like the final denial appeal was reviewed and signed off by..." "Huh." She looked up at Gumbo, a strange expression on her face. "Signed off by the regional claims manager at the time. Daniel Malone." Gumbo stared at her, the frozen cake suddenly feeling heavy as lead in his hands. "Victor Reese. Forensic technician. PTSD claim denied. By him." He vaguely remembered the case. Mountains of paperwork, conflicting medical reports, pressure from above to control payouts. He'd denied the claim, following company policy. Just another faceless decision in a long line of faceless decisions made over 20 years. A decision that might have created a monster. A monster who knew his name, knew where he worked, and was now sending him annotated photos of murder victims and sabotaging his boat. The killer's hint wasn't just about his employment records. It was about a specific file within those records. A file Gumbo himself had handled. A file that might hold the key to the killer's identity and his motive. The past wasn't just catching up to Gumbo, it was threatening to drown him. Along with his boat. Chapter 19. The revelation struck Gumbo Malone with the force of a rogue wave hitting the leaky hull of the second wind. Victor Reese. Forensic technician. Denied PTSD claim. Signed off by D. Malone. The killer wasn't just some random Florida lunatic. He was potentially a disgruntled, mentally unstable ex-forensic tech with intimate knowledge of the original Palm Frond crime scenes and a very specific, very personal grudge against the insurance bureaucracy Gumbo used to represent, and against Gumbo himself. The killer's hints, the sabotage, the taunting notes, it all clicked into place with horrifying clarity. Gumbo thanked Cheryl profusely, gifted her the frozen slab of neon retirement cake, which she accepted with grim satisfaction, vowing to preserve it in her own freezer as a monument to corporate injustice, and slipped out of the Suncoast building like a ghost, his mind racing. He drove back towards Cedar Key through the pre-dawn darkness, the bland landscape of the interstate blurring past his window. He needed to tell Martinez immediately. Victor Reese, former county forensic tech, was their prime suspect. He reached for the burner phone Martinez had given him, then hesitated. What could she actually do based on an old insurance file Gumbo had obtained by breaking into his former workplace with the help of a demoted janitor bribed with freezer-burned cake? It sounded like the ravings of a madman. He needed more. He needed proof linking Reese not just to a motive, but to the current killings, to the man following him, to the notes and sabotage. Just as he was wrestling with this dilemma, somewhere around the soul-crushing interchange known locally as Malfunction Junction, the burner phone buzzed. It wasn't Martinez. It was an unknown number, but not the electronically distorted voice of the killer. This was a text message. Emergency meeting. Franz of Teddy. Tonight. 8 p.m. Jungle Golf. Be there. Urgent. L. Linda Moskowitz. Jungle Golf. An emergency meeting of Teddy the Confessor's fan club at a miniature golf course decorated with plastic jungle animals. Just when Gumbo thought things couldn't possibly get any more bizarre. What could be so urgent that it required convening a meeting of murder aficionados amidst concrete rhinos and trick-shot windmills? Despite the absurdity, Gumbo knew he had to go. Linda had been cagey, terrified, but she knew Teddy was innocent. Maybe the new killings, especially the gaudy mockery at the Seashell Emporium, had finally pushed her or the other Franz too far. Maybe someone else knew something about Victor Reese, about who might have coached Teddy. Any port in a storm, Gumbo figured, even if that port involved navigating treacherous water hazards filled with suspicious-looking inflatable reptiles. Jungle Golf turned out to be exactly what its name implied. 18 holes of pudding frustration woven through a landscape of faded fiberglass elephants, vaguely menacing plastic gorillas, and a river feature dyed an alarming shade of blue. The air hung thick with the scent of chlorine, mosquito repellent, and simmering resentment. Gumbo arrived just after 8 p.m. to find the place buzzing, not with families enjoying wholesome recreational pudding, but with the tense energy of Teddy Williams's fan club apparently on the verge of civil war. Linda Moskowitz stood near the concession stand, currently doing a brisk trade in lukewarm sodas and microwave popcorn, looking flustered and overwhelmed. Her signature palm frond earrings trembled slightly. She was trying to maintain order over a group of about 15 to 20 people huddled near the first hole, a surprisingly challenging par 2 involving putting through the legs of a giant concrete giraffe. The Franz of Teddy were clearly divided. On one side stood a faction Gumbo mentally dubbed the True Believers, clinging fiercely to the narrative of Teddy's genius, dismissing the new killings as inferior works by a talentless copycat. They were led by a man with a severe comb-over who kept quoting passages from Teddy's likely ghost-written prison blog. On the other side were the skeptics, a smaller but more vocal group, increasingly troubled by the inconsistencies in Teddy's story and the escalating weirdness of the new murders. They seemed particularly disturbed by the glittery, googly-eyed frond found at the Seashell Emporium, viewing it as a personal insult to their idol's carefully crafted, if fabricated, aesthetic. "It's clearly a different artist," yelled a woman wearing a homemade Teddy Did It t-shirt. "The thematic dissonance is undeniable. Teddy would never use craft store glitter." "Maybe he's evolving," countered a young man with multiple facial piercings. "Maybe prison has opened him up to new mediums. Like performance art, irony." "Don't be ridiculous, Kevin," snapped the True Believer leader with the comb-over. "Teddy is a purist." This new guy is just a hack looking for attention. Gumbo edged closer, trying to look like just another concerned frond. He caught Linda's eye. She gave him a desperate, helpless shrug. Her emergency meeting seemed to be devolving rapidly. But the notes, a skeptic piped up. The notes mentioned Gumbo. Several heads turned towards Gumbo, their expressions ranging from suspicion to morbid curiosity. Why is the new killer talking to him? What does he know? Gumbo felt a prickle of unease. He was suddenly the center of attention, the unwilling focal point of the fan club's schism. He knows nothing. Linda interjected quickly, trying to regain control. He's just researching. Like he told me. For a book. This explanation seemed to satisfy no one. The argument intensified, voices rising, accusations flying. The true believers accused the skeptics of betraying Teddy's legacy. The skeptics accused the true believers of willful ignorance. The debate shifted from artistic interpretation to outright conspiracy theories. Was Teddy sending coded messages through the copycat? Was the copycat trying to frame Teddy? Was Gumbo secretly working with the copycat? The fragile dam of decorum finally burst when someone, Gumbo couldn't see who in the escalating chaos, produced a large duffel bag. With a triumphant yell of "Viva la Confessor," the bag was upended, unleashing a dozen large, inflatable alligators into the blue-dyed water hazard surrounding the notoriously difficult hole #5, Monkey Madness. To add insult to injury, each inflatable gator had a small palm frond crudely stuffed into its vinyl mouth. This act of inflatable aquatic aggression proved too much. All semblance of order vanished. Shouting erupted. Someone threw a half-eaten bag of popcorn. Another person retaliated by hurling a plastic golf ball, narrowly missing the comb-over leader's head. The meeting degenerated into a bizarre, low-stakes brawl amidst the pudding greens and fiberglass jungle animals. People shoved each other, argued nose to nose, and gesticulated wildly with putters. One woman started sobbing hysterically near the concrete hippo on hole number 7. Gumbo, wanting no part of the mini-golf melee, started backing away slowly towards the relative safety of the parking lot. As he scanned the chaotic scene, trying to locate Linda amidst the arguing factions, his gaze snagged on something or someone near the 7th hole, partially obscured by the aforementioned sobbing woman and the concrete hippo. Standing there, watching the fan club implode with an expression of detached amusement, was a man Gumbo instantly recognized despite the dim lighting and the distance. It was Victor Reese, the disgruntled forensic technician from the Suncoast insurance file. He wasn't wearing a loud shirt this time, just nondescript dark clothing, but his face, etched with resentment and a chilling sort of satisfaction, was unmistakable. He was watching the chaos. He was watching Gumbo. Their eyes met for a fraction of a second across the putting green battlefield. A jolt went through Gumbo. Reese knew he'd been spotted. A faint, unpleasant smile touched Reese's lips. Gumbo knew he had to get closer, confront him, do something. He started moving towards hole number 7, dodging arguing fronds and stray golf balls. But just as he neared the hippo, his foot slipped on something wet and sticky coating the astroturf. Looking down, he saw the brightly colored remnants of a large, overturned slushy, cherry flavor by the looks of it. His feet went out from under him. With a startled yelp, Gumbo pinwheeled wildly, arms flailing, before crashing backwards with spectacular ineptitude. His head connected solidly with the hindquarters of a large concrete brontosaurus statue guarding the entrance to hole number 8, prehistoric putt-putt. Stars exploded behind Gumbo's eyes. The last thing he saw before the world dissolved into a swirling vortex of synthetic turf green and cherry red slushy was Victor Reese turning calmly and melting back into the shadows beyond the jungle golf course, his amused smile lingering in Gumbo's rapidly darkening consciousness. He'd found his suspect and promptly knocked himself unconscious by slipping on spilled sugar water and headbutting a dinosaur. Malone Investigations strikes again. Chapter 20. Gumbo woke up with a throbbing headache, the distinct smell of cherry slushy clinging to his hair, and the unsettling memory of Victor Reese's amused smile floating just beyond the residual stars dancing in his vision. His close encounter with the concrete brontosaurus at Jungle Golf had left him with a sizable lump on his skull and a renewed sense of urgency. He'd seen the killer. Reese was real. He was local, or at least local enough to attend fan club meetings at mini golf courses, and he knew Gumbo was onto him. The game had just become infinitely more dangerous. He'd relayed his concussion-inducing discovery to Detective Martinez via the burner phone. She'd cursed quietly, but agreed it was the confirmation they needed. Victor Reese, former forensic tech with a grudge against Suncoast, and Gumbo specifically, and access to the original case files, was now officially suspect numero uno. The problem was finding him. Martinez couldn't exactly put out an APB based on Gumbo spotting Reese lurking near a concrete hippo after slipping in spilled sugar water. They needed Reese's current location, solid evidence linking him to the new killings, the notes, the boat sabotage. Back in Cedar Key, nursing his headache with lukewarm coffee and extra-strength ibuprofen aboard the still slightly leaky second wind, Gumbo felt stuck. Reese could be anywhere. How did you track down a potentially homicidal ex-forensic tech with a flair for dramatic, glitter-bombed murder scenes? His own investigative skills, honed primarily through corporate bureaucracy and accidental discoveries, felt woefully inadequate for manhunting. It was then that Flip Wiggins chose to make an appearance, clattering down the dock on his perpetually malfunctioning golf cart, which today sported a new dent, presumably acquired during the Great Syrup heist escape. Flip carried 2 bottles of beer, already sweating in the morning humidity, and an air of cheerful conspiracy. "Heard you tangled with a dinosaur, Gumbo," Flip bellowed, hopping onto the deck of the second wind, with surprising agility for a man whose diet likely consisted primarily of fried seafood and cheap rum. He handed Gumbo a beer. Never trust those prehistoric types. Stubborn as hell. Gumbo sighed, accepting the beer despite the early hour. His head throbbed in protest. It wasn't the dinosaur, Flip. It was the slushy. And the guy they first saw just before I face-planted into the Mesozoic era. He quickly explained about Victor Reese, the insurance claim, the fan club sighting. Flip listened intently, pulling thoughtfully on his beer. The usual, slightly manic amusement in his eyes was replaced by a surprising seriousness. Victor Reese, huh? Forensic guy, rings a bell, kinda faint-like. Maybe saw him around the courthouse years ago. He looked Gumbo up and down. So, the fella you tangled with at CrimeCon, loud shirt guy? That wasn't Reese. Doesn't look like it, Gumbo admitted. This Reese guy was quieter, more intense, less offensively dressed. That still left the mystery of who loud shirt guy was, but Reese felt like the much more immediate threat. So now you gotta find this Reese fella before he decides to critique your existence with something sharper than a sticky note, Flip mused. He took another long pull on his beer, then straightened up, puffing out his chest slightly. Well, Gumbo, my boy, looks like you need some professional help. Gumbo raised a skeptical eyebrow. Flip, with all due respect, your last professional endeavor involved vehicular assault on a waffle bar. Flip waved a dismissive hand. Details. I ain't talking about breakfast procurement. I'm talking about tracking bad guys. Surveillance. Intel gathering. He leaned closer, lowering his voice conspiratorially. Remember how I told you I was a Navy SEAL? And an extra in Miami Vice, Gumbo added dryly. Right, well. Flip coughed, looking slightly embarrassed. Maybe stretched the truth a tad on the seal part. Never actually made it through Bud S. Found out I wasn't keen on freezing water or instructors yelling insults about my parentage. He paused. But I was in naval intelligence. Cryptology division. Spent 3 years listening to Russian submarine chatter and learning how to follow people without them noticing. Gumbo stared at him. Flip Wiggins, the rum-soaked, golf cart crashing marina bum, was ex-naval intelligence? It seemed both utterly unbelievable and somehow perfectly logical in the context of Cedar Key. So, Flip continued, reclaiming his swagger, while I might not be rappelling down buildings these days, I still know a thing or two about spycraft. Old-school stuff. Tradecraft, they called it. How to track a subject, establish a pattern, find his bolt hole. You think you can find Victor Reese? Gumbo asked, a flicker of desperate hope igniting within him. Sure. Piece o' cake. Flip declared confidently. Just need a description. Maybe his last known address if your detective friend can dig that up discreetly. Then we deploy some classic surveillance techniques. Martinez, contacted via the burner phone, managed to locate a last known address for Reese, an apartment complex back in Levy County, closer to the main sheriff's department headquarters where he used to work. It wasn't much, but it was a start. Flip's classic surveillance techniques turned out to be less James Bond and more uniquely Flip. His primary method involved driving his golf cart slowly around areas Reese might frequent, mostly bars and bait shops according to Flip's logic, while pretending to read an upside-down newspaper held conspicuously in front of his face. When Gumbo pointed out that reading an upside-down newspaper wasn't exactly subtle, Flip insisted it was a classic misdirection technique. Makes them think you're just some harmless eccentric, see? Lowers their guard. Despite the inherent absurdity of Flip's methods, which also included using Gumbo's cheap binoculars while hiding badly behind palm trees and attempting to blend in by wearing an even louder Hawaiian shirt than usual, he somehow, against all odds, got results. After 2 days of questionable surveillance that mostly involved Flip drinking beer in various parking lots while Gumbo fretted, Flip announced triumphantly that he'd spotted Reese. Not at the old apartment complex, but coming out of a dusty, slightly creepy-looking shop on the outskirts of Cedar Key. Stuff and things taxidermy. Taxidermy? Gumbo frowned. What's a forensic tech doing at a taxidermy shop? Maybe getting his enemies stuffed. Flip suggested cheerfully. Either way, saw him go into the apartment upstairs. Looks like our boy found himself a new lair. Probably smells better'n that alligator you had visitin'. Following Flip's slightly incoherent directions, Gumbo found the taxidermy shop late that afternoon. It was wedged between a bail bonds office and a store selling discount fireworks, featuring a dusty window display showcasing a perpetually startled-looking deer head and a rather mangy bobcat frozen mid-snarl. An external wooden staircase led up the side of the building to a single apartment door. Reese's new bolt hole. Under the cover of approaching dusk, Gumbo and Flip crept up the rickety stairs. The apartment door was unlocked. Exchanging nervous glances, they pushed it open and slipped inside. The air hung thick with the chemical smell of preservatives and something else, something obsessive and unsettling. The small apartment was sparsely furnished but meticulously clean, except for one entire wall. That wall was covered floor to ceiling with what could only be described as Victor Reese's own murder board. It was far more elaborate, more detailed, more chillingly organized than Gumbo's amateur effort back on the boat. Photos of Teddy Williams were plastered everywhere, many defaced with angry red marker slashes. Photos of the original palm frond victims were arranged chronologically, linked with black yarn. Newer photos, clearly surveillance shots, showed Detective Martinez entering her office, leaving her home, and Gumbo. There were multiple shots of Gumbo getting onto his boat, talking to Margot, Even one disturbingly clear shot of him cowering on the settee during the alligator incident. But the most disturbing elements were the diagrams. Detailed sketches of the original murder scenes, labeled amateur hour or flawed execution, contrasted with new diagrams labeled how it should be done or the artist's true vision, showcasing the glitter frond killing and the dead fish ? Reese wasn't just tracking them. He was documenting his perceived superiority, using the walls of his apartment as a manifesto of madness. This wasn't just about a denied insurance claim anymore. This was about profound narcissistic delusion and escalating rage. Gumbo felt sick. Flip let out a low whistle. Whoa! Looks like old Victor's got more screws loose than my golf cart. Before they could react further, they heard footsteps pounding up the wooden stairs outside. Reese was coming back. Panic seized them. There was nowhere obvious to hide in the small, sparsely furnished room. Gumbo's eyes darted around frantically, landing on a shape draped with a dusty canvas sheet in the corner. It was large, vaguely reptilian. Flip. In here, Gumbo hissed, yanking back the sheet. It was an alligator mount. A huge one, at least 10 feet long, caught mid-lunge on a faux swamp base. It was clearly unfinished. The hide was stretched over a form, but the seams weren't sewn shut, and the glass eyes hadn't been set yet, leaving dark, empty sockets. An opening gaped along its belly where the taxidermist had presumably been working. With Reese's footsteps echoing just outside the door, Gumbo and Flip scrambled desperately, squeezing themselves into the hollow cavity of the unfinished alligator mount, pulling the canvas sheet back over the opening just as the apartment door swung open. They were entombed in the dusty, chemical-smelling darkness of a taxidermied predator, praying Reese wouldn't notice the extra lumps inside his gator. Chapter 21. Darkness. Thick, cloying darkness that smelled faintly of formaldehyde, dust, and Flip Wiggins's Beeman's gum. Gumbo Malone found himself wedged uncomfortably inside the hollow torso of a 10-foot alligator taxidermy mount, his knees jammed against Flip's back, his face pressed against the rough, surprisingly scratchy inner surface of the gator hide. Air was scarce, panic abundant. Flip, crammed in front of him, breathed heavily, occasionally muttering what sounded suspiciously like old naval intelligence codes, mixed with curses directed at the questionable structural integrity of his golf cart. Outside their reptilian hiding place, they heard Victor Reese moving around the small apartment. Footsteps paced back and forth. Drawers opened and slammed shut. Then Reese's voice, sharp and laced with venom, cut through the relative quiet. He was on the phone. "What do you mean, another one?" Reese snarled into the receiver. His voice, unfiltered by electronic distortion this time, was thin, reedy, but vibrated with barely suppressed fury. Glitter. Googly eyes. Is he mocking me? Does he think this is some kind of joke? Gumbo and Flip exchanged blind, uncomfortable shifts inside the alligator carcass. Reese was apparently discussing the seashell emporium killing. "No, you listen," Reese continued, his voice rising. "This isn't about Teddy Williams anymore. That imbecile couldn't appreciate true art if it bit him on his fat, confessing backside. This new vandal, he's stealing my legacy. My narrative. He's twisting my message." A pause. Gumbo pictured Reese listening intently, probably gripping the phone like a weapon. "Don't tell me to calm down," Reese shrieked. "This is my life's work. My statement. Years of planning. Years of being overlooked, underestimated, denied what was rightfully mine." Gumbo felt an uncomfortable pang of recognition. Reese's rant sounded disturbingly similar to Teddy Williams's desperate plea for significance, albeit filtered through a much deadlier lens. That insurance company, that idiot manager Malone, they thought they could just dismiss me? Sweep me aside? Another pause. No, Malone doesn't know the half of it. Not yet. But he will. They all will. They'll see who the real artist is. The line must have gone dead, because Reese slammed the phone down with a crash that made both Gumbo and Flip jump inside their alligator prison. They heard him muttering darkly to himself, pacing some more, then the sound of a drawer opening again. Keys jangled. The apartment door opened and closed firmly. Footsteps clattered back down the wooden stairs outside. Reese was gone. For a long moment, neither Gumbo nor Flip moved, trapped in the dusty, claustrophobic confines of the gator, the echo of Reese's rage hanging heavy in the air. "Okay," Gumbo whispered finally, his voice hoarse. "I think he's gone. Let's get out of here before he comes back for his, taxidermy supplies." Extricating themselves from the alligator proved significantly harder than getting in. They were cramped, stiff, and disoriented. Flip managed to push open the canvas sheet covering the belly slit, letting in a sliver of dusty light from the apartment window. Gumbo squirmed and pushed, eventually tumbling out onto the floor, followed closely by Flip, both men gasping for fresh, non-formaldehyde-scented air. "Sweet mother of pearl," Flip wheezed, dusting himself off. "Remind me never to volunteer for reptile duty again. Smells like pickled lizard in there." Gumbo scrambled to his feet, his eyes darting towards the murderboard wall, then towards the door. "We need to go. Now. Before he comes back." He glanced around the room, looking for anything they could take as evidence, anything to corroborate Reese's madness for Martinez. His eyes landed on a stack of papers near the phone, looked like printouts, maybe diagrams. He snatched them up. "Let's move." They practically tiptoed towards the door, adrenaline overriding the aches and pains of their recent confinement. Gumbo reached for the doorknob, turned it, and all hell broke loose. A piercing alarm, shrill and impossibly loud, erupted from somewhere inside the apartment. Simultaneously, something soft and yielding burst open above their heads. Suddenly, the air filled with feathers. White feathers. Thousands upon thousands of tiny fluffy white feathers, raining down like a bizarre indoor blizzard, filling the room, clogging the air, sticking to their clothes, their hair, their sweaty skin. "What the?" Flip sputtered, swatting uselessly at the feather cloud, already starting to sneeze violently. Gumbo looked up through the feathery downpour. A large, cheap-looking pillow, the kind used for stuffing furniture or, apparently, taxidermy displays, had been rigged above the door, connected somehow to the alarm. It had split open, releasing its entire payload upon the unsuspecting intruders. A feather-based security system. It was insane. It was Florida. "Go. Go. Go." Gumbo yelled, pulling the sputtering, sneezing Flip towards the door. They burst out onto the landing and scrambled down the rickety wooden stairs, still enveloped in a cloud of clinging white feathers. They looked less like escaping investigators and more like two participants in a disastrous pillow fight who had somehow wandered into a taxidermy shop. Sneezing uncontrollably, covered head to toe in downy white fluff, they hit the sidewalk and started running blindly down the street. Passers-by, the few hardy souls braving the late afternoon heat, stopped and stared, mouths agape. Two middle-aged men, one in a ludicrously loud Hawaiian shirt, covered in feathers, sneezing like malfunctioning steam engines, sprinting down the main street of Cedar Key. It wasn't something you saw every day, even here. Gumbo risked a glance over his shoulder. No sign of Reese yet. They rounded a corner, heading towards where Gumbo had parked his car several blocks away, still shedding feathers like enormous panicked chickens. And then, disaster tourism style. A large, brightly painted tour bus, the kind that usually ferried blue-haired retirees between shelling spots and early bird dinner specials, screeched to a halt directly in front of them, blocking their path. The doors hissed open. "Oh my goodness, Herbert, look!" exclaimed a woman with a camera from the front seat. "It's them. The authentic Florida birdmen. Just like the brochure promised." Before Gumbo or Flip could react, a dozen tourists, cameras flashing, poured out of the bus, surrounding them, chattering excitedly. Incredible! Are the feathers real? Can we get a picture? Do you migrate? Gumbo tried to push through the throng of bewildered, photo-snapping retirees. Excuse me. Not birdmen. Emergency. Flip, meanwhile, had succumbed to a particularly violent sneezing fit, sending fresh puffs of feathers billowing into the faces of the nearest tourists. He's molting, someone shrieked gleefully. Trapped in a vortex of flashing cameras, confused questions, and Flip's explosive sneezes, Gumbo felt a wave of despair wash over him. They were losing precious time. Reese could be right behind them. And then he saw it. Pulling up smoothly behind the stalled tour bus, unnoticed in the commotion surrounding the alleged birdmen, was a nondescript sedan. An Uber, judging by the sticker in the window. And stepping out of the back seat, his eyes scanning the scene, landing on the two feather-covered figures with chilling recognition, was Victor Reese. His earlier amusement was gone, replaced by cold, calculating fury. He'd spotted them. Thanks to the authentic Florida birdmen tourist trap, their chaotic, feather-fueled escape had led them right back into the predator's sights. Gumbo grabbed Flip's arm, heedless of the sneezes and clinging feathers. Flip. We gotta move. He shoved his way through the bewildered tourists, dragging Flip with him, breaking into a desperate sprint down the street, leaving behind a confused tour group, a cloud of drifting feathers, and a very, very angry Victor Reese now striding purposefully after them. The taxidermy tango had just turned into a deadly chase. Chapter 22. The desperate, feather-fueled sprint through the streets of Cedar Key ended, predictably, back at the marina. Gumbo, wheezing, and still shedding the occasional bit of pillow stuffing, practically dove onto the deck of the second wind, Flip Wiggins collapsing in a sneezing heap beside him. They hadn't seen Victor Reese directly behind them after the first block, but the chilling certainty that he knew they'd been in his apartment, knew they'd seen his murder board, hung heavy in the humid air. Reese wasn't just some disgruntled ex-employee anymore. He was an exposed, cornered killer, and Gumbo knew, with a sickening lurch in his stomach, that things were about to get much, much worse. He immediately called Detective Martinez on the burner phone, breathlessly recounting the discovery of Reese's lair, the obsessive murder board featuring photos of both him and Martinez, the overheard phone rant about stolen legacies, the feather bomb escape, and the sighting of Reese himself. "Okay, Gumbo, stay put," Martinez ordered, her voice tight with controlled urgency. "Lock yourself in the boat. Don't go anywhere. We finally have enough for a warrant, maybe more. Reese's apartment, known associates. I'll get units mobilized. Just stay safe." Staying safe felt like a distant, almost laughable concept at this point. Gumbo locked the cabin door anyway, peering nervously through the salt-streaked windows, half expecting Reese to pop up from behind a piling like a homicidal jack-in-the-box. Flip, having sneezed out the last of the feathers, had retrieved a beer from Gumbo's mostly empty fridge and was now offering tactical advice involving fish gaffs and flare guns, which Gumbo tried politely to ignore. Hours passed in nerve-wracking silence. The adrenaline faded, leaving behind exhaustion and a deep-seated dread. Gumbo paced the small cabin, jumping at every creak and splash outside. Martinez called periodically with updates. Warrants were being processed, teams assembled, but Reese seemed to have vanished after being spotted near the taxidermy shop. It was approaching dusk, the sky turning lurid shades of orange and purple over the red tide-stained gulf, when Gumbo saw the figure approaching down the dock. Not Reese. Not Martinez. It was Margot Stingley. Relief washed over Gumbo. Maybe she had news, maybe she'd figured something out from her library archives. But as she got closer, he realized something was wrong. Her usual calm, unflappable demeanor was gone, replaced by a strained, pale anxiety. And Kafka, her ever-present iguana companion, was nowhere in sight. Margot was never without Kafka. She stopped at the second wind, her hands trembling slightly. "Gumbo," she said, her voice unnaturally quiet. There's something for you." She held out a folded piece of paper. Another note. Same plain white paper, same blocky print. Gumbo took it with a sense of profound foreboding. "Malone. Enough games. I have your librarian friend. And her lizard. Meet me if you want to see them again. Midnight. Abandoned Gator World Theme Park, Highway 19. Main entrance. Come alone. No cops. Or the only thing left of the old woman will be her library card. Your move, actuary." Gumbo read the note, then read it again, the words blurring. Margot. Kidnapped. And Kafka. By Reese. The threat was chillingly specific, brutally direct. His blood ran cold. This was his fault. He'd involved Margot, relied on her help, put her in the crosshairs. Reese wasn't just targeting him anymore. He was going after the people Gumbo cared about. He was waiting, Margot whispered, her voice choked. Outside my boat. He must have followed me from the library earlier. He has Kafka in a bag. The thought of the stoic, dignified iguana being stuffed unceremoniously into a bag sent a fresh wave of nausea through Gumbo. He immediately called Martinez, his voice shaking with rage and fear as he read her the note. Damn it. Martinez swore. Okay, Gumbo, listen to me. Do not go there alone. This is exactly what he wants. Isolate you, set a trap. We'll set up a perimeter. Tactical teams, negotiators. No. Gumbo interrupted, surprising himself with the force of his conviction. He said no cops. He has Margot. And Kafka. I can't risk it, Martinez. I have to go. Alone. This wasn't about playing detective anymore. This was about Margot. He felt a crushing weight of responsibility. He had dragged her into this mess. Gumbo, that's insane, Martinez argued. You're walking into a trap. You're not equipped to handle someone like Reese. Maybe not, Gumbo said grimly, his mind made up. But I'm the one he wants. I'm going. He looked around the cabin, distractedly. What could he even bring? A rusty fish gaff. Flip's flare gun. He felt utterly unprepared, hopelessly outmatched. Then his eyes landed on the small lockbox Martinez had discreetly given him earlier, along with the burner phone. Inside, nestled against the foam padding, was her spare service pistol, a Glock 19. She'd insisted he take it, just in case after the boat sabotage, though he'd protested vehemently at the time. He'd never fired a gun in his life, outside of a mandatory Suncoast team-building exercise involving paintball guns, during which he'd mostly succeeded in shooting himself in the foot. The Glock felt heavy, alien, terrifyingly real in his hand. He didn't know how to load it, how to aim it, how to take the safety off, or even if it had a safety. Holding it felt infinitely more dangerous than facing Reese unarmed. Gumbo, don't do this, Martinez pleaded through the phone. Let us handle it. I have to, Gumbo repeated, tucking the heavy, unfamiliar pistol into the waistband of his cargo shorts, where it felt less like a weapon and more like a large, uncomfortable tumor. Tell me where this Gator World place is. Abandoned Gator World theme park lay moldering off Highway 19, like a forgotten monument to Florida's boom and bust tourism cycle. Once, Gumbo vaguely recalled from childhood trips, it had been a thriving roadside attraction, boasting the world's largest collection of captive reptiles, thrilling airboat rides, and a vaguely offensive Seminole Village reenactment. Now it was a decaying husk, swallowed by weeds and kudzu, its faded signs promising family fun and live gator wrestling peeling away to reveal rust and rot underneath. The giant concrete alligator head that formed the main entrance grinned maniacally, its painted eyes chipped, its massive jaws permanently agape choked with vines. Gumbo parked his car down the road, killed the engine, and approached the entrance on foot, the heavy Glock bumping uncomfortably against his hip. The only light came from a sliver of moon, filtering through the Spanish moss-draped oaks. The air was thick with the chirping of unseen insects and the smell of damp earth and decay. The silence felt heavy, watchful. He slipped through a gap in the rusted chain-link fence near the main gate, his heart pounding a frantic rhythm against his ribs. Inside, the abandoned park was even creepier. Dilapidated snack stands listed sideways, their cartoon mascot logos faded into oblivion. Empty animal enclosures gaped like open graves. And looming over it all was the park's centerpiece attraction, the Gator Mountain log flume, a towering structure of fake rock and faded fiberglass logs, its water channels long dry, now draped in vines and shadows. And there, at the base of the defunct log flume ride, Gumbo saw her. Margot. She was tied, not ungently it seemed, to one of the fiberglass log cars parked in the dry loading area. She looked remarkably composed, her purple hair slightly askew, her expression more annoyed than terrified. There was no sign of Reese. Or Kafka. Gumbo crept closer, trying to move silently through the debris-strewn pathways. "Margot," he whispered urgently. "Are you okay?" Margot looked up, relief flickering briefly in her eyes, quickly followed by exasperation. "Gumbo. Took you long enough. Honestly, I was about ready to be murdered just to make it stop." Gumbo frowned, confused. "Make what stop?" "His monologuing," Margot exclaimed, rolling her eyes. "Victor. He's been pacing back and forth for the past hour, delivering this endless, rambling speech about artistic integrity, the injustice of the insurance industry, the symbolic significance of palm fronds versus dead fish. Frankly, his narrative structure is a mess, completely lacking in thematic coherence. And don't even get me started on his grasp of forensic history. Dreadful." Gumbo stared at her. Kidnapped, tied to an abandoned log flume, threatened by a serial killer, and her primary complaint was the quality of his villain monologue. Margot Stingley, he decided, was possibly the most unflappable human being on the planet. "Where is he now?" Gumbo whispered, scanning the shadows nervously. "And where's Kafka?" "Victor went off to prepare the stage for his grand finale, whatever that means," Margot reported. "And Kafka is nearby." She nodded towards her large woven bag, sitting on the ground beside the log flume car. "Victor let me keep my crochet bag," said it added a touch of ironic domesticity to the scene. "Little does he know." She winked. Before Gumbo could inquire further about the iguana's whereabouts or the contents of the crochet bag, a figure emerged from the shadows at the top of the log flume structure, silhouetted against the sliver of moon. Victor Reese. He looked down at them, a triumphant manic gleam in his eyes. "Showtime, Malone," Reese called down, his voice echoing eerily through the abandoned park. "Glad you could make it. The critic has arrived just in time for the premiere of my masterpiece." He gestured grandly around the decaying theme park. "Welcome to Gator World, where art meets mortality." Okay, Chapter 23, time to ride the log flume of doom. Chapter 23. Victor Reese stood atop the decaying structure of the Gator Mountain log flume, bathed in the sickly moonlight filtering through the Spanish moss, looking less like a disgruntled ex-forensic tech and more like the deranged conductor of a swamp-themed apocalypse orchestra. His eyes burned with manic energy, fixed on Gumbo Malone standing below, near the captive Margot Stingley. "Behold, Malone," Reese projected, his voice echoing eerily through the skeletal remains of the abandoned theme park. "The stage is set. The culmination of my work. The ultimate refutation of that talentless hack Williams. And a final, definitive statement against the soul-crushing mediocrity of the corporate machine that discarded me. And you." Gumbo stared up, the unfamiliar weight of the Glock bumping against his hip, feeling utterly lost. "Statement? What statement?" "Reese, this is insane. Let Margot go. Reese laughed, a high-pitched, unnerving sound. Let her go. But she's part of the installation. The witness. Just as you are, Malone. You, the accidental critic. The bureaucrat turned bumbler. You will bear witness to my masterpiece, and then you will write the true story. The story of Victor Reese, the unrecognized genius, the true palm frond artist. Gumbo glanced at Margot, who looked less like a terrified hostage and more like a theater critic enduring a particularly tedious avant-garde performance. His grasp of narrative tension is abysmal, she commented dryly to Gumbo. Far too much exposition. Reese either didn't hear her or chose to ignore her critique. He gestured grandly towards the top of the log flume's main drop, a steep, algae-streaked slide descending into what used to be the splashdown pool, now a murky, stagnant pit choked with weeds and indeterminate sludge. For years I planned. I watched. I honed my craft while that idiot Williams soaked up the undeserved limelight. But the authorities, the public, too blind to see the artistry. Even my early attempts were misunderstood. He gestured back towards the park entrance, presumably referencing the Seashell Emporium and fish ? Installations. Crude. Reactive. Not worthy of my true talent. So this is your magnum opus? Gumbo asked, trying to keep Reese talking, stalling for time, though for what he wasn't sure. Martinez knew where he was, but getting back up through the decaying park would take time. Precisely, Reese beamed, clearly pleased by the term. A symphony of decay. A commentary on Florida's disposable culture. And, he added, pointing towards a massive tarp-covered mound perched precariously near the top of the flume's conveyor belt lift, a tribute to the raw, untamed power of nature itself. Gumbo squinted at the mound. It seemed to undulate slightly. And it smelled. Even from the ground, overriding the general miasma of swamp decay, Gumbo could detect the unmistakable, gag-inducing stench of rotting fish. The red tide's bounty. What is that? Gumbo asked, dread curdling in his stomach. That, my dear Malone, Reese announced proudly, is approximately 300 pounds of prime red tide-ripened marine life. Harvested this morning. Thematically resonant, don't you think? A touch of olfactory offense to accompany the visual and existential horror. 300 pounds of rotting fish. Poised above them. Gumbo suddenly felt profoundly unwell. Reese continued, caught up in his own artistic vision. The sequence is simple, yet elegant. The log car, he gestured towards Margot still tied securely, ascends the lift hill. At the apex, it triggers a release mechanism. He pointed towards the fish mound, where Gumbo could now dimly perceive a complex Rube Goldberg-esque contraption involving ropes, pulleys, and what looked suspiciously like a repurposed lawnmower engine. The ichthyich payload descends upon the unsuspecting witness. Simultaneously, the log car plunges down the flume into the symbolic morass below. A baptism of decay. And you, Malone, will observe it all. A front row seat to the definitive work of the true palm frond artist. You're completely insane, Gumbo breathed, finally understanding the depth of Reese's delusion. Perhaps, Reese conceded cheerfully. But history is written by the victors. Or, in this case, by the critics who witness their triumphs. You will write my story, Malone. You will correct the record. You owe me that much after what Suncoast, after what you did to me. The cheerful mask slipped, revealing the raw resentment underneath. He reached down and yanked hard on a thick, greasy rope connected to the pulley system and the lawnmower engine. With a screech of protesting metal and a sputtering cough, the ancient log flume machinery groaned to life. The conveyor belt that ran up the steep incline of Gator Mountain began to move, its rusty chain clanking ominously. The fiberglass log car holding Margot lurched forward, beginning its slow, inexorable ascent up the lift hill. Reese, stop! Gumbo yelled, fumbling awkwardly for the Glock tucked in his waistband. He had no idea how to use it, but he had to do something. But as Reese leaned forward triumphantly to watch his creation begin its deadly journey, his foot slipped on a patch of slick algae near the edge of the platform. He yelped, pinwheeling wildly for a moment, before his ankle became hopelessly entangled in the very rope he had just pulled to start the machinery. With another strangled cry, Victor Reese, the meticulous artist of murder, was yanked off his feet. The moving conveyor belt, designed to haul heavy fiberglass logs, caught his entangled leg and began dragging him, kicking and cursing, upwards alongside Margot's ascending log car. Gumbo stared in stunned disbelief. Reese hadn't planned on riding his own death machine. "Well, this is an unforeseen plot twist," Margot commented calmly from her upward-bound log car, watching Reese flail and curse as he was dragged up the rusty track beside her. "Seems our artist has become part of the installation." Impulse took over. Gumbo saw Margot ascending towards the tons of rotting fish, saw Reese being dragged helplessly alongside her, saw the whole insane contraption grinding towards its deadly climax. He shoved the useless Glock back into his waistband and lunged forward, not towards Reese, but towards the log car carrying Margot. He grabbed onto the back of the fiberglass log just as it cleared the loading platform, his feet scrambling for purchase on the moving conveyor belt beneath him. He was now clinging desperately to the back of Margot's log car, riding the rusty conveyor belt up Gator Mountain, with the trussed-up librarian herself seated calmly in front of him, and the architect of this madness being dragged cursing and flailing alongside them, his foot still tangled in the main pulley rope. The ascent was agonizingly slow, the clanking of the chain mechanism echoing through the decaying structure. Below them, the abandoned theme park spread out like a dark, forgotten dream. Above them loomed the summit, the sputtering lawnmower engine, and 300 pounds of very ripe fish. "Reese!" Gumbo yelled over the clatter, clinging precariously to the log. "Stop this thing. Turn it off." "I can't," Reese shrieked, trying unsuccessfully to untangle his foot while being dragged relentlessly upward. "It's rigged. One-way trip." "Perhaps," Margot interjected conversationally, craning her neck to look back at Gumbo, then at the flailing Reese. "This would be an opportune moment to discuss the flaws in your initial insurance claim assessment, Mr. Reese. As I recall from my brief perusal of the file Gumbo accidentally left accessible, the documentation regarding workplace stress causality was rather thin." Reese, dangling upside down now as the incline steepened, managed a sputtered retort. "Thin? It was ironclad. Those idiots at Suncoast, that pencil pusher Malone, they deliberately misinterpreted the psychiatric evaluations." "Now hold on," Gumbo protested, scrambling slightly on the moving belt. "The evaluating physician's report cited pre-existing anxiety conditions. It wasn't clear-cut." "Pre-existing because of the job," Reese insisted, kicking his free leg futilely. "Years of looking at horrific crime scenes. Budget cuts. No support. It took its toll. You wouldn't understand, Malone. You sat in your air-conditioned office, adjusting premiums." "My office wasn't always air-conditioned," Gumbo shot back defensively. "And adjusting premiums requires a nuanced understanding of risk pools. It's not just pushing pencils." "Oh, for heaven's sake," Margot sighed from the log car. "Are we really going to debate insurance claim methodology while ascending towards imminent fish-based annihilation? Focus, gentlemen." Perhaps Mr. Reese could channel his artistic ingenuity into, say, entangling his foot. They continued their bizarre, three-way ascent, the terrified accidental pie, the unflappable librarian hostage, and the ensnared, monologuing killer, clanking slowly up the rusty conveyor belt towards a summit promising rotting fish and uncertain doom. It was, Gumbo reflected wildly, possibly the most Florida negotiation tactic ever attempted. He just hoped someone figured out a resolution before they reached the top. And the fish. Chapter 24. The clanking ascent up Gator Mountain continued, a bizarre, slow-motion parade towards putrescence. Gumbo clung grimly to the back of the fiberglass log, his knuckles white, listening to Victor Reese, still dangling precariously by one ensnared ankle, alternate between cursing his malfunctioning machinery and delivering impassioned defenses of his artistic vision, occasionally punctuated by arguments with Gumbo about Suncoast Insurance's disability claim review process. Margot Stingley, seemingly unfazed by being tied up and heading towards 300 pounds of rotting fish, offered occasional, dry commentary on the structural integrity of the log flume and the subpar quality of Reese's villainous dialogue. "Honestly, Victor," Margot remarked, as they neared the summit, the sputtering lawnmower engine controlling the fish release mechanism growing louder, "if you'd put half the effort into documenting your PTSD claim as you did into arranging these installations, you might have actually gotten approved." "It was documented," Reese shrieked, momentarily distracted from trying to free his foot. That idiot Malone just couldn't see past his spreadsheets. Blinded by corporate policy. Corporate policy requires thorough documentation. Gumbo yelled back over the racket, feeling an absurd need to defend his past professional conduct, even while clinging to a death-trap log flume. "Your supplemental psychiatric evaluation was filled out incorrectly." "Enough," Reese roared, abandoning his attempts to free himself as the log car carrying Margot bumped onto the relatively flat platform at the very top of the flume, just before the steep final drop. The conveyor belt shuddered to a halt beneath Gumbo's feet. They had arrived at the precipice. Directly ahead of Margot's log car loomed the massive tarp-covered mound, vibrating slightly from the sputtering lawnmower engine rigged beside it. The stench was overpowering now, a physical entity that coated the back of Gumbo's throat. Below them, the steep, algae-slicked fiberglass slide plunged into the murky darkness of the stagnant splashdown pool. Behind them, sirens wailed in the distance, growing steadily closer. Martinez and her backup were arriving. "Too late, Malone," Reese crowed triumphantly, despite his awkward, dangling predicament. He fumbled inside his jacket with his free hand, producing a small remote control. "The police can't stop art. My masterpiece is about to begin. Prepare to be baptized." He jabbed dramatically at a large red button on the remote. The sputtering lawnmower engine beside the fish mound roared, coughed, and then died with a pathetic wheeze. Silence descended, broken only by the distant sirens and the buzzing of flies drawn to the fish mound. Reese stared at the silent engine, then at the remote, his face a mask of disbelief. No, it can't. I tested it. The pull-start pulley system is foolproof." He jabbed the button again. Nothing. The great fish release mechanism, the centerpiece of his grand artistic statement, had apparently succumbed to years of neglect and Florida humidity. "Perhaps," Margot suggested calmly from the log car, "you should have invested in a marine-grade engine. They're much more reliable in damp conditions." Reese let out a howl of pure frustration, shaking the remote violently. "Work, damn you. Work." And then, the ancient structure of Gator Mountain, perhaps disturbed by the vibrations, the shouting, or simply tired of existing after decades of decay, decided to offer its own critique. With a deep, groaning sound of protesting metal and splintering wood, the platform beneath the fish mound and the lawnmower engine tilted precariously. The tarp covering the fish slipped, revealing the horrifying mountain of decomposing marine life within, mullet, catfish, sheepshead, all mingling in a slithering, stinking heap. For a moment, everything hung in suspension. The tilted platform, the silent engine, the massive pile of rotting fish poised over the edge, Reese dangling by his ankle, Gumbo clinging white-knuckled to the log car, Margot observing with detached interest. Then, with a final, agonized screech of tortured metal, the entire mechanism gave way. It wasn't the controlled, artistic release Reese had envisioned. It was an avalanche. 300 pounds of decomposing, red tide-killed fish cascaded over the edge of the platform in a putrid torrent, raining down not onto the log car, but directly onto the area below where, at that exact moment, the first contingent of Levy County Sheriff's deputies, led by Detective Martinez, were cautiously approaching the base of the log flume. The air filled with the wet slap of falling fish, surprised shouts, and horrified curses from below. Deputies slipped and stumbled on the suddenly slick ground, dodging flying mullet and skittering crabs. Martinez, Gumbo saw with horrified fascination, narrowly avoided being beamed by a particularly large grouper carcass. The carefully planned police approach dissolved instantly into chaos, a literal fish storm of epic proportions. Up on the now precariously angled platform, the sudden shift in weight and structure caused the log car holding Margot to slide forward, teetering on the brink of the steep drop. Gumbo, still clinging to the back, felt his feet slip on the slick surface. Reese, meanwhile, seeing his masterpiece ruined and the police arriving below, albeit currently preoccupied with piscine projectiles, made a desperate bid for freedom. The jolt of the collapsing platform had somehow loosened the rope around his ankle. With a final, desperate wrench, he pulled himself free, landing awkwardly on the tilted platform. Ignoring Gumbo and Margot, he turned and scrambled towards a rickety service ladder leading down the back of the Gator Mountain structure. "He's getting away," Gumbo yelled, trying to regain his footing on the tilting platform while also trying to hold on to the sliding log car. But just as Reese reached the top of the ladder, ready to make his escape into the swampy darkness behind the theme park, something small, green, and surprisingly fast shot out from Margot's woven crochet bag, which still sat beside her in the log car. It was Kafka, the iguana, apparently liberated from whatever bag Reese had initially stuffed him in and strategically stashed by Margot, launched himself through the air with impressive reptilian agility. He landed squarely on Reese's back, digging his sharp claws into the man's shoulders. Reese shrieked in surprise and pain, stumbling backward, losing his grip on the ladder. He flailed wildly, trying to dislodge the surprisingly strong iguana clinging tenaciously to his back. His flailing caused him to lose his balance completely on the slick, tilted platform. With another cry, he slid ignominiously down the algae-covered fiberglass, landing with a splash and a curse in a shallow pool of stagnant rainwater and fish guts at the base of the platform, effectively trapping himself. Kafka, mission accomplished, leapt neatly off Reese's back and onto the relatively stable structure of the log flume track, regarding the fallen killer with what Gumbo could only interpret as cold, reptilian satisfaction. Down below, Detective Martinez, having wiped fish slime from her face, quickly took control of the chaotic scene. Deputies, recovering from the fish barrage, surrounded the sputtering, iguana-assaulted Victor Reese. Martinez barked orders, snapping handcuffs on Reese while simultaneously directing officers to secure the precarious log flume structure and rescue Gumbo and Margot. As rescue personnel carefully helped Margot, still remarkably composed, and a trembling, slime-adjacent Gumbo down from their perch, the flashing lights of arriving news crews began to illuminate the bizarre scene. Cameras zoomed in, reporters jostled for position, eager to capture the dramatic conclusion to the palm frond copycat saga. Gumbo, unfortunately, happened to be standing directly in the path of the main news spotlight as he reached the ground. Covered head to toe in dust from the alligator mount, residual feathers from his earlier escape, algae slime from the log flume platform, and now splattered with secondary fishgut drippings from the avalanche above, he looked less like a heroic civilian investigator and more like something dredged up from the bottom of a primordial swamp. Channel 9 News, live on the scene, a reporter chirped breathlessly into her microphone, pointing directly at Gumbo. Police have apprehended the suspect, but questions remain about this creature found emerging from the structure. Is it connected to the killings? Some kind of swamp monster guarding the killer's lair? Authorities are currently attempting to subdue it. "Back to you in the studio, Brenda." Gumbo stared into the camera lens, aghast. Mistaken for a swamp monster. On live television. After everything else, the exploding pants, the fire ants, the public nudity, the concussion by dinosaur, the feather bombing, this felt like the ultimate indignity. He sighed, a deep, weary, fish-scented sigh. Maybe Brenda from HR had been right after all. Maybe pursuing exciting new opportunities wasn't really his forte. Especially when those opportunities involved actual swamp monsters. Or worse, being mistaken for one. Chapter 25. 6 months. Half a year had passed since the great fish avalanche at Gator World, the capture of Victor the Artist Reese, and Gumbo Malone's brief, mortifying stint as the alleged Cedar Key swamp monster on the evening news. The red tide, mercifully, had eventually dissipated, leaving behind stained shorelines, economic devastation for the local charter captains, and a lingering olfactory memory that Gumbo suspected would never truly fade. Life in Cedar Key, or at least Gumbo's version of it, had settled into a new, slightly less perilous but no less weird normal. The swamp monster incident, despite Gumbo's fervent denials and Detective Martinez's attempts to set the record straight, had cemented his local reputation. He was no longer just Gumbo, the slightly hapless guy living on the leaky boat. He was Gumbo Malone, the swamp detective. The nickname, coined by a headline writer at the Levy County Ledger, stuck with embarrassing tenacity. Tourists sometimes pointed at him on Dock Street. Kids asked if he wrestled alligators for fun. He did not. Flip Wiggins took great delight in introducing him to strangers using the moniker, usually followed by a wildly inaccurate recounting of the Gator World finale that involved Gumbo single-handedly battling Reese while simultaneously calming a herd of panicked manatees. His marina neighbors, initially bewildered by the alligator invasion and feather explosion emanating from his boat, had embraced his newfound status with typical Florida enthusiasm. They threw him a party at the Salty Pelican. It featured lukewarm beer, questionable hors d'oeuvres involving cheese whiz, and a large, elaborately decorated cake shaped like a dead fish. Despite the dubious theme, the gesture was genuinely appreciated, though Gumbo noted with some amusement that hardly anyone touched the fish cake. The second wind had undergone a transformation as well. The insurance payout for the significant water damage caused by the fish avalanche at Gator World. Martinez had generously included Gumbo's proximity to the event in her official report. Omitting the less flattering swamp monster details had been surprisingly substantial. Combined with the remainder of his severance pay, and a small reward collected from Mrs. Hempshaw for the eventual, anticlimactic recovery of Mr. Pinky the lawn flamingo, found tucked away in Linda Moskowitz's garage after her arrest for reptile smuggling. Apparently, she just really envied its posture. Gumbo had enough cash for significant upgrades. The leaky hull was patched professionally. The ancient, wheezing air conditioner was replaced with a modern unit that actually cooled the air instead of just rearranging the mildew spores. The defunct coffee maker was ceremoniously thrown overboard, during high tide, of course, and replaced with a gleaming new espresso machine Gumbo had absolutely no idea how to operate properly, but which looked impressive. He even splurged on comfortable cushions and replaced the peeling veneer. The boat still smelled faintly of fish bait and questionable decisions, but now it was his smell, the smell of home. Malone Investigations was also officially, if eccentrically, open for business. Gumbo had leaned into his local reputation. A new, professionally printed sign hung discreetly near the marina office, replacing the flimsy lobster font cards, declaring Malone Investigations, specializing in weird Florida cases only. No missing cats, unless involved in interstate conspiracy. Reasonable rates, negotiable for interesting cases or barter involving functioning appliances. He found, to his surprise, that there was a steady, if strange, market for his particular brand of accidental expertise. He investigated rumors of cursed tiki statues, tracked down runaway airboat racers hiding from gambling debts, and even mediated a dispute between two rival mermaid impersonators at Weeki Wachee Springs. It wasn't exactly chasing down serial killers, but it paid the bills, mostly, kept him off the streets, mostly, and required far less interaction with angry fire ants. Detective Martinez had, true to her word, offered him an official consultant position with the Levy County Sheriff's Department, impressed by his unorthodox methods and accidental breakthroughs. Gumbo had been tempted, flattered, even, until Martinez mentioned the mandatory background checks, the mountains of paperwork involved in filing official reports, and the requirement to occasionally wear something other than a Hawaiian shirt. He politely declined, citing an allergy to triplicate forms and institutional beige. Their unofficial partnership, however, continued. They met occasionally for coffee or waffles if it was Wednesday, exchanging off-the-record information and sharing exasperated sighs about the general weirdness of their respective cases. Teddy, the confessor Williams, currently residing in a lower security facility following the revelation of his innocence in the Palm Frond murders, though still facing hefty charges for the reptile smuggling, had apparently found a new calling. His lawyer sent Gumbo a cease and desist letter, printed on suspiciously fancy letterhead, accusing Malone investigations of brand infringement and dilution of the authentic confessor narrative. Apparently, Teddy was pivoting from serial killer merchandise to wrongfully accused influencer, complete with tell-all interviews and plans for a reality TV show about his quest for exoneration and new branding opportunities. Gumbo filed the letter in a folder marked, "Florida Man Files Bankruptcy." Victor Reese, declared mentally unfit to stand trial, resided in the state's secure forensic psychiatric hospital, reportedly spending his days crafting elaborate sculptures out of cafeteria mashed potatoes and writing scathing critiques of the hospital's interior design choices, which he mailed regularly to the warden. Gumbo found a comfortable rhythm. Mornings were often spent fishing off the stern of the Second Wind, sometimes joined by Flip Wiggins, who continued to dispense questionable life advice and borrow essential items Gumbo rarely saw again. Afternoons might involve tackling a particularly weird case, usually involving disgruntled retirees or questionable real estate deals south of Palatka. Evenings were frequently spent sharing lukewarm beers and philosophical discussions about the nature of reality, or just complaining about the humidity, with Margot Stingley on her neighboring houseboat. Kafka the iguana, having fully recovered from his brief stint in captivity, and subsequent heroic clotheslining of Victor Reese, would often preside over these gatherings from his perch on Margot's shoulder, observing them with inscrutable reptilian wisdom. Margot, naturally, had started a crime blog, Musings from the Marina Morgue, documenting local weirdness and offering surprisingly astute commentary, occasionally featuring anonymous contributions from a certain swamp detective. Gumbo even helped Mrs. Hempshaw install a small GPS tracker on the replacement Mr. Pinky, a newer, less charismatic plastic model, just in case. True crime documentary producers called occasionally, lured by the sensational swamp monster, artistic serial killer, iguana hero headlines. Gumbo learned to ignore their calls, preferring the relative anonymity of Cedar Key weirdness to the dubious glare of national attention. He wasn't middle management anymore. He wasn't Daniel, the downsized. He was Gumbo Malone, proprietor of Malone Investigations, Weird Florida Cases Only, master of his own leaky but less leaky than before destiny. One quiet evening, Gumbo sat on the deck of the renovated Second Wind, sipping a rum punch, served in a regular glass, not a pineapple. He'd learned his lesson, and watching the spectacular Cedar Key sunset paint the sky. He wore his most outrageous Hawaiian shirt, a terrifying symphony of clashing purples and oranges featuring surfing manatees. He felt content. Not necessarily happy in the conventional sense, but a kind of weary, sun-baked, Florida-infused contentment. He'd survived. He'd adapted. He'd found his niche, however strange. Just as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the water, a delivery drone, a recent, slightly annoying addition to marina life, whirred overhead and deposited a small, unexpected package onto his deck. Gumbo eyed it warily. Unsolicited packages still made him nervous. He cautiously opened the small box. Inside, nestled on a bed of packing peanuts, was a cheap souvenir snow globe. The kind sold in gas stations and airport gift shops. But inside the globe, amidst the swirling artificial snow, wasn't a miniature landmark or a cartoon character. It was a tiny, perfectly formed palm frond, tied with a familiar piece of bright red string. Tucked beside the snow globe was a small folded note. Plain white paper. Neat blocky print he now knew all too well. Enjoy the downtime. Season 2 coming soon. Gumbo stared at the snow globe, then at the note, a cold dread mixing with the warm rum in his stomach. He looked out at the darkening water, the peaceful marina, the first stars beginning to prick the twilight sky. Downtime? In Florida? Not likely. It seemed the weirdness wasn't over yet. Not by a long shot. He took another long sip of his rum punch. He was going to need it. Keep reading the next Gumbo adventure in ill intent.